I don't know, is Mr. Noon with us this morning? No. Okay, that's fine. If we then move on to our legal department and Dawn Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dawn Lehman. I am legal advisor to the committee, and I can confirm that I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And to our Democratic Services and Leila Nicholson.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Leila Nicholson. I'm the committee manager for today's meeting.
Thank you very much. And if we come then to the members of the committee, we'll come to in turn. If you could introduce yourself again, please. We'll start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name's Councillor Graham Granter, representing the Fairfax ward in Bridgewater. I can confirm I can see and hear everything loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor Glassford present?
Yes, good morning, Chairman. I'm Councillor Alec Glassford, representing Fairfax ward. I can see and hear everything.
And then Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Councillor Cathy Pearce, Westover Ward, Bridgewater, and I confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
And Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, good morning. Councillor for Eastover Ward, Bridgewater, I can see and hear. Thanks.
And Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott.
My head thing's not working properly. Councillor Scott, from Liz Scott from Axvale Ward in near Axbridge, and I can confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Sedgemoor District Councillor Alistair Hendry, Burnham-on-Sea Central. I can see and hear everything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is Councillor Facey present at the moment?
He's having technical difficulties, Chairman. We're trying to get him in.
Terrific. Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, good morning. Councillor Mike Murphy, Burnham North. I can see and hear you perfectly.
And Councillor Evans.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Councillor Bill Evans from North Petherton Ward. Thank you.
And Councillor Kingham.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Councillor Stuart Kingham. I represent the West Poldens, and I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, councillors and officers. Alan Bradford, representing North Petherton Ward, and I can hear you loud and clear.
And Councillor Bolt.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Bolt, ward member for Cannington and Wemden. I can see and hear the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Councillor Liz Perry, representing the Kings R ward, and I can confirm I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Good morning, Chairman and everybody. Councillor Tony Grimes, representing Berham Broom Ward, and I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor Facey with us as yet? Doesn't look like it. We'll come back again to Councillor Facey. And I'm Councillor Filmer.
Chairman.
Okay. I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee, and that concludes all the members of the committee today. We also have with us other members who are present in the room to observe the meeting, including the portfolio holder for development. And obviously we have members of the public here who are either here to potentially just view the meeting, or alternatively there are some that are registered to speak, and we'll obviously take those when we get to the relevant applications. I would also mention that from our planning policy team today, we have Mr. Tate. Mr. Tate, are you able to see and hear us, please?
Hi there. Yes, I'm Nick Tate, the Planning Policy Manager at Sedgemoor, and I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That moves us on. I'll come back to Councillor Facey, hopefully in due course, but we'll carry on with the agenda. So the next item on our agenda is apologies for absence. Nicholson, do we have any?
No, Chairman, I've not received any apologies. I thought everybody was here.
Yeah, I think apart from Mike. Yeah. Thank you. Next item is the minutes which have been circulated before the meeting. We have two sets of minutes. The first is for the January meeting. Are there any amendments to those that we're aware of, Mrs. Nicholson?
Are we talking about the January minutes?
We are.
Or are we talking about the February?
No,
Sorry,
we'll start.
I've got this delay system going
That's
on,
okay.
so it's really difficult.
We'll start
No
with January.
amendments to the January minutes.
Excellent. Are there any comments from members in terms of the minutes? I've got Councillor Bradford indicating.
So I'll wait. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
No, in February.
Okay. So in which case it looks like there are no amendments to the January minutes. What I'll do is ask if members could indicate in the chat if they do not agree with the minutes, so that we'll take them as read unless you indicate that there are any things that you wish to dissent from. I'm not seeing anything for that, so that we will take January as read, and I will sign those as such. We'll then move on to the February minutes. Is that what you wanted to indicate on, Councillor Bradford?
I'm going to declare an interest in the first application this morning, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, if you hold on for that, we'll come to that in a moment.
Right.
So we'll come to Mrs. Nicholson. Do you have any amendments to the minutes for February?
Thank you, Chairman. There is one small amendment on page 6 on item 87. Under the board RIP application, there is a line there that's missing a word. So it should say, however, it had not been built in line with the previous application.
Thank you. And Councillor Kingham?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. On the application for board rep, I declared an interest thinking that actually was in my ward, but in fact it was in the different ward. So I'm not sure whether I need to have declared an interest, but it is in the minutes.
That's fine. I'll take advice from Mrs. Nicholson. I think the minutes are there to record what happened, whether or not it was, whether you needed to declare it or not, as long as it was done. So yeah, I think I'm seeing Mrs. Nicholson nod. That's fine. Okay, I've then got Councillor Hendry.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Page 78, Barclays Bank. I declare an interest. Is that too early?
Yeah, it's too early.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, thank you.
We'll stick to the minutes first.
I heard Councillor Stuart Kingham there declaring, so I thought I'd better come forward. That was all.
No, he was just clarifying his declaration at the last meeting.
Sorry, I was in too quick. Sorry.
Don't worry. Okay, so the February minutes, we've got that one amendment that's been highlighted by Mrs. Nicholson. If we'll take those as a true and accurate record of that meeting, unless I see anything in the chat to the contrary. That's clearly carried, so we will sign those as a true and accurate record with that amendment. Moving on then to item 3 on the agenda, which is urgent business. I've not been made aware of any urgent business that isn't covered under our agenda today, so we can move on to item 4, which is public speaking time. For members of the public, for those of you who've registered to speak this morning, as I mentioned earlier, we'll take each application in turn. The officers will outline the background and detail of that application, and then we'll ask you to address the committee. If you will basically get you to enable your microphone so that we can hear you, and just to confirm that the microphone is working. You'll then have 3 minutes to address the committee. We will give you a 1-minute warning when there's a minute of the time left to go, and you should hear a bell. You should hear a bell. We're not hearing a bell at the moment.
I'm dinging me bell.
Excellent. It dings that time. So you'll hear a bell or something like that anyway. As I say, that's just a reminder that you've got 1 minute left to go. So if you can then obviously draw your comments to a conclusion before that minute expires, that would be much appreciated. If we move on then to declarations of interest, and Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the first application this morning, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I consulted with legal yesterday, and and they advised me if it's personal and prejudicial, so I should be leaving the first application. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've then got Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 78, the Barclays Bank, that's actually right behind my guest house. I have spoke to somebody, but very, very briefly. It was more a finger pointing exercise where I told them that they could put a comment on the portal, planning portal, and I told them that they can apply to listening to this meeting today. That was the extent of the conversation, so I don't, you want me to leave or stay?
I'll just confirm with Mr. Lehman. My understanding would be if it's purely information giving that Councillor Hendry has done and not discussed the application, that wouldn't give him an interest.
No, you haven't got an interest, Councillor Hendry.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
That brings us to Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Personal interest in Bridgewater applications on pages 30, 55 and 69 as a member of Bridgewater Town Council, but I haven't taken part in any discussions.
Thank you. And Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, a predetermination declaration on page 1. I'm a ward member and a member of North Petherton Town Council, but have taken no part in any discussion on it, though it was raised at a playing field meeting unexpectedly last night, and I left the room as soon as I could. I'm also acquainted with neighbours to the site who similarly to Councillor Hendry have raised it with me, and I have given them appropriate information and declined to comment further. So I consider both those to be personal but not prejudicial.
Okay, and just a clarification, it's a not. You were confirming a non-predetermination because
Sorry,
you've not
yes,
made
non-predetermination.
That's fine.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. I was missing a non.
No worries. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thanks. Declaration of interest for pages 30, 55 and 69, because I'm on Bridgewater Town Council and it's in my ward as well, Eastover. Thank you. But I've not taken any part in any discussions at all on these items. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just the same as the other Bridgewater Town Councillors, a personal interest. Took no part in any discussions regarding those applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy. At the moment, we
Hear
can't.
me, Chairman?
We could. We can now.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I'm very sorry. I was absent-minded. Just to declare that I am a member of Burnham and Sea Town Council, and therefore I have to declare that. But it's not in my ward, and I haven't had any discussions or attended any meetings. Just to let you know.
Thank you very much. My system is showing me that I've still got somebody who's got a hand. No, the hand has just disappeared. That's fine.
Bob, can I ask what page was that declaration for? From
page 78.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other declarations that any other members have? And again, if I could just check, is Councillor Facey with us as yet? No. Okay. So for members of the public, in terms of declarations of interest, it's important that you know if members have a background to an application. So you've heard a range of declarations today. Where you've had someone make a personal declaration, that basically means that they have maybe some background knowledge, but not to the point where it actually prejudiced their views. And on that basis, they declare it, it's recorded, but they can stay within the meeting and they can debate and decide on the application with the rest of the committee. Where you've heard a prejudicial interest declared, that means that potentially because of land ownings or knowledge of applicants or objectors, that a member may in fact be prejudiced or perceived to be prejudiced on an application. And on that basis, again, they declare it, it's recorded, but they will take no part in the debate and they will not be part of the vote. I've got an echo coming back if anyone can make sure they've got the mic turned off. Okay, no, it's still carrying on, but I'll do my best. Where you've heard a declaration of non-predetermination, we have a standing order within this committee, which basically is to make sure that members don't make up their minds before they come to the committee. So they can either be involved at the decision-making process, either at the town and parish level or at the district level. And where you've heard them declare non-predetermination, it basically means they've stepped back at that town and parish level and not being involved in the decision-making, so that they are open to come and make the decisions at this meeting. Had they made a decision at that earlier stage, it could be thought by people that they've already made up their mind and therefore they are predetermined, and that's where the declaration element comes in. So you've heard all the declarations today, so we now move on to the planning applications themselves. We'll turn in your papers, please, to page 1. We're within North Petherton, and Mrs. De Vries, I think you're introducing this one for us, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Hopefully everyone can see the opening slide.
Yep, cover screen is on.
Lovely, thank you very much. So the application before members this morning is Carrots Farm Shop at Bridgewater Road, North Petherton. It's an outline application for up to 20 dwellings with a new access or new access onto the A Road and associated works. The application is before members because North Petherton Town Council have objected on the application. They didn't consider that it complied with the local plan. They objected to the impact on the green buffer, raised concerns regarding overlooking and highway safety, and the layout indicating further development, the field parcel to the back, and considered it to be inappropriate reference to brownfield land and impact on a future extension for the cemetery. So the main considerations for this site is planning history, which I'll outline for members, principle of development, countryside around settlements, size and design, impact on heritage assets, highway considerations, impact on adjoining properties, impact on ecology, and flood risk and drainage. So this slide shows an aerial of the site, which lies to the north of and adjoins the settlement boundary for North Petherton. It lies to the south of Bridgewater, with North Petherton Bowling Club on the opposite side of the A38, just shown at the top of this image. Carrots Farm Shop has a circular access road into and around the site, and a number of modest buildings and structures, which are indicated by the red pin, and a parking and storage area on the northwest boundary, with a field parcel to the west. So these are the sort of outbuildings. This is the access track going around the site and back out to the existing access. This is the parking and storage area, and this is the additional field parcel to the rear. So this slide shows a view looking northwest and west into the site, with the bottom image clearly showing the adjoining residential properties. So these are the neighbouring properties that members can see, and this is a view of a couple of the existing structures, with the main farm shop sort of tucked behind this corner. The top image provides a view from the access point into the site, and the bottom image is a wider view of the site looking west. So, and it's important to note that the field in the foreground of this image is not part of the application. The site's behind the hedgerow running left to right. So this field parcel is not part of the application site. It's this area here up to this storage area, including these sort of outbuildings and structures. This is a view from the cemetery over the field to the rear, and showing the boundary edge of the site. So again, the edge of the site runs along this area here. This field parcel is not part of this current application. So in terms of planning history, there is a refused planning application. Application was submitted and refused under delegated powers in May last year for a significantly larger scheme that included the redevelopment of Carrots Farm and the adjoining greenfield land to the west. And it was refused on 4 grounds of refusal. So first, development being development of the site being contrary to policy S2 and CO1 due to the location of the site within the open countryside and the absence of any exceptional policies within the local plan that would support it. Impact on the countryside around settlements, allocation due to the scale of the development, impact on the adjoining cemetery as a heritage asset, which is just in this area here, and insufficient information in respect of archaeology. So this application is currently subject to an appeal, which is running alongside this planning application. As members will see through this slide, the solid green line is the settlement boundary for North Petherton, and the hatched green area forms the countryside around settlements allocation. The pink area to the south is an area of archaeological potential, and the orange area is protected recreational outdoor space. So the small image in the bottom right shows the extent of the countryside around settlements designation, subject to appropriate controls in respect of local impacts. Officers are satisfied that the scale of this development would not in itself result in a significant impact on the wider designation. The planning history is a material consideration for the determination of this application, and consideration has to be given to the material differences between the schemes. So this development has been reduced in scale. It's 20 dwellings and seeks to build on the eastern part of the site only, leaving the field to the west undeveloped. The previous application was submitted and considered as development in the countryside on a greenfield site. Through the planning history, there has been consent granted in 1986 for continued use of the site as a market garden, fruit, vegetable store, distribution business, including garaging of motor vehicles. This consent was not restricted to the sale of produce grown on site, and the supporting information has confirmed that over 80% of the produce sold on the site is imported. So additional information submitted with this application confirmed the list of produce that were brought onto site and subsequently sold, which includes compost, bottled gas, coal, pet food, condiments, logs and oak barrels and planters, and has therefore resulted in an unrestricted A1 retail use. As an A1 use, policy CO3, which relates to brownfield sites in the countryside, needs to be considered, as the proposal would be classed as brownfield. The previous application was not considered under the brownfield policy, as the use of the site was considered to be agricultural and horticultural, and the retail use of the site had not been considered as part of the other application. In addition, the other application also included the arable land to the west, which is clearly greenfield and currently in agricultural use. So policy C03 supports the principle of reuse or remodelling of existing sites for employment uses. The application was supported with a commercial availability and marketing viability report, which confirms currently there are over 240 acres of either open storage plots, potential commercial development land without planning consent, and commercial development land with planning consent available and being actively marketed. This provides potential commercial occupiers land to rent, land to buy as serviced and unserviced plots, and design and build options. Within half a mile of the application site, this includes Sedgemoor Auction Centre and adjacent the motorway junction, Bridgewater Gateway. Within Bridgewater and Highbridge, there's currently over 350,000 square feet of industrial development, ranging from design and build opportunities and 100,000 square feet units at Bridgewater Gateway, through to small second-hand 400 square foot workshops. In respect of viability, the current applicant is beyond retirement age and the business relies upon low-paid staff and has already diversified the retail element of the business in order to maintain current operations. The conclusion from Greenslade, Taylor and Hunt is that the existing site is not viable without significant capital expenditure, and given the location of the site adjoining residential properties and the wealth of alternative sites available for this, it's not likely to be forthcoming. The proximity of this site to adjoining residential properties is also a consideration, as development of this site as an economic use would be likely to result in a greater impact on neighbouring amenities. As such, officers are satisfied that residential only development can be justified on this site. The site also joins the settlement boundary for North Petherton and is therefore well related to the highest tier settlement and has an existing direct access onto the A38. The principle of the loss of the brownfield site to outline residential is acceptable in accordance with policy CO3, subject to the remaining concerns being addressed. So policy D31 states that development within designated areas will be justified where proposals are consistent with other policies and subject to a number of other objectives. These include use of hedgerows, trees and woodland to absorb the development into the landscape, maintain a pattern of development that links to the surrounding countryside, protect and enhance approach routes and significant views, and prevent coalescence. The application was supported with a landscape and visual impact assessment, which considered views from the public right-of-ways and key viewpoints which were agreed with the District Council's landscape officer. The topography of the site was also considered and the context of the site relative to the existing built development. So these are a couple of images from the landscape visual impact assessment. The top image is a view from the A38 nearer Bridgewater looking towards the site. As you can see, the development would sit in the context of the existing residential dwellings in North Petherton, with a gable elevation visible from this point. To the south, the bottom image, the site would appear to the rear and infilling a modest gap in the existing built form, and the west and north of the development would not be visible over the existing ridgeline. When the first application was submitted for the development into the field parcel to the rear, this would have resulted in development beyond this ridgeline. Views southwest of the site show the site adjoining the existing residential property and how the wider industrial development. The proposal would not appear to encroach on the rural character or appearance of the surrounding designation, whilst the application is in outline and the above layout is only indicative. To ensure compliance with Policy D31, Condition 2 secures green edges to the sites as indicated, and notwithstanding the lack of landscaping on the west boundary, this is also required a minimum of 3 metres in width. So due to the reduction in the scale of this site relative to the refused permission, the context of this site with the surrounding development, and subject to the recommended conditions to secure appropriate landscaping, officers and the landscape officer are satisfied that the development accords with other policies in the local plan, namely CO3 and Policy D31. In terms of comparison, the larger scheme would have seen the loss of 80% of the green wedge across the 2 field parcels, and the reduced scheme results in a loss of less than 30% of the green wedge across the 2 parcels. But this is balanced against the policy compliance with Policy CO3. Turning to impact on heritage assets, the site lies to the east of the cemetery and west of a listed farmhouse. The nearest part of the current development is in excess of 50 metres from the boundary of the cemetery. The site is also over 200 metres from the adjoining listed farm. The previous application extended to the west and immediately adjoined the cemetery along 2 boundaries, resulting in a significant and unacceptable impact on the setting of the heritage asset. Notwithstanding the indicative layout, a 3-metre landscape boundary to the west is conditioned to ensure the development would blend into the surrounding landscape and not adversely impact on the setting of the heritage asset. The Conservation Officer, as a result, is satisfied that the harm is less than substantial from the smaller scheme and can be mitigated with good proportioned living spaces, dwellings that reflect character of the local built vernacular, and by maintaining a clear space or clear vista through the development to enhance the new estate. This would all be subject to future applications, as this application is an outline application only. The South West Heritage Trust has also commented on potential impact on archaeology and is satisfied that this can be addressed by condition for this scheme. So this addresses all the previous reasons for refusal for the larger development. So moving on to other detailed matters that weren't sort of cause for objection on the larger scheme. Access to the site is a detailed matter for this application. Highways England were consulted and confirmed that the proposal would generate 9 two-way trips in the AM peak and 11 in the PM peak. Although given the existing use of the site, they were satisfied that the traffic impact of the development would not be severe and would not have an adverse impact on the safe and efficient operation of the strategic road network. The indicated road width and radii is considered sufficient for the development of this scale. Relative to the A38, and the internal layout would be subject to future applications. So whilst concern was raised by the Town Council regarding the highway impacts and by third parties, the potential impact on the cycleway this has not been supported by the highway authorities, and the latter point would be subject to detailed design sign-off to ensure safe access and crossing is provided. Moving on to neighbouring properties and potential impact, there's no immediately adjoining properties to the west, north or east of the site. The listed farmhouse is at distance from the site. Number 1 Bridgewater Road lies to the south and Holway to the southwest corner, with the indicative layout reflecting the setback of these properties. As they're located side to side or back to back with large garden areas, officers are satisfied that there's sufficient scope within the site to control impacts through future applications. But orientations, window positions and layouts are reserved matters for future applications. In terms of impact on archaeology, the outline application was submitted with an archaeological assessment which confirmed the surrounding trees and buildings do not support the potential for bat roosts, and previously impact on ecology was considered acceptable for the larger site, subject to a number of conditions. Concern was raised through the application regarding the age of the reports, resulting in the proposed mitigation potentially being out of date. And concerns raised by neighbouring property regarding potential impact on newts that hadn't previously been considered. Government guidance does allow local planning authorities to condition further reports to secure appropriate mitigation where there can be a delay between the consent and the commencement on site, which is this case with the application due to the outline nature. So this matter will therefore be addressed through conditions. As such, a number of additional conditions were proposed, which include a requirement to review, amend and update the reports and mitigation measures in respect of any new ecological impacts, particularly with respect to any change of impacts on bats or great-crested newts, given any time delay. A licence from Natural England in respect of newts is already secured through condition 23, and landscape and ecological management plan was secured by condition 22, although the wording is proposed to be amended. Lighting design for bats is secured by condition 24, and legal protection of bats and badgers has been imposed as informatives, and the biodiversity net gain condition proposes different wording to that currently drafted in condition 27, and is therefore proposed to be amended. Subject to these changes, the ecology officer is satisfied with the smaller application and recommends the conditions as run through. In respect of flood risk and drainage, the application site's located outside of flood risk, being within flood zone 1. The supporting flood risk assessment confirms that the site's surface water could be dealt with through the swales and then discharged into the surrounding land drain network at an agreed rate. The FRA includes management details which are considered acceptable given the outline nature of the application, and a surface water drainage condition is imposed. It's condition 20 on the list of conditions at the end of the document. So the planning history for the site is a material consideration for this application, although the previous reasons and the differences between the two schemes results in a different policy consideration for this application. The previous use of the site has been established, and the reduction in footprint of the development now only seeks to develop the brownfield site within the countryside, which is a fundamental difference to the larger application that was refused, and there is policy support for this approach. The countryside around settlements policy also allows development that is justified under other policies. It's considered that the retention of a significant area of open space on the southern roadside boundary will retain key elements of the strategic gap in this location, whilst the reduction in the size to omit the western field parcel protects this part of the gap, as well as minimising the impact on the heritage assets. Scale of development is considered to be appropriate given the edge of settlement location, and layout, materials and detailing will be subject to detailed consideration through future applications. There's no objection from the highway authorities, and direct impact on neighbours again would be subject to detailed consideration in future applications. Ecology and flood risk are covered by conditions, and therefore this smaller application is supported by policies in the local plan and recommended for approval, subject to the amendments of the conditions as set out and securing appropriate obligations through 106. So I'll pass to members for debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You'll see that we have a number of speakers on this application this morning. So if we could start with Richard Anthony, please. Could you enable your microphone and just confirm that it's working for us, please?
Yes, good morning. I don't know if people can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. So just again to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee, and you'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute of that time left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you. These are the objections. There's been no detailed case offered or presented as to why such a development should be permitted on a dedicated green wedge area outside the planning boundaries of North Petherton. The democratically approved community plan is being ignored, and approval for this development mocks the need for such a plan. Number two, terminology used claims the site is a brown site, which has not been democratically recognised. It should, as a green site in the Sedgemoor plan, not be considered for any residential development. The vast majority of the site is viable horticultural cropping land. 3. There are large housing developments to the west of the town, and another at the eastern end of the town would open the gateway to the coalescence with Bridgewater. Contrary to the Sedgemoor 2011 plan, the development would ride roughshod over agreed policies in numerous ways. 4. The Ecological Survey to support the application did not report the full picture of the site, did not include any interviewing of the nearby local residents, is inaccurate and an inadequate representation of the site status. 5. Documented history of this area shows the site may be of archaeological interest with medieval connections and even earlier Roman or Saxon occupation and activity. But this has not been investigated, thus ignoring the requirements of D26 Historic Environment of Sedgemoor 2011 plan. 6. Neighbouring properties were specifically purchased by residents knowing that the site was protected from planning by the green areas. The high density development will negatively affect all aspects of the residences in Sedgemoor 2011 Policy D25, protecting residential amenity states, impacts on unacceptable residential amenity will not be supported. 7. The site is actively used during daytime working hours, but the night periods are quiet. High-density housing would give rise to 24-hour usage, increasing disturbance such as light, noise, pollution, which negatively impact the residents in the community. 8. The high-density development is out of character with the appearance of the town and majority of houses. The development will lead to more traffic problems, to an over-congested A38 road, which is unable to support the traffic flow if the M5 is shut. It will reduce the safety of the cycle path, public's views of the countryside, and act as a gateway to the erosion of the green belt. 9. The launch of this current application has been targeted to coincide with the period when public gatherings to enable open forums are legally prohibited, as are pubs and clubs, which enable social discussion through gossip on local matters. Support offices for advice have skeletal support with limited function. Timelines for planning consultation have not been adjusted to compensate for this, resulting in a biased advantage to the pro-plan view and to the detriment of the more numerous anti-plan residents, some of whom may be ignorant of the plan, but who could participate and vote. Legal restrictions and prohibition of democratic process prevails. Residents believe that numerous better options for site enhancement, protection of residents' environments, and community benefit have not been fully explored and investigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and certainly well within time. Our next speaker is Linda Hyde. Again, Linda Hyde, if you could make sure your microphone is on so we can see that we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. You'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute of your 3 to go, so please start when you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Linda Hyde and I'm representing North Petherton Town Council this morning. This is a unique site just outside the original settlement of North Petherton, designated in the Sedgemoor local plan as a protected green wedge. With far-reaching views and bordered to the northwest by the beautiful peaceful town cemetery with its historic twin chapels, it's a much-loved and rather quirky public amenity with its very long history of horticulture and its produce being sold from the little old wooden farm shop. In very recent years, as Mr. Carrot has known to be looking towards retirement, the vegetable growing and polytunnels have been scaled back. The vegetable garden at the front has been laid to labour-saving grass, and there's been some diversification of produce sold in the shop, such as gardening supplies, in response to local demand. However, it's very difficult to see how this can possibly be considered a brownfield site. Before any final decision is made, I would urge the committee to make a site visit to this unique and very special setting. As Dawn has described, this is the second planning application for the site. In 2020, there was an application to build 39 houses across the whole site. This was rejected by the planning officers largely because of issues laid out in policies D31 and CO3 of the local plan. This current application is for a very similar development, but covering just half of the site, leaving potential with its proposed road layout for the further development proposed last year. Looking at the reasons for refusal last year and now those recommending to support this application, it appears that there has been a professional disagreement between the two separate planning officers involved in each case, as they have interpreted the same local plan policies differently, particularly policy D31, which considers countryside around settlements. Planning officer, I could actually go into details about that, but I won't. Policy CO3 of the local plan provides for development of brownfield sites within the countryside. The town council disagrees that Carrots is realistically a brownfield site in the spirit of the policy CO3. There's no further need of housing locally. The required numbers are already being catered for in the pockets of land designated in the local plan. This is an important green space in what is rapidly becoming the urban sprawl of North Petherton, Bridgwater. There are known issues about safe access onto the A38 as the access is on a slight bend. There are other options for the future of this beautiful green site, which would be of benefit to the community, including the extension to the cemetery and possible allotments, leisure and sports facilities.
Have full time on you there, but
Yes,
thank you very much.
fine.
That's 3
Thank
minutes.
you, I had finished. Thank you.
Thank you, excellent, thank you. Our last speaker is Guy Wakefield. Mr. Wakefield, if you could just confirm that your microphone is working, please.
Hello there. Can I just check that it is working? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. If again, just to remind you, you'll hear the bell go when you've got a minute left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in relation to the outline planning application seeking the redevelopment of a brownfield site to develop up to 20 dwellings with the required 15% affordable housing at the edge of North Petherton. The applicant has worked closely with officers to deliver a scheme as policy compliant, which is reflected in the committee report before you and the officer's recommendation for approval. In coming to this conclusion, officers recognise the legal advice obtained by the applicant demonstrates the application site does constitute previously developed land, and that the principle of its redevelopment into residential use is acceptable, alongside the justification submitted to demonstrate that residential development is the most suitable use for the site.
Mr. Wakefield, could I just pause you for 1 moment? And again, if we could stop the clock, please. We are having a little bit of trouble with your sound. It's quite muffled. Is there any way that you can try and either get a little bit closer to the microphone or try and speak up if you can? But I will try again.
Is that any better? Is that any better?
Yes, that is certainly better than it was. So again, could I just check with Mrs. Nicholson how much time we've got to go, please?
Thank you, Chairman. All I've got is 40 seconds gone.
Okay.
2 minutes 17 left.
Excellent. So again, if you'd like to carry on, or would you prefer to start from the beginning?
No, I won't do that. I will carry on.
Okay, that's fine. And you'll hear the bell go when there's the minute left to go. But as I say, if you can try and keep your voice up, because it was a little bit muffled for members of the public to hear.
Okay, if you can hear me, is that any better now if I speak up?
That's certainly better than it was, but it's still a little bit. But so try and keep it as clear as you can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So moreover, the site is considered to be in a sustainable location for development, sitting at the edge of North Petherton, a Tier 1 settlement that contains a range of services and facilities and that has direct access to a primary road, Hierarchy, and Bridgwater, which is just to the north. Its location to the north of this village avoids traffic travelling through it to potentially access Bridgwater and the M5. The submission of this application follows a previous application, as you've heard, which sought outline consent for up to 39 dwellings, but was subsequently refused by the council as the proposals failed to meet the exceptions set out in the local plan. It is considered that the revised application has addressed the previous reasons for refusal as set out by the case officer by reducing the site size and therefore the amount of development proposed. This has resulted in the proposals being contained to one half of the site, with additional planting along the northern boundary and development being set back further from the front of the site. Overall, we consider this outline application accords with the council's spatial strategy by delivering 20 new homes, including 3 affordable homes on a brownfield site that is sustainably located and that accords with all relevant planning policies contained within the local plan. The site's redevelopment is sustainable in its own right through utilising and making the most efficient use, as required by planning policy, of a previously developed site. We therefore hope that you'll be able to support the officer's recommendation to approve as set out in the committee report. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And sorry for the interruption, but it certainly was much clearer.
No problem. Thank you for clarifying. Cheers.
Okay. Right, before I come to members, obviously within the comments that have been made by speakers, certainly reference has been made to the policy constraints and the issues relating to brownfield, greenfield. So whether we could come to Mr. Tate for your comments first, and then we'll be looking to come to Mrs. De Vries and then on to members.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify, there was a suggestion that there was a difference in interpretation of the local plan between the two applications. I think we need to fundamentally look at the difference between the application which has been refused, which was considered as a greenfield site. It had no policy support, and therefore there was no justification under the strategic gap green wedge policy to enable development to come forward in that area. This application, given the additional information regarding the existing use, is identified as a brownfield site. Again, it's important, I think, to understand that the definition of brownfield is set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, and that is land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure, including the curtilage of the development land and any associated fixed surface infrastructure. I've had the opportunity to just have a brief calculation, and in terms of the application site, over 60% of it is previously developed with structures and fixed infrastructure. And the definition I just read out would also include the remaining curtilage. When we looked at the previous application, less than 20% of it was brownfield, which is why it wasn't considered under that policy. And that is a fundamental difference in how we therefore interpret and look at the policy context, because as a brownfield site in the countryside, policy CO3 does give support for residential development. And if we look at the policy for the green wedge and strategic gap, again, important to note, it isn't a green belt policy. It doesn't restrict development. It doesn't, and when we went for examination, that was a very key point and in discussion. What it seeks to do, though, is to retain where possible, to control, to ensure a separation, but it is subject to other policies in the plan. We have to read the plan as a whole. So CO3 gives policy support as a brownfield site for this proposal, a fundamental difference to the previous proposal. And the countryside around settlements is not a green belt policy that resists all development. And if we look in the immediate vicinity, we can see that in the sense that a significant amount of development in this area has been justified on the basis of other policies. So we have the Regional Agricultural Business Centre, we've got the bowling club almost across the road, and we've got an allocated site just well to the north of the Gateway Business Park. All development within that strategic gap, all supported overall by that policy. So I think it's very important that members are aware the strategic gap policy is not a restriction on development per se, where it's consistent with other policies in the plan. So as I say, there hasn't been any difference in interpretation. The two proposals very different. The impacts very different. The larger proposal doubling the size, significantly increasing the amount of the impact on the strategic gap, and very importantly having very significant impacts as well on the adjoining heritage assets, as opposed to this application roughly half the size, which is, as I say, according to the definition and the advice that has been provided and the additional information regarding the previous use of the site, is classified as brownfield in planning terms. So hopefully that's just sort of clarifies that that key difference and why, from a principal point of view, there is support for this application, and it is consistent with policies in the council's adopted local plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. De Vries, and then I'll come to Councillor Evans. So, Mrs. De Vries.
Thank you. I think the only thing I really want to add to what Nick Tate's pointed out in terms of just using this slide in terms of context, the size of the previous application included this area to the back along here and adjoining the cemetery along this boundary, and to this area. Apologies. Apologies, I have a cat that meows very loudly occasionally. The current application is this area of land to the front here. So this is the extent of the current application now. The previous one included this additional land parcel to the back that adjoins the cemetery in these areas. So this parcel to the back is definitely agricultural, definitely greenfield, would have definitely been viewed as greenfield development under the previous application. This one, with the addition of the planning history, consideration of the planning history and the conditions, is a retail use by definition. So it does make it brownfield, which is where policy CO3 kicks in. But I'm happy to listen to any further questions and provide any further clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got 3 councillors who've indicated to speak so far, Councillors Revens, Pearce and then Hendry. So if we start with Councillor Revens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just first of all, I forgot to mention in my declaration of interest, I'm also a committee member at the cricket club, which is across the road. Forgive me for my oversight on mentioning that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think in order to support this application, you have to simultaneously accept that this is defined in the local plan as countryside, and it's also defined as brownfield. And I think that's where I have a difficulty, in that when the countryside around settlements boundary was drawn up and that area of green was shaded in, it was clearly considered to be countryside. And although I accept that there is under policy an allowance to build in the countryside around settlements policy, at the same time we are defining it as brownfield. So clearly it can be interpreted in both ways, possibly. And the phrase that I highlighted in the officer report was there need to be overriding policy justifications for building on this site. First of all, if we take policy CO3, which is the brownfield in the countryside policy, this policy allows the use of sites for redevelopment where it's not viable or suitable for other purposes. And I've read the Greenslade-Taylor report with interest, and it talks about the other industrial sites that might be available for purchase or for rent in the area. And you know, it's interesting that when Bridgewater Gateway and the Rural Business Centre came for planning permission, we were told that there wasn't enough of these sites available, and now there's a few years later too many. But I also note with interest that there is no comment on whether this has been marketed in terms of its current usage. I believe that had this been marketed as a market garden or a retail farm shop, there may well have been opportunity for somebody to purchase this and run or rent it and run a similar business to the one that Carrots has had over the years. So under policy CO3, it requires that this is demonstrated, and I believe the report just asserts it without evidence that the existing use could be maintained through the sale or rental of this site. There are also alternative uses. Councillor Hyde mentioned the possibility of further allotment space, of further cemetery space. I'm also very aware that the football club is in North Petherton is looking to purchase a property. In terms of its farm shop usage, I'm very intrigued to then go on and read policy CO4, which is a policy that gives us that's in favour of giving allocation to farm shops in the countryside. I do wonder if these are going to be interpreted as brownfield sites in future, whether we're possibly opening up a loophole for residential development by starting up a farm shop, and then it goes under, and then you can build some houses on it, which concerns me. Moving on to policy D31, the concern I have with this policy is around the bullet point where it talks about preventing the coalescence of adjacent settlements, which is one of the criteria that's listed in it. If we look at the overall map of this area, on the eastern side of the A38 on Taunton Road, we now have development pretty much consistently from what the parish boundary of Bridgwater through to the bowling club on the opposite side of the road, with the rural business centre and all the developments that's taken place from Showground Road and behind there. And on the western side, we have consistent development with Stockmore up to the roundabout, Bridgwater Gateway, and then the Premier Inn up to just short of this area. So when I look at both sides in context about coalescence between the settlement boundary of Greater Bridgwater, and I appreciate the bulk of what I've described is in North Petherton Parish, but within Bridgwater settlement boundary, if we get consent to this, we will only have a very narrow gap on both sides of the road. And on the map that's displayed on your screen, that map is between where the gas governing facility is on Park Lane and the entrance to Carrots, which I would estimate as being certainly less than 100 yards. Is this not coalescence? Is this not exactly what the countryside around settlement policy D31 is designed to prevent? If you read the text around it, it is clear that this is defined as countryside around settlements in order to prevent this coalescence between the two settlements of Bridgwater and North Petherton in planning terms. By consenting development on this site, we are going clearly against policy D31. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. de Vries, are you able to address the issues that have been raised?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the viability and suitability of the potential use or reuse of this site as an economic development site, which is what the policy sets out, the application was supported by a report by Greenslade, Taylor and Hunt, which does say, were it possible to obtain consent for change of use of the property to commercial use, the site would need to be redevelopment involving considerable capital expenditure. And given there's ample supply of land and buildings in the area allocated for employment uses, it wasn't, in their reasonable opinion, considered to be a prospect for this site. So in conclusion, they said that the site, their view was the site has reached the end of its viable use as a farm shop, and in their opinion did not offer a viable opportunity for a potential buyer. The site hasn't been marketed, but given the independent appraisal by Greenslade, Taylor and Hunt, which did conclude that it wasn't considered a viable alternative for the site, and particularly given the range of employment allocated sites and commercial buildings within a stone's throw of this site, offering more suitable locations, and particularly given the constraints of this site with the adjoining residential property, officers were satisfied with the information that came in regarding the report from Greenslade, Taylor and Hunt regarding the viability or suitability of the reuse of this site. In terms of policy CO4, which was the farm shop policy, the original consent on the site for this site as a farm shop was 1986. In 1986, the conditions were not quite so robust as what they are at the moment. There is a lot of case law in terms of nurseries becoming retail uses because of the percentage of produce that are bought on site. So within the sort of appeal decisions and enforcement cases that have been quashed historically, if you get over about 20% of imported goods, it becomes a retail use rather than a farm shop use. So if we are consenting farm shops in rural locations, we do have to be very careful about how we condition them and how prescriptive those conditions are to make sure we don't end up in this situation. If they're not controlled adequately by condition, it would result in unrestricted retail uses in the countryside, which puts us back to a brownfield site in the countryside. But I would like to suggest that currently we are better at conditioning things now than we were in 1986. And in terms of coalescence, D31, obviously we did refuse the last scheme that was twice as large as this one. This application was supported with a landscape and visual impact assessment. I'm just seeing if I can get a couple of the slides up for you. So one of the things we would be looking at in terms of coalescence and infilling of this green gap is it appropriate? I think the previous condition here. So the countryside around settlements isn't a restrictive condition by default. It doesn't say absolutely no development. It says development where they're consistent with other policies. So because of CO3, because of the compliance with CO3, there is in principle support subject to compliance with the criteria of the condition. So the criteria of the condition is use of hedgerows, trees, woodland, maintaining pattern of development and protecting and enhancing approach routes and significant views and preventing coalescence. So in terms of protection and enhancement of views and routes and appearance in terms of wider countryside, the LVIA did show the site in context with the surrounding residential properties, and again from this view in context with the surrounding residential properties. So it wasn't considered that the impact of this site would result in a significant detrimental impact in terms of this policy. And in terms of ensuring that this view and the view of coalescence between North Petherton and Bridgewater was protected, that's the reason for the setback across the front here and the landscape buffer to here. And there's also a requirement for a landscape buffer along this edge as well, all set out in condition 2, which is before members. There was concern noted by a number of people in terms of the layout and potential for this to be a further access to future phases of development. The layout is not set by this application. This road layout is not agreed. There is a requirement for a landscape buffer along this edge 3 metres wide. So there's no risk from this application in terms of consenting the principle of the land parcel to the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my point remains that the Greenslade Taylor Hunt independent report does not give consideration for the existing use. It gives consideration for alternative uses, and those are limited to commercial and not community. In terms of policy D31, it is a specific bullet point to prevent that coalescence. And I don't believe that the point that I raised around the built form coalescence would now be between Park Lane and the entrance to Carrots would be the only clear gap between the settlement of Bridgewater and North Petherton. If this is not preventing coalescence, I'm really not sure how how many millimeters does coalescence cover?
Thank you. I've got a number of other councillors who wish to comment. I've got councillors Pearce, Hendry and Bolt. So Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Evans covered a lot of the points I was going to raise. I would say that we have been asked over the years to absorb so much housing, and told that because it's in the local plan, really it's you know, the strength of the case is there, and now to find an application that comes within land that within the local plan, which is our guide, which is a strategic gap, is a concern. And so much hangs around this designation of the land, or the Carrots land and business. And within the report, within the verbal report, it's been stated that 80 to 90% of produce is brought onto site. And I'd just like to sort of drill that down a little bit in finding out, is there a criteria for importation of goods? For example, within the list within the report, it includes condiments, honey and jam. Well, I know for a fact that that the jam that's sold at Carrots is Auntie Anne's preserves, which are made in North Petherton. So that comes about sort of a a mile away. And whilst we perceive imported goods to be those trundling down the motorway in a great big lorry, all pre-packaged, there's obviously a great deal of difference between imported goods. So is there a difference between is there a sort of a radius in which goods are deemed to be imported or not, or is it anything that comes on site? Because for that site, there are so few places where you can go and see the vegetables and the flowers growing in the fields and they're for sale in the adjoining shop. You know, that's my frustration and understanding the 80 to 90% that's been said is imported. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to Mr. DeVries and then Mr. Tate for a comment on the policy aspect. Mrs. DeVries.
Lovely, thank you. In terms of importing goods, effectively anything grown on site can be sold on site. That would be an ancillary sort of farm shop use. Anything brought into the site, doesn't matter where from, is an imported good. So within the list, I think we had coal, logs, gas fires, and condiments. But in terms of the percentage of retail sales from the site, the majority of it comes from stuff brought into the site rather than stuff grown on the site. Within the case law research that I've been doing for nursery buildings, so it's a nursery where they grow plants, they sell the plants, where they're selling more than 20% of the stuff that they grow on site from external products, that ends up becoming a retail use. So the percentage is really, really low in terms of, they could only be selling 20%. It would still be classed in accordance with all the research I've done, an A1 retail use. But this one, they're getting revenues back from about 80%. So it's very definitely a retail use in the countryside. And just going back to an earlier point, the policy test for CO3 is not, they don't need to market the site. They need to demonstrate that it's not viable or not suitable, which officers are satisfied they've done through the report they've done. They don't have to market it. It is a way to demonstrate it, but they don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you. Just a little bit of further information on the designation under D31, the countryside around settlements. That policy, which was subject to quite detailed and extensive discussion at the local plan examination, and the designation is supported by evidence-based countryside around settlements document, which is part of the evidence base, which is on our website. But in terms of this particular area, it did conclude, and at the time it concluded, that it might be possible to accommodate the housing developments promoted through the SHLA if the need is justified and the design is respectful of the visual relationship. So, and in terms of the sites being promoted through the SHLA, that included this application site and indeed the entirety of the site on the other side of the A38, bounded by is it Park Lane and the edge of North Petherton. So actually a much larger settlement, which site, which would have effectively on that southern side would have seen development abut to the recreational uses to the north. So in terms of that detailed assessment, that was undertaken by our environmental planner, and as I say, subject to debate of examination. The justification and the policy accepted that actually development of the current site could be accommodated, say, if justified by other policies in the local plan, without undermining the function of policy D31. So, and that was the evidence in front of the inspector. And again, it's really important to reiterate, policy D31 is not a greenbelt policy. It's not a policy which restricts development, has certain functions, but in order to, but it, at the end of the day, it is very clear that development where it's consistent with other policies in the local plan and therefore meets the criteria can come forward. And the key issue here is it's consistent therefore with the brownfield in the countryside policy, CO3. So just a little bit more background, and there was a lot of detailed assessment of the function of the views and of the role that this area took. And in coming to that conclusion, it certainly it concluded that development could be accommodated here without undermining that function.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Just before you finish, particularly for members of the public, could you just clarify, because you mentioned SHLA a couple of times?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Just what that is.
Sorry. Horrible acronyms. That's Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment, and it basically is a process where sites, we actually ask for potential development sites to come forward when we're undertaking a local plan, and indeed continue to do so. And those sites are assessed. They're not necessarily allocated. And in the case of North Petherton, ultimately other sites were promoted. And in particular, this site, the Carrot site at the time, wasn't progressed through the local plan because it wasn't actively being promoted to us. It had been put forward in 2013, but was at the time of the local plan, it wasn't being actively promoted. But it was, as I say, it was considered, this and the site on the other side, as potential development sites when we were undertaking that evidence base.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of other councillors who've indicated so far, so it's Councillors Hendry and Bolt. So Councillor Hendry first.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and the case officer for the presentation. If I could just ask the case officer, John De Vries, one quick question before I go any further. How are we for our LAP for the children on the site? Do we have one allocated, or is there going to be one, or what?
As in education?
A local area of play.
Oh, a local area of play is set out within the header terms. So just ahead of the conditions, if you have a look at the report, there's a section that sets out what we would be putting in a 106, so a legal agreement.
Okay.
So they are required to provide one as part of the legal agreement, but the layout isn't confirmed through this development, but it would be included as part of any future application.
I obviously missed that as I was looking through. A few points there. The statutory consultees is one thing I always look for immediately. Actually on board with this, nobody's got any objection on that front at all. As we noted, the indicative plans showing the layout have to be dealt with in a reserved matters application, which will come later, so that's the way that is. Just moving on to a couple of policies for the moment. Our own policy D1 states very clearly, when considering proposals, the council will take a positive approach in favour of a development contained in the NPPF. That brings this one actually up to level with that, I'm sure. Policy D2 seeks to achieve high quality design which responds to the identity of the area and be of a design that makes the most use of land. Well, you're very clear that are making the most use of land as put forward on this application. That's for all to see. Policy D19, landscape and AONB, it doesn't really come into this at all. So there's, as I can see, there's no problem or consequences there. So, okay, I'll let somebody else speak for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question, if I could, following on from Councillor Hendry's comment about the LAP, the local area of play. Obviously, on the front of this site, there is the green space that's there to make sure that it doesn't become cluttered with development. Could I just confirm in terms of the location of the LAP, we haven't got that yet, but would the expectation be that that would not form part of that green area, because obviously play equipment in itself would be an element of clutter?
Yeah, the expectation is condition 2 sets out the minimum widths of this sort of buffer strip to the front. This is required in terms of landscaping and to ensure an appropriate visual impact in terms of the green wedge and countryside round settlements policy. With areas of play, there will be an expectation it will be in this area somewhere, but because we haven't got the details of it, it's an obligation that will be secured by 106, but it'll be subject to debate when it comes in. But the preference would be to keep it away from this area in the interest of landscape, but also it's not preferable to have small children, particularly close to the A road.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bolt.
Good morning, thank you. Just clarification, there's an appeal in at the moment. What is the the appeal, I'm a little bit confused. Is it about the whole of this site being brownfield, retail, or whatever? Because, yeah, thank you. Because depending on what the results of the appeal come back as, surely that will define whether or not this can be built on.
Mrs. DeVries?
In terms of the original application was not supported with any argument that there was any sort of previously developed nature of the site or any exceptional policies. The previous application was submitted on the assumption that it was greenfield and horticultural land and it was in the countryside, but development of housing delivery quite well related to a sustainable settlement was, in their argument, good enough to justify development of this site for 39 houses. We resisted that because, you know, from our opinion, it's outside the settlement boundary. There weren't at that point any exceptional policies identified to justify it, and because of the scale of the site, the majority of the site was greenfield, so the same policy weighting couldn't be set out for this one. They have submitted a legal opinion with this application, which does confirm that the front end of the site is previously developed, which I'm sure they would use in the argument for the appeal, but the appeal also includes the field parcel to the west, which is not previously developed, it is greenfield. So their argument for the appeal would be that part of the site is previously developed, the site's well related to the settlement boundary, the site delivers housing and these other benefits, and those benefits outweigh the impacts against our policies. But we refused the previous one, particularly also because of the impact on the cemetery and the listed buildings surrounding the site. So the cemetery and the peace and tranquility you can expect to have when visiting a cemetery. There's a listed farmhouse at distance from this site, but also because of the development to the west, the ridge sort of runs high, I think roughly this location. So the roof lines of these units, because of the field parcels to the west, would have been visible from sort of north and northwest of the site, whereas this site, where it's just this front end of the site, isn't going to be visible over the ridge line to the back.
Councillor Bolt?
Yeah, all it is, as we know, once planning permission's been given, it can't be taken away. We've got an outstanding issue at appeal. Should we not be waiting for that to come back to see if there's any relevant observations within that appeal decision that should be considered?
I've got Mrs. DeVries, and then I think, does Mr. Howlett wish to come in as well? I think so. Mrs. DeVries.
Thank you. I think the two applications are fundamentally different, and making a determination on this one wouldn't adversely affect the appeal, in my opinion, because the appeal site includes greenfield land, which would take it outside of the policy balance that we're applying for this case. So whilst they may, I guess the strength to the appellant, if we approve this site, would be that we are formally accepting that the front end of the site is previously developed, but that is the case based on the history and the conditions and the use. So I'm fully comfortable that the front end of the site is previously developed land and would comply with CO3. The west field parcel wouldn't, and we wouldn't make the same planning balance for the west, and the impact on the surrounding heritage values and the countryside around settlement allocation as a result of the larger development is significantly different from the smaller scheme that's before members for consideration at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Howlett.
I think Dawn's just explained it. I think, you know, a case of members dealing with what's in front of them, and the appeal process is a separate entity. We obviously have to make our decisions, recommendations based on the facts of each individual case, and this case is a very different scheme to what it will be put in front of the inspector in terms of the larger scheme, and in our view does address those issues. So it's very much a case of not, you know, dealing with them as separate issues. You know, although the planning history is material, the fact there's an appeal process going on isn't really material to the decision today. The decision has to be based on how this scheme fits the policies that we say it does.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, the land to the west is owned by the same people, yes?
Yes.
And also, again, clarification from my point of view, there's got to be no proof that this isn't a going concern as a business. Is that correct?
I think, Mrs. DeVries, you've just muted yourself.
Sorry.
People do
Apologies.
that to me all the time.
The policy test, so policy CO3 does say it needs to be not viable or suitable, because it encourages an economic use in the first instance. So if you're looking at a loss of an economic use in the countryside, we try and replace it with an economic use in the countryside, and we need to be satisfied if we're losing the use that it's not not viable or suitable. From the information submitted as part of the Green Society Taylor Hunt report, it's a gentleman who's past retirement age who's been relying on low-paid or voluntary members of the staff to continue to operate the business as currently operating. And as a professional review, they didn't consider that the site was viable for an economic use without significant investment. And given the range of other more appropriate sites, even within less than half a mile of this site, they didn't consider it viable or sort of suitable for an economic use. And the other consideration is, as a brownfield site, if you were reusing it for an economic use, you would have to be really sensitive for the neighbours, because economic uses and residential properties don't always marry up very nicely. Residential to residential usually have comparable impacts to each other.
Yeah, sorry, just so we're not saying, when we're saying other use, it doesn't actually have to be another market garden or whatever else you want to classify this as. It can be any retail use. Is that correct?
Any economic use, so it doesn't even have to be retail. It could be any use, but with the report where they've considered other economic uses, there is a range of other facilities not far from this site which would be a lot more suitable than this location.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members, please? I think, yes, we've got Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? I think it's a bit of a sound problem, yeah. As always, with these things, we're only allowed to look at and deal with what's on the table in front of us, which is this here just now. We cannot dictate to somebody who's had a market garden, market shop, whatever the case may be, that he has to try and sell it as a going concern to do exactly that again. That's not what's on the table. It's this here right now. On that, and the plans that were put forward before, they'd been rejected, fine, everything's made smaller. So again, it just comes back to, we're not dealing with the plans from yesterday. It's what's here right now. I personally don't have a problem with this, and on that basis, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
And just to confirm, that's for a delegated permission with the amended conditions as outlined by.
Yes, of course. Yes, I just took that for granted, but yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's really to have clarification about the brownfield designation, because Nick Tate mentioned that policy consideration was that there was 60% of this area that was previously been developed, and also 20% curtilage, which would take you up to the 80%. So is the actual horticultural area, which would be where they'd be growing the vegetables, included under the previously developed area? Because looking at the actual site that you've got there now, 60 or 80% of it being developed seems quite a large area. He also mentioned about the SLA sites. It's already been, it was brought forward. But I understand that was under the D4 policy, which doesn't really exist. And I think the actual affordable housing under that would be far greater than the, I think it's just 3% that's actually put forward on this development, 3 out of 20, which is 15% low cost housing. That's my first question. My second question, somebody mentioned about the archaeological value of this site, and I noticed that that hasn't been conditioned, and I just wondered why not, because I know it is quite an interesting area. Thank you.
Thank you. If we start with Mrs. De Vries, and then I'll come to Mr. Tate, also on the policy side.
Thank you. I'll try and answer this question, but Nick might answer it a bit more competently because obviously he's done the figures on this one. In terms of previously developed or the sort of brownfield bit of the site, obviously as you go in, there's an access track that goes all the way around. So the access track would be classed as brownfield as part of the access. You've got a storage and parking area in this location and all down to hardcore. So that would all be previously developed. And then there's a number of structures and outbuildings in this location as well. So all of that would be previously developed. And then within the definition, as Nick set out earlier, if you have a previously developed site, it does include its curtilage as well. So you would also count the centre area, but Nick will be able to better inform how he's got the 60%. In terms of the sort of percentage of affordable housing, if it's brownfield land in the countryside, the policy requirement is 15%, which is 3 dwellings. So it's 15% and 3 dwellings, which is set out to be secured through the 106. So it would be a policy compliant provision of affordable housing on the site. I think the reference was to previous policies that might have required, if you're delivering exceptional housing sites, potentially you can deliver 40% affordable housing. But that policy doesn't relate to tier 1 settlements. So it's a policy compliant provision for the policies we're currently viewing the site under, and the 40% doesn't relate to this particular site. And there was one more, the archaeology condition. There is a condition on there, it's called a WSI. So if I tell you what condition number it is, the WSI is conditioned as condition 8 on the list of conditions. Steve Membry, who is our archaeological officer, was happy subject to a condition. So the condition is number 8, which requires a written scheme of investigation that covers the archaeology. So they need to do some digs, look at the archaeology, record it, and then sort of present that information to us for sign off.
Thank you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Probably not a huge amount to add because it has been explained how I calculated the that's basically, I'm not going to say it's 100% accurate. I'm using aerial photographs and measuring it from a mapping system, but that's exactly it. I included all of what could be classified as previously developed or associated infrastructure, just to give an indication that actually 60% of this site would include was brownfield in itself. And the definition, of course, also includes curtilage. And just for comparison, because of to demonstrate the difference, when you make exactly the same calculation but add in the additional field that's being outlined, the greenfield site to the west, that balance drops to only 20%. Because obviously it's almost double the size of site, and you're bringing in wholly greenfield. So that is why there is a marked difference in the appeal site, which is considered as greenfield in the countryside with no policy support, versus this current application, which the definition, the brownfield definition, is accepted, and therefore CO2 prevails. There was mention of the SLAR, I think, in the question, and as I say, when we were looking at sites in and around North Petherton to allocate to meet part of our strategic housing need, the reason this site wasn't looked at in detail was, as I mentioned at that time, the owners, although they'd made it, they put a submission into the strategic housing land availability assessment, they weren't at the time of the plan preparation promoting it. Clearly, in terms of our overall philosophy of the local plan, we do seek to maximise development on brownfield sites wherever possible. But as I say, it wasn't being promoted heavily at the time, so it wasn't subject to a detailed assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Glassford and then Councillor Kingham. So Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to second Councillor Henry's proposal with the agreed conditions to go along with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kingham.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was going to second it. It's obviously a very sensitive site. I mean, say a lot of work's been done with the officers, with the presentation, etc. We, as planning committee, we do have a local plan which has got things set out in it, which has been approved by this council. So in some ways we have to go along by that. So I would going to go along with Councillor Glassford and second it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from members before we move to a vote on the recommendations that have been moved and seconded? I'm not seeing anything in the chat, so the recommendations have been moved.
Sorry, Bob.
Oh, who's there?
Councillor Filmer, I've indicated a couple of times and not.
Oh, sorry,
it's
I'm
not
not
been
seeing
seen. No, it's not been seen. I don't know what's happening with my computer actually.
Okay, Councillor Gibson, go ahead.
I don't know where to start really. I won't say much though because a lot has been said. At what point? I mean, I see this personally as a green. This is green belt. What point did it become brown? Was it to do with what people were selling on this important piece of land that should be kept for agriculture and to feed local people, a local business? I just want to know what point did it turn to brown? Because it seems a bit strange to me.
Mrs. DeVries.
Thank you. I mean, the history is that planning consent was granted in 1986 for the use as a farm shop. That could have at that point been ancillary to the use of the site. But certainly over the last 10 years, they've been selling goods that have been imported. Once you get over about 20% of imported goods, it becomes an A1 retail use. So it becomes a brownfield site at that point. So somewhere between sort of now and 1986, but certainly they've been selling over sort of 20% of imported goods for over the last
is that regulated at all then? Is there a point where they can just fall into that bracket? Or
if it's not controlled by condition, then yes. But
right,
if it was consented now, we would be restrictive on the conditions.
Right. Okay. So it just fell away with not enough sort of regulations around it, basically. So it's been lost to that.
Okay. Right, members. I've got the recommendation that's been moved and seconded is to grant delegated permission subject to the amended conditions as outlined by Mrs. DeVries. So I'll come to members in turn, and if you can just confirm you've been present throughout and when you actually cast your vote. So if we start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that I've heard and seen all of the debate, and this is a very difficult application. But having our officers of the council have it accepted as a brownfield site, and they're looking at the first application with 39 dwellings, this is half the amount. There's things for and there's things against. I will go, I think, with the officer's recommendation, although it is a difficult decision. Thank you.
Just to confirm, you're for the recommendation that's been moved. Councillor
Yes,
thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am for the application and go with the officer's proposal for passing it.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. I confirm I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm against the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, I may have missed it. Did Councillor Glassford, did you confirm you've been present throughout?
Sorry, I didn't, Chairman. I was present throughout the whole debate.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I'm against, and I've been sat here listening to it.
Thank you.
Most of the morning, yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have seen and heard everything, and of course I'm for this, what I said. Thank you.
Councillor Facey.
Yes, Chairman. Had connections, Chairman, problems. Wasn't present for the first half hour, Chairman, so I will not be voting, Chairman.
Thank you very much. But thank you for making it through and past those problems. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Chair. I have been present for the whole presentation. I've heard everything, and I'm abstaining.
Councillor Revens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been present and attentive throughout the debate and presentation, and my vote is against. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Councillor Kingham.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've been present throughout the whole debate. A long debate, a good one, but I am for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Yes, I've been present throughout the whole debate and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I've been present and heard the whole debate and I am against.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, been for the whole debate and I'm for.
Thank you very much. And I think the last person to vote will be myself, so I've been present throughout the whole of the debate and I'm also for. So I'll come to Mr. Nicholson in just a moment to confirm that we've had all the members voting that are able to and what the result is.
Thank you, Chairman. 6 in support, 5 against, 2 abstentions, 1 lost connection.
And Mrs. Lehman, could you just confirm that that's the result that you have as well?
I can confirm that's the result, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So that is carried. So there were 6 in favour, 5 against, 2 abstentions and 1 absent. So that is clearly carried. So the permission is granted. Members, I'm going to suggest that we have a short comfort break, just so if we can restart at 15:15 at 11:15. So that's just about 5 minutes, but we'll restart at 11:15. It's 15:15, so we'll look to make a restart. If I can just run through members and make sure that you're all back. Councillor Granter. Councillor Glassford. We'll keep going until we find somebody. Councillor Pearce.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Bob.
Great. Councillor Scott.
That's the name, Scott.
Yeah, I'm here as well.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Present, yes. Can hear
Councillor
you.
Facey.
Yeah, with you, Chairman.
Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Bradford.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
And then Councillor Bolt.
Present, sir.
Councillor Perry.
Yes, present. Thank you.
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman.
And back to the top, Councillor Granter.
Yes, present and correct.
And
Thank you.
Councillor Glassford.
Present, Chairman.
Excellent. So that's all members present. Is Mrs. Nicholson back with us okay?
Don't like it.
If not, Mr. Taylor, are you able to cover for Mrs. Nicholson until she's back?
Yes, Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I can see Mrs. Lehman is present, so that's fine. So if we go back to our agenda, we now have applications in Bridgewater. Just as usual, members, the next 2 applications are a full and a listed building application. So we'll have 1 presentation, but we will have the 2 votes taken separately as usual. So if we can go to Mrs. DeVries, if you'd like to introduce this, and we can see the cover page, so that's good. Thank you.
So the application before members is planning and listed building consent for Morgan House, Mount Street. The application is for redevelopment of the old library and Morgan House site for housing, consisting of conversion of the old library for 9 flats, conversion and extension of Morgan House to form 10 flats, erection of a 2-storey block of 4 flats to the front northeast of the site, and 2 2-storey blocks of 2 flats and 3 dwellings to the rear, which is the northwest of the site. Provision of bike and bin stores. The application before members as the town council have objected on design, overdevelopment, impact on amenity in terms of overlooking and visual dominance, landscape impact, lack of consideration for climate change and renewables, highway safety concerns, and air quality, noise and vibration concerns due to the proximity of the building to the development to the listed building. Although it should be noted this objection was to the original submission and no additional comments have been received since regarding the revisions to the site. Since the publication of the report, there's also been an update to the Affordable Housing Manager's comment, which I'll come on to as part of the presentation. So main considerations for this development, its principle, size, scale and design relative to the character of the surrounding area, impact on heritage assets, impact on adjoining properties, highway considerations, impact on ecology, flood risk and drainage, and other matters. So this slide shows the location of the site, which currently accommodates the old library, which is the listed building, and Morgan House, which is currently in use as offices. The majority of the site is asphalt, with land to the side and rear of the building being most recently used as a coach and bus park by Somerset County Council. The site is accessed from Mount Street and lies within the settlement boundary for Bridgewater. So the site is located east of Mount Street with Global Furniture and Squibbs House to the northeast and southwest respectively. Camden Court joins the western corner of the site and it butts onto the rear of the properties within Camden Road that adjoin the northwest boundary. The existing area of hard standing is shown white on this plan. The location of the site is sustainable in accordance with the council's spatial strategy, which seeks to maximise the use of brownfield sites within the settlement boundary, and details of the development of the site need to be carefully considered due to the listed building and the surrounding development. In principle, the redevelopment of this site is acceptable due to the location of the site. It's also within close proximity to transport links and key facilities, which would be in compliance with policies S2 and S4 of the local plan and consistent with the NPPF. So to provide members with some context and starting at the front of the site, the above photos show Morgan House in the top left from Mount Street with the gable of the old library in the distance and the access to the adjoining flats to the left. The 2 images on the right show the principal elevation of Morgan House, which faces into the car park, and the bottom left image shows the rear of Morgan House when viewed from within the site, looking towards Mount Street. These 2 photos show views southeast and northwest across the existing parking area. Boundaries comprise a high and then reduced rendered wall with metal fencing to the adjoining substation and a lower brick wall to the road frontage. These images show the current view of the old library and its relationship to Morgan House, which sits to the front. The images on the right show views looking northeast to the front and rear of the listed building. These photos show views through the existing gated access point to the side of the old library and a view northwest, north and northeast within this rear parking area. The rear boundary is a post and wire fence with an access road serving garages to the back of properties fronting Camden Road. So I'm just going to run through the design changes on the scheme from when it was originally submitted. So the application originally proposed the conversion of the library, which is shown as number 1, conversion and extension of Morgan House, which is shown as number 2, a 3-storey block of flats to the front of the site, shown as number 3, which is set really close to the boundary, and a terrace to the rear and an L-shaped building comprising houses and flats in close proximity to the listed building, as shown as number 4. So this was proposed as the flatted block set to the front of the listed building, and this unit was located close to the boundary, which was raised concerns for us in terms of amenity for future occupiers, in addition to the scale and massing and design of the unit relative to the impact on the listed building. This was subsequently downscaled to be a two-storey building and redesigned to ensure that multi-pane windows and design features to reflect Morgan House, which is indicated in the bottom right image. So this hatched outline that members can see along here, that's the outline of Morgan House. So it shows the reduced size and scale of this unit relative to that existing building on site. The location of the block was also stepped forward to allow for rear amenity areas for future occupiers, and amendments were made to the roof to reduce the massing and scale of this unit. The Morgan House was proposed to be extended, and whilst reflected the multi-paned windows, the elevation fronting Mount Street, which is this one, failed to sympathise with the existing solid to void ratio on the road frontage, and the detailing was to a degree lost because of the use of one material. The amended plans maintained the prominence of Morgan House, allowing the addition to read as an extension, and additional openings were added onto Mount Street frontage to appear in keeping. The rear elevation mirrors the traditional glazing, with the exception of the French doors, which are at ground floor, which are not going to be visible outside of the site. So the two terraces to the rear of the site did not reflect any local design characteristics, and due to the L-shaped projection, was considered to impact on the setting of the listed building. The east elevation, which is shown to the top right on this slide, would have faced the listed building, and a number of the elevations on these buildings were overly wide and appeared squat in terms of appearance. So the design was amended to reflect the firewall detailing on the roof slopes, matching properties to the rear of the site on Camden Road and as seen on Mount Street, and the glazing was also amended to appear a sliding sash, and the proportions of these buildings were also amended to ensure a vertical emphasis. So all the rooms within these properties, save internal bathrooms, all benefit from natural light. And the projecting wing was also removed from the development to allow greater separation and enhanced setting for the listed building. So the library itself was subject to detailed discussion with the Conservation Officer prior to the application, and retains the historic character of the existing building, with minor alterations to the external appearance, predominantly forming replacement of later glazing. There's one modest extension which infills an area of the building, which is shown circled in red on the right hand side of the top image, and an additional door to serve one of the properties just next to it. So the infilling is this area here. It's just an infilling between the two existing built elements, and that's the additional doorway. The revised layout therefore reduces the impact on the setting of the listed building relative to the original proposal, with greater separation between the buildings. Due to the reduction in the scale of the building to the front of the site, there would be views of the listed building to the rear of this block, over the roof, and to the front of the building being maintained. Internally, the conversion of the listed building proposes the removal of some internal walls, which raised no objection from the Conservation Officer, subject to appropriate recording, which is controlled by condition. The conversion of this building, Morgan House, and the new development results in accommodation that would accord with space standards, and the relocation of the block at the front enables a rear amenity for these properties. Whilst there is no play space provided on this site, given the proximity of this site to Northgate, a contribution is considered acceptable and would be secured through a legal agreement. The reuse and conversion of the old library and Morgan House is secured. It does secure the regeneration of this site, which is critical to prevent further decline to the listed building or the non-designated heritage asset. The financial viability of anything upon this site is and always has been difficult. The proposal does bring about the future for the listed building, and delivering the conversion of Morgan House building retains the existing setting for the listed building, but also delivers a reduced carbon footprint due to the retention rather than replacement of these structures. The design of the new build elements were then considered in this context. As a result of the amendments to the scheme and the reduction in the numbers, the viability of the scheme has been impacted. Following the publication of the report, revised viability information has been provided to the affordable housing team, which does confirm that the site cannot now support the policy compliant 15% affordable housing, which was proposed to be secured in the 106. The affordable housing manager has confirmed that this is the case, but given the wider benefits of the scheme in terms of development of the brownfield site, improvements in the design and the renovation of the listed building, the wider benefits outweigh the loss of affordable housing. The 106 is therefore proposed to be amended to require a clawback in the event that viability changes to require an affordable housing contribution. Subject to this, officers are satisfied in respect of size, scale and design, and on balance, the conversion of the listed building and the retention of Morgan House carry considerable weight in the determination, resulting in compliance with policy and advice within the MPPF. Looking at impact on neighbours, the site adjoins Squibb House to the west, with an access to the parking area for this development between the existing flats and the site boundary. The rear extension to Morgan House would be set 8.5 metres to 14 metres from the adjoining flats, and given this separation distance and the open aspects of the flats with windows on the rear and side elevations, there's not considered to be any direct intrusion as a result of this element. The flatted block to the front of the site would adjoin the boundary with the substation and would not therefore impact on any adjoining properties, and there is sufficient separation on to the properties on the opposite side of Mount Street to not give rise to any adverse impact. 4 to 6 Camden Court, which is just shown in this top image, currently have fairly limited garden lengths between 6 and 6.7 metres, with the proposed terrace being 1 to 2.8 metres from the boundary. The eaves height of this block is 5 metres and the ridge height is 8.4, but due to the roof slope, this would be set at a distance of 10.4 metres at the closest point. There are no first floor windows proposed, and given the distance and height, officers are satisfied that development would not appear overly dominant. There is a lane adjoining this boundary, serving the garages of properties fronting onto Camden Road, and the proposed terraces have rear gardens of 8.4 to 8.6 metres, resulting in a separation distance between 21 to 35 metres. Based on this, it's not considered to be any undue impact on these properties. During the application, the internal layout of the site was amended in terms of bin and cycle storage locations. This was to ensure that there was no impact on the amenities of potential future occupiers. Moving on to highway considerations, given the previous use of the site, there's no objection in terms of traffic generation, and Highways England confirmed that there would be no impact on the strategic network. Revised information was received during the application, amending and improving the existing vehicular access, providing a safe and separate pedestrian access to the site and tracking to ensure that waste collection could be undertaken. A travel plan is required through the 106, and this will include details of vehicle charging points and would be agreed with county highways. A condition is imposed to confirm the details of the bin and bike storage to ensure that they are secure and that parking on site was confirmed to align with Somerset parking strategy requirements. Based on the revised details, County Highways and Somerset Waste Partnership confirmed no objection, subject to condition. In terms of impact on ecology, the majority of the existing site is hard standing. The proposal would result in the removal of some vegetation, and there are potential for roosting of bats in some of the crevices on the site. A preliminary archaeological appraisal and potential mitigation report was submitted, which confirmed from a visual inspection that there was no evidence of bats, although further emergent surveys are required to confirm mitigation. These are due to be undertaken in May. Once the identified mitigation can be appropriately controlled by conditions, this would be agreed with County Ecology. So subject to this, officers are requesting delegated authority to confirm and appropriately condition this element of the development. Subject to this, the application would comply with policy D21 of the local plan. Moving on to flood risk and drainage, sequentially the test is passed due to the location of the site within the settlement boundary. The application was supported with the flood risk and drainage strategy, part 1 and part 2, and the lead local flood authority confirmed they were satisfied with the additional information provided. There is a pre-commencement condition imposed as part of the application. Based on the information submitted and subject to the recommended condition, officers are satisfied that the development complies with policy D1 of the local plan. So moving on to other matters, County Education have confirmed that there's a comprehensive programme of expansion to ensure that there'd be sufficient education capacity across Bridgwater. Policies S5 and D3 encourage development to mitigate and adapt to climate change. The reuse and conversion results in saved carbon environmentally, which is more sustainable than demolition and rebuild. And a sustainability statement is also conditioned under condition 11, as listed in the report. The travel plan will also secure EV charging spaces, so electronic vehicle charging spaces, and would be signed off through the 106 in agreement with county. In conclusion, the principle of conversion and redevelopment of this site is, as a brownfield site within the settlement boundary, is considered acceptable in principle. The size, scale and design was subject to negotiation during the process to reduce the massing and resultant impact, and in officers' opinion have addressed the concerns that were raised. As a result of the more sensitive, lower nature of the development, the impact on the heritage asset is appropriately controlled and then mitigated through condition. The impact on all the surrounding properties has been considered, and the development is not considered to result in any detrimental direct impact on the adjoining properties. Highways England and County Highways are satisfied with the proposal from highway safety perspective and recommend conditions. Delegated authority is requested in respect of ecology due to the outstanding ecological report, which would specify any appropriate mitigation, which would then be controlled by conditions. Flood risk and drainage details are acceptable in principle, subject to conditions which are recommended, and officers are satisfied that all other matters have been addressed. So the application is recommendation for delegated authority to continue to resolve the ecology issues, but it's being recommended favourably for members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have any speakers registered on this application, so members, any comments or questions, please?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know, but
Councillor
can I,
Gibson?
is that okay? Because
Yep.
I'll put my hand up next time. Yeah, I don't know the details on this yet. I guess that's the next. We're just looking at actually the site being developed. I'm all for reusing old buildings, and there's so much potential in this around Bridgwater. We could probably put all the housing that is being put up round in the countryside into a more developed areas by just looking at what the potential we've got for buildings that just lie unused, or you know, are falling into disrepair. So I think that's pretty cool.
Thank you very much. Got Councillor Pearce, then Councillor Kingham, and then Councillor Glassford. So Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's good to see the reuse of the old library building and Morgan House, and I haven't got any concerns at all about the proposed new building in the front. It's just understanding a little bit more about the impact of the terrace in behind. There was mention of at one point the new development being between 1 and 2.8 metres from existing properties, and I'd just like to understand that a little bit more, please.
Mrs. DeVries.
Thank you. In terms of layout, that was this bit here. So it's because this point, this corner, the closest point is 1 metre and 2.8 metres for this bit. This is the side elevation of that block of flats. And this is the rear of the Camden Court development. So they've got rear boundaries that go up to sort of the edge of the site. And then you've got the side elevation of this unit, which is quite close to this boundary. But there are no windows proposed as a result of that. And the roof is hipped. So whilst this is the closest point, there's no adverse impact in terms of overlooking or invasion of privacy.
Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. And could you please just confirm the number of stories at that point, please? Because as you alluded to, the rear gardens in Camden Court are really small, aren't they?
Yeah, it's 2 stories. So the height I think was specified as 5 meters to the ridge, to the eaves, sorry, and it was trying to remember offhand what the ridge height was, but again this slopes away from the boundary. So at the nearest point it's sort of 1 meter going to 2 point something here at a height of 5 meters, and then sloping away to the ridge, which was I think was about 8.6, but it's at a distance of about 10 meters by the time you get sort of to that height.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Kingham, Glassford, Granter and Hendry. So Councillor Kingham and then Councillor Gibson.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'd like to compliment the planning officers on the new design, especially the keeping of the old library. I think they've done an excellent job, and also reducing the size of the buildings. They did look very much like an army barracks before, 3 stories, all the brick, no features. But I think what they've come up with is an excellent design, and I would like to recommend their recommendation, Chairman.
So just to confirm, you're proposing the delegated permission, and that takes into account the ecology and the affordable housing updates that we had from Mrs. De Vries.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. So I've got Councillors Glassford, Granter, Hendry, and then Gibson. So Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think it's an excellent application. I think it will enhance that part of the town, especially what's going to be happening in Northgate. I was going to propose it, but my fellow councillor beat me to it, so I'll second the proposal with any recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple points. Obviously, I'd like to compliment the officers on their excellent presentation and the excellent work that's gone into making this viable. I'm very pleased it's going conversion of buildings rather than a demolition. It's quite good. Just very disappointed in the affordable housing, and also obviously there's not left enough room for any children's play area. And I noticed that they've contributed £15,000. That seems a little bit on the low side to me. I don't know how much play equipment we can get for £15,000. That is the only 2 drawbacks on that one. I would like to see some affordable housing, but overall, I think they've made a good job of this application, but I'm disappointed with the affordable housing and also the monies that we're going to receive for the children's play space. Perhaps we could get somebody to answer those couple queries, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. De Vries.
Thank you. In terms of the affordable housing, obviously, unfortunately, it was policy compliant when it was at its submitted scale. The impacts of its submitted scale were too significant in officers' opinion, so we negotiated it down to a more appropriate scale development to our judgment. That did, as a result, impact on the viability of the scheme to the extent where it couldn't then afford to deliver the policy compliant provision of affordable housing. With previously developed sites, it is difficult and it is more expensive, and particularly with conversion of buildings, it can often be more problematic to develop through conversion rather than demolition and rebuild. So it's understood and accepted. Disappointing, I would agree, but in terms of the benefits of delivering the redevelopment of the site, it does outweigh the sort of lack of delivery in terms of affordable housing. And with the clawback, if the site did end up making more of a profit, then we would secure that through a contribution. In terms of the contribution to public open space, that was through consultation with our Parks and Gardens team. They costed out what the cost of a local area of play would be. So in their sort of opinion in terms of equipment and servicing it, they put a cost of £15,000. That's what's gone into the 106, because that's what this site would have had to have provided had they been providing it on their own site. So it's just the cost of a lap that's been taken out as a financial calculation and then added on to the 106.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Hendry, Gibson, and then Murphy. So Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Graham Granter was absolutely spot on with everything he said there. The affordable housing is a bit disappointing. For the LAP, £15,000, he's absolutely correct, is a bit on the low side. And I'm not quite sure what MD can do with that, but I'm sure they can have a go. I'd like to ask the case officer just a couple of questions before I move on. It states in the report, the environmental health don't object, but they ask for further conditions. The land drainage board ask for more information about the surface. Water and ecology ask for more information and the mitigation. Where do we stand with these three things, if that's all correct in the report? Are we waiting for something to come back from them, or are you just going to move forward if it's accepted?
That's fine.
Mrs. Drees.
In terms of environmental health, they did recommend a load of conditions. They are listed at the back of the document, so all of those conditions are in and before members at the moment. The internal drainage board did ask for more information. We gave the internal drainage board more information, and they subsequently confirmed they were happy with the additional details. And again, there's a condition at the back of the document that's before members for consideration for that. So apologies, it's a bit of a timing for the publication of the report. With regards to ecology, that's the bit that I'm requesting delegated authority for. They've done a sort of visual inspection of the site, which confirmed it's unlikely to have bats present, but they do have to do an emergent survey, which they can't do until May. But subject to them doing that and the outcome of that report, any mitigation will then be imposed by condition, which is in line with our ecologist comments. But until we have that report, we can't add those conditions. So we are waiting for that further report, which is why it's being requested for delegated authority at the moment.
Okay, a couple of other points. Let's just go through them quickly. Our own policy D2 here is about promoting high quality in design, which I'm sure this will be, because they're not going to do this half-hearted. And policy S1, which supports developments in centres such as Bridgewater and encourages the council to grant permission. Generally speaking, this is a very, very good project. I don't have any problem with it whatsoever. But to come back to Councillor Granter, it's a little bit disappointing with affordable housing, and I think the LAP commitment of 15k is rather low. Generally speaking, all things considered, I'm actually okay with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 points really. I'd like to say that affordable housing, I still feel is a way of the developers getting stuff pushed through. It's not particularly affordable, a lot of them, and it's not social. It's not social housing we should be looking at. There doesn't seem to be any solar panels. We need to be putting solar panels on these buildings and using up-to-date green technologies and all the new builds and any conversions that we're doing. We've declared a climate emergency in this council, and this is what should be going through. And you can come up with all the excuses you want, but we should be doing it. We're a council and we can do it if we want. And or demanding that this happens, and anything that goes up needs to be right up to spec, and it needs to have, for a start, it just needs to have solar panels on. There's nothing, not that I can see. I mean, I think you mentioned EV charging and a bike store. I think that's good, but there's everything else needs to happen as well.
Thank you, Mrs. DeRees.
Thank you. Yeah, there is a requirement for EV charging points, which is going to be secured through the travel plan. We have also imposed the sustainability statement condition on the application, so we would get details of what renewable features they're considering and incorporating into as part of the application. And conversion of the 2 buildings on site would obviously result in a significant carbon saving for the redevelopment of this site.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I was just having a bit slow. I should have switched it off before. May I just ask you one question to help my naivety? Am I to assume that these are buses that are going through this building? What is that? You know, on the right-hand side of the main, the number 16, is it? Is that are these buses, or is this there's only one entrance in and one entrance out? Is that right?
Mrs. DeRees, if you can just explain on the tracking.
Yeah.
Can you help with the tracking?
That's fine. The application effectively, when we first had the application in, the access was much narrower. If the properties are going to be served by Somerset Waste Partnership, they've got a certain size waste vehicle that would need to be able to get
So these are
into
waste
turn.
vehicles,
Yeah, so that's the size of the waste vehicle that would need to get in and out. As a result of this request for additional information, the width of the access had to increase to make sure that it could be safely accessed by the waste vehicle. But they, through this additional information, they've demonstrated that the waste vehicles can get out and turn within the site, so they are able to service the future units.
That's my only looking at it. I can only assume that this is all parking, isn't it? It's all parking. You have parking here, parking here. I just wondered if there has been for example, an air pollution survey done as part of the conditioning, because you're talking about very close buildings. The area when these trucks come in and turn left, for example, and come down, this corner here is quite narrow. It's really narrow. I don't know how many. Is it meant to be a two-car road, or what is it? Because there's really it's quite, if there's only one access and that's it to the right-hand side, to the east. You see that is this one access in and one access out? Oh, sorry, one entrance in, one access out. Is that right? There's only one. Is that the one there?
Yeah.
Oh, and I can't really describe it to you. If I bring I'm pointing at this thing and saying, the way that you see the waste trucks progress through, the U shape that goes down, it stops there and goes round, goes up, turns round. Is there any other exit? Just that
No.
one there?
It's just this one point of entrance.
Yeah.
The reason it's because the waste vehicles have got a quite wide base,
Well,
so
no, I'm
they
not worried.
swing.
Yeah.
They swing wider than a normal vehicle. So the width of this road is more than adequate for two vehicles to pass each other. But it was demonstrating that the waste vehicle can swing.
But if you go round the corner,
yeah,
and you come down to where you've got your cursor, I consider that to be too narrow. I mean, that is a bottleneck point for all the. I assume you have all these vehicles here coming out of here. Is that right? You've got parking up and down all this, and
so
parking here, and parking here, and parking here. It's a nightmare. I would say that part is an extremely vulnerable part and a poor design. I would have to say. It's an observation I'm making. I agree with everything everybody said, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity. Although there's not enough, low-cost housing, there's not enough play areas. In fact, 15,000 is none. But I would say this is an extremely poor design. I would have to living in that area it's badly done, and I don't understand why they've allowed the lower area in the middle building. They have the lower. Is these gardens? They're green. Are they gardens or parking or what? Is it just landscaping?
The green is either gardens or landscaping for the site.
Landscaping. Down here, I have to say, as a point, it's something that would stop me voting for this, because I think although it's put together, obviously it's put together with buildings that are already static, they're already there, so you can't actually move it and let the buildings breathe. And I think that between the old library and the middle part, I would say there's just not enough space being left. I would definitely not vote for that. In terms of, and also, you didn't answer my question. May I have an answer to the question about air pollution inside this whole tracking area, where all the cars go out, all the cars come in, any servicing, any vans that are coming in this modern day world that we have of vans constantly coming to deliver, and that's going to increase. And I think this is in my opinion, it's a limited view design. I love the look of the place. I mean, it looks great. I love the bricks. I love the way you brought the roof down. I will comply with everything. But the fact that they have actually made this into a narrow area with parking, the parking here, this part here, right down. I wish I could show it with my pen. The distance between that where your cursor is, that part there, I believe is an extremely vulnerable part, especially with car parking there. And I could not, in all conscience, and you've got also here parking either side. and you talk about trucks going up and down. I mean, I just could not in all conscience vote for this. I'm sure others will have their own opinions, and I accept that. But can you help me by saying what the value is? I understand why you have double parking, and you have brought because it's really all flats, isn't it? And then you have this truck. You have said yes, we widened this. I understand and accept that. You said county highways had certain conditions they applied. Perhaps you could tell us what they are. And then you come round the corner to get to your housing, and you've got this bit here. I personally think that is an accident waiting to happen. It's also bottlenecks coming around because you've covered this here, and you've got double parking here. No.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Mrs. De Vries.
Thank you. In terms of air quality assessments, if I start with that, there wasn't one submitted as part of the application. It's not in an air quality risk zone, and currently the areas used for a lot of parking and hard standing and vehicles going in and out, and particularly its previous use, most recent use, was as a coach and bus park for county. So it's quite a lot of quite large vehicles currently going in and out of this site quite frequently. So the existing generation from the site versus the proposed generation from the site, the proposed generation isn't going to be a significant increase or potentially as bad as the current situation. So there wasn't considered to be a need to sort of ask for that information at this stage. In terms of the layout and the particular pinch point that Councillor Murphy had concerns with, the previous design actually pinched that access point a little bit closer than the current design. That was raised as a concern, and it had gone through auditing with county highways. That's subsequently been increased in width. It's just shy of 5 metres. So 5 metres is the minimum standard. It's just shy of 5 metres, and there is adequate forward visibility from both directions that if there was nervousness, if you did have quite a large vehicle, there is space for people to wait either end to allow vehicles to get past. But 5 metres is adequate for two-way traffic, so it's just shy of 5 metres.
Thank you. May I ask what the distance is from the corner to the top to that corner there?
Councillor Murphy, it's difficult because we can't see what you're indicating.
Well, I was talking about in the middle building where the landscaping is. Can we have the distance of the land from the landscaping to the top of the library corner?
From here to here?
Yeah.
That looks to be a similar width as the access road, so I would guess about 5 metres again.
No, I'm talking about from the road distance from the bottom of the landscaping. You come round the corner, and you've got right up to the next corner. How long would that be? Is that about 30 metres, 40 metres?
This length here?
No, from the bottom up. This is the library. The old library building, going up the edge of the library building to the corner. Going up to the corner where you've got two buses at the top there in the car park. Not two buses, two waste trucks up at the top. Just from how long to where the buses turn round to go out on the arc? How many feet is that for the? Because that's the bit that's going to be the blockage, isn't it? The whole thing.
I mean, the tracking shows that the vehicle comes in.
Yeah.
Loops here.
Yeah.
It stops there, so it doesn't continue round into
No,
this
I
bit of the
appreciate that.
site. Then it reverses into
back
this
up that way.
lay-by.
Oh my goodness.
And then comes back out again. But that arrangement's been agreed with the Somerset Waste Partnership, and they were happy with that. I don't know what the distance of this reversing manoeuvre is without scaling
Thank
off.
you very much for trying to answer my question. I know it's a pity we couldn't have two-way looking at maps. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Hendry, then Gibson, and then Glassford, and then we'll look to move to a vote. So, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the developers, the architects and the STC planning people coming together have done an absolutely brilliant job in this because they've maximised the best use of space possible in supplying so many good homes for so many people. There may well be one or two minor niggles, but that's all offset by the benefits, which are actually really big here because I've just stated that all the homes for these people. I personally have no problem with this, given the size of this being in the town centre and the amount of people it's going to help. There's loads of parking, everything's fine, no problem at all, and I would like to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, we've already got that, so don't worry.
Sorry, I didn't realise
and
that.
seconded, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Councillor,
okay.
That's okay. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I was just going to say really what Councillor Murphy was on about really. I mean, I think this site is overdeveloped, but then it's in town, and most of the town is towns. Most towns are have got that degree of overdevelopment. I don't think that you're only going to get more pollution the more you burn fossil fuels and keep burning fossil fuels. The only time we're going to get a reduction in pollution and all the illnesses and all the deaths that are caused by the burning of fossil fuels is when they are, when they're stopped and they start to be eliminated. So, whatever. I mean, if you live in town, you're going to get, or you live near roads, you're going to be subject to all the pollution. But it's over. I think it's overdeveloped, but it's a good use of the old buildings, I think.
Thank you. And Councillor Glassford.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a little point of information. Although there's no playing areas in this development, we've currently been going under your consultation for the brewery field, which is about a 2-minute walk away, which will be giving ample play areas for any children that will be living in this development on the same side of the road, so totally safe for it to access it. That's all, Chairman.
Thank you. I was only going to comment myself in the sense of was really also echoing the comments of Councillor Hendry. I think the evolving of this application that's been shown with the cooperation between the case officer and the applicants from what was in front of them originally to where we are now, I think has been extremely positive, and it does show that you can reuse old buildings with a bit of motivation on both sides, and making it stack up financially as well. So certainly I'm supportive of where we are on this. So the recommendation we've had moved and seconded is for the full planning permission on the first report. We'll come to the listed building application afterwards. So we'll start with that proposal, which has been moved and seconded to grant delegated permission with the updates as outlined by the case officer. So we'll start this time, if we can, with Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I've seen and heard the whole debate as well, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
I've been present for the whole debate and for.
Councillor Bradford.
Been present for the whole debate, Mr. Chairman. I am for. I did have my hand up and I did try typing in, but obviously something's wrong with the own technology this morning. Sorry, don't worry about it.
You might need to just check your direct access, whether you need to re-input your passcode again, Councillor Bradford.
My few words will make no difference.
Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've been present through the whole debate and I am for.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Present and correct throughout the whole debate, and my vote is in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Present and correct for the whole debate, and I abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Yes, Chairman. Present throughout, Chairman. My vote is for.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry. Councillor Hendry. I'll come back to Councillor Hendry. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, interesting debate, and I've seen and heard it all, and I'm in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yep, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I am for.
Thank you. And Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard all of the debate and I'm certainly for. Thank you.
Thank you. I've also seen and heard the debate, and I'm also for. And I'll just come back to Councillor Hendry to see, is Councillor Hendry present? Looks like we may have lost connection. Okay, so Councillor Hendry is absent at this stage. So, Mrs. Nicholson, is that all councillors have voted who can?
I too have lost connection, Count.
Okay.
Sorry, Chairman. I missed Councillor
Yes, Chairman.
Murphy and Councillor Evans.
Yep, Councillor Murphy abstained and Councillor Evans was for. So, who wants to tell me what the vote is? Mrs.
Okay,
Lehman.
it's 1 abstention, 1 against, 12 for, and 1 lost connection.
Yep, that's what I've got. Is that the same with you, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. So that is clearly carried, so permission is granted. If we then move to the listed building aspect of this site, do I have a proposal? I've got Councillor Kingham, I believe.
Yes, I'll move the listed building, Chairman.
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. If there are no other comments, I've got Councillor, is it Councillor Gibson, are you indicating?
No, sorry, Bob. I can't get that yellow hand off my screen now. It's just not going.
Okay.
Cheers. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, in which case we have had the recommendation to grant listed building consent moved and seconded. If we start this time with Councillor Murphy. Is Councillor Murphy there?
I've seen and heard, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Sorry, I lost my mouse there, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've seen and heard, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Seen and heard, and I'm for.
Councillor Bradford.
Seen and heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman. I am for. I've lost
Bolt.
nothing.
Is present for the whole debate and for.
And Councillor Perry.
Yes, I was present and I'm for.
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, present for the whole of the debate and I am for.
Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate and I am for.
Councillor Pearce.
Yep, seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, Chairman, seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry. Okay. Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard, Chairman, I'm for.
Thank you. And I've also seen and heard the debate and I'm also for. So again, Mrs. Nicholson, are you with us? And if so, I think that's all members voted.
14.
I didn't quite get Councillor Gibson.
Councillor Gibson was for.
14.
Okay, I think it's 14 for and 1 lost connection.
Yep, that's what I've got. Is that Mrs. Lehman? Are you able to confirm
Yes,
that?
I got that too, Chairman. Thank you.
Excellent. So that's clearly carried. So permission is granted. If members, if you can turn to page, I believe 678, where we have speakers present. Is that correct, Mr. Nicholson?
I thought it was 55.
Should be on page 78.
Yeah. Okay, so if members turn to page 78 and we're within Burnham, and Mr. Titchener, I believe you're presenting this one.
I am, yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll just bring the presentation up.
Chairman, it's Mike Facey.
Yep.
Chairman, because I was not able to connect at the start, Chairman, I'd like to declare an interest. the fact that I'm a member of Burnham and Hybrids Town Council, but I do not attend their planning application meetings, Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Councillor
Thank you,
Facey.
Chairman.
Mr. Titchener.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it up. My connection is a little bit slow, so this is taking a little bit longer to bring up. So just hopefully it should be coming up now.
Not quite there yet, but it might mean when you're doing your presentation, you'll need to just pause a little bit while we move from screen to screen. So we have your front cover now.
Right, okay, fantastic. Okay, so I mean the application, it's a change of use application for a former bank, so that's now within what's the new use class E, to a hot food takeaway, which is a sui generis use. Also involves the installation of extract and ventilation equipment and minor external alterations. It's located at 33 Victoria Street in Burnham-on-Sea. Just in terms of why it's here today, the ward member had raised an objection, citing sort of 3 grounds. One, in terms of retail impact, on the impact of the proposal on existing similar types of operations in the area. Some conservation-related impact in terms of the some changes to the shop fronts, and concern about the hours of operation. The Town Council's position was to support the application, but did raise some comments about the changes to the doors and the hours as well, just to put that in context. Okay, I'm going to try and click through the slide. Let me know if it's come on to the next.
Yep.
It's moving. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's moving a little bit too fast. So we're in Burnham-on-Sea. We're in sort of Victoria Street, which is central, but at the sort of northern end of the town centre area. This is the application site, sort of ringed in yellow. It's this building here. There is an existing lane providing access to the rear, and there is a rear parking area for the proposal. This is the building in question, 2-storey, and then with, as you'll see from some of the street photos in a second, retail and other sort of commercial uses in and around, but there are some residential uses in some of the upper floors, and including a residential use in part of this building on the northern side, being the closest. Again, the red line just showing the extent of the premises, extending all the way to the back of the plot, including its sort of rear parking area. That lane that I sort of mentioned is just on the outside of the red line running down here. This is the block plan. There's a lot of detail on this block plan. I'm not going to go into it at this point, but just to indicate that there are, as shown, 5 parking spaces to the rear of the proposal. This line here is where the applicant proposes to put up a new timber fence boundary to enclose what would be the storage area for the external waste bins to go in this part here. There's a lot of information on this plan about sort of alterations, but I'll go through the individual elevations of floor plans to cover them off in more detail individually. This is a floor plan of the building as is. So it was a bank, a reasonably large unit extending sort of relatively deep into the plot, with some small sort of peripheral rooms and the area at the back. Then you've got this sort of side, the alley, as I mentioned, and some of the nearest properties here. And then you've got, and I'll show some of the pictures just to the front shortly, showing some of the traditional features on the front elevation, because the building, certainly part of it appears to be sort of late Georgian, so it's got some, yeah, it has nice character. There's elements that would want to be retained on the front, and I'll sort of cover that off shortly. So the application is proposed to be turned into a takeaway. It's to be Domino's Pizza are the applicants. They're a known national chain, and the nature of their operation is primarily a takeaway. It's not an eat-in type premises. The nature of the operation includes lots of cooking, and that will involve lots of the installation of ovens, so cooking equipment, a cold store, so plant rooms, and then extraction equipment, and sort of air intakes and ducts associated with the cooking equipment they have to install. So the ovens are shown here in this sort of front room. This would be the prep area, customer service in here, and then you've got plant and cold stores here with some of the equipment that is to be proposed on the within those. So some of the air intake, you've got some plant at the rear here, and there's some ducting which would be external, which I'll show from the elevation plans as well. Some of the other rooms are just peripheral rooms in terms of staff facilities, etc., store, little office. This is the pictures of the existing elevations to the front. So I said it was a traditional building, had some nice features, and as you can see from here, and as we come on to the photos, that it is a very traditional sort of symmetrical fronted sort of Georgian unit. It's got symmetrical bay windows to the front. Sorry, not bays, but with some detailing sort of below. Then there's this part here, which was a later addition, but still historic and has picked up on some of the character in terms of similar windows, you know, some of that balance. And it's got a traditional timber shop front window here. And I'll come on to that as well in a second. So in terms of alterations, they are largely so the windows and doors to this front section will be replaced. They're currently in aluminium, so they're not historic. And the door to the front is also aluminium. That's not historic as well. So they were to be replaced with new PPC, so powder coated aluminium. Then there's to be some painting around the periphery to tidy up the appearance of the shop front. This section here, the traditional shop front, is to be retained. I'll sort of go on to some of the background about that. But again, that's to be it's timber at the moment, and that's to be retained as timber. There's a side access door, so it's kind of on as you come in on this elevation, with a disabled access ramp, which was installed, I think maybe about 20 years ago. That's to be, the doors there's to be changed. That's not, again, to aluminium. That's not something the conservation officer has raised significant concern about. Just to get a sense, just some street view shots just from slightly further up on Victoria Street, looking towards the premises here. So this is, it was Barclays Bank until about 2 years ago. I understand they vacated in about 2018. That's the alleyway down the side, and you get a sense of the general sort of commercial nature of the area. There's quite a lot of sort of non-food retail within the area, furnishings. There's a barber shop, and then this is just looking back up the street. Again, you can see some of the sort of general retail that's in the area. That's that side access door that I mentioned in terms of the disabled access coming into the side elevation of the property. Just looking sort of close up directly, you can see some of the features of the building, you know, which give it character. Though it does look a little bit tired, I have to say. It does need some money just to bring it up to standard. You know, but there's certainly some notable historic features that would want to be retained and are being retained as part of the proposal. As I mentioned, some of those aluminium windows, which were a later addition, speculating whether they were to do with they were security windows to the bank is a possibility why they were put in, given its previous use. So the conservation officer is not raising any objection in terms of them being replaced for something newer, a bit fresher, even if it is aluminium. This is the traditional timber shop front with its stall risers and cornice and transom lights. The proposal had originally been to replace that fairly like for like, but with aluminium. The conservation officer had concerns about that. We had concerns about that. The ward member and the town council had expressed concerns about it. We weren't convinced that it needed to be replaced. And that actually it could just be repaired and retained as timber. And the proposal is now, so the scheme has been amended since it was originally submitted, so that that's not to be aluminium. That will be retained as the timber as it is, and with a condition imposed on the permission that a schedule of works for the repair of that window would be submitted. Just looking up and close, the side access door, much later addition. The conservation officer is not raising any queries about the extent of works proposed to that, given its much more recent intervention. And then I mentioned and I showed some of the parking area at the rear, so it does benefit from this sort of large hard standing at present, which is accessed through this alleyway that comes around. So that's the building in question. The alleyway is up through here, leads into where there'll be the 5 parking spaces. Across this boundary here is where the timber fencing would be erected, within which to enclose the bin stores on the other side between that and the building. And I mentioned that there are nearby residences, so the one that's probably closest, that needs the most sensitive consideration, is this property here, sort of out the back of the Barbers, which is in residential use and is not obviously in that far proximity to where the scheme is located. Just in terms of principal matters, so it would result in the change of use of an existing unit to a takeaway. We are in the town centre, we are in Burnham town centre, and retail policies support retail and related uses, providing that they do not result in a concentration of single uses, where the cumulative impact of those uses would damage the vitality and viability of the centre. So it's within the town centre, it's also within the primary shopping area, which is sort of a sub-designation, and it's on a secondary retail frontage. So it's on a section of frontage where there's a lot of active retail uses. And just to give a sense of what that means in terms of on a map, this is from our internal mapping. The dotted line around this site here just gives an indication of the extent of the town centre allocation as has been mapped out in the local plan. So that's the wider town centre, within which a broad range of uses are considered acceptable. Where you get the most detailed or more stringent controls is in the coloured area through here along the high street. So that's the primary retail area. We're into secondary frontage, which is up here. So the proposal site is up here. So we are very much on the northern edge, but still within a secondary frontage. Takeaways are generally considered within the wider retail category. People go there to purchase things and leave. So there is a new use class which was introduced a few months back, Class E, so that's service and commercial. That had previously contained a lot of the retail classes, A1, so standard retail, A2, financial professional services, A3, cafes and restaurants. So there's just now this one class, and that's the class that the existing use would now fall within, though it would have been A2 previously as a bank. So under Class E, the new class, the building could change without needing any form of permission from the local planning authority to quite a wide range of uses under the new use class. So that could change to a shop, could change to a cafe or a restaurant, could change to an office, could change to a health centre, could change to a gym, could change to a nursery. It's a really broad class now, and there's a lot of scope within it to do many things. And I guess consideration the fact that it could become a cafe, could become a restaurant, is useful when bearing in mind some of those impacts that we will go on to talk about in terms of amenity and the relationship with nearby properties. Takeaways were A5, so they were part of that A class. They've now been changed to sui generis. So planning permission is always going to be needed if you want to change anything into a takeaway. That notwithstanding, takeaways have always been considered as uses that are generally considered acceptable as part of a mix within town centre locations. So there's no presumption against takeaways. It's just a question of assessing the proposal broadly against the retail policies and the amenity related policies. As I've stated, Victoria Street is in the northern part of the town centre designation. The main retail areas are to the south along High Street and nearby streets. The uses within the vicinity of the premises are quite varied, mainly a retail focus, sort of non-food. There are some professional services. There is some leisure uses there as well. In terms of food offer, there are a couple of cafes. The nearest sort of takeaway offer is probably an Indian restaurant, but that's about 100 metres further south on Victoria Street. So there's not a really strong takeaway presence immediately in the locality. I believe there's a Chinese restaurant even further, restaurant and takeaway, which is fairly recently moved to the very bottom of Victoria Street, and that's even further away than the Indian. So there's not a core at all of takeaway uses, hardly any immediately in the vicinity. Now, as I stated, the ward member had raised some concern. Residents and some businesses have also raised concern about the impact of a national chain the impact of a national chain taking on this premises and what it might mean for existing businesses. So Domino's are a national chain. They have a number of large number of chains across the UK. Have a chain in Bridgewater, for example. And the concern is that if that opens, what does it mean? Is it going to mean closure of existing businesses? Now, it's difficult, unfortunately, because the plan, it's not the purpose of planning, and it's not a material planning consideration to regulate competition between businesses. That's not the test in planning policy. The test is whether granting, which is set down in policy D18, is whether granting this use would result in a concentration of such uses within this area so as to undermine town centre vitality and viability. And just to sort of get a bit of a sense check on that test, the views of the Council's Economic Development Officer were sought on the proposal, and they acknowledged in their comments that this retailer, so Domino's, is not necessarily going to be everyone's first choice of retailer to bring. So people will have different feelings about it, and it may well be a bit mixed. They acknowledge, or they state that it will bring a vacant premises back into use, and like I said, we understood it had to be has been vacant since 2018, in a location close to some other uses, theatre, cinema. They feel that being a national chain, it will be more resilient, so be more able to weather any sort of economic issues that might arise, perhaps better than some independent businesses, and that it could be a good draw for the area. So it would help maintain footfall, which is needed, and you need a nucleus of existing businesses. Now, I do know that one business had written in favour, and that was very much their comment. You do need people within the area, and that was a business right on Victoria Street in close proximity, saying we do need people to come to this area. It is very much on the periphery of the sort of northern part of the retail area. That is just one business, of course, and their view. The Economic Development Officer noted the existence of other pizza premises in the town. There are some doing takeaway, not part of chains, but still felt that the national chain had potential to bring more people to the area. And if that was the case, there should be enough trade for all. Very much it was considered to be, if the quality is good enough, then there should be enough provision for everyone. And also she commented that Burnham is a seaside resort, excuse the typo in resort there. So, it is a place where visitors come to, and the number of eateries in close proximity should not be a problem where there's good service, where the quality is good. The nature of the premises, quite a large premises, does need some work. She felt was possibly unlikely to be attractive to smaller operators, and it could remain vacant otherwise. She also noted that local residents may be less keen on the use, but visitors may be likely to come to Burnham because there's a greater choice of food, including some well-known names. So in their view, they considered it hard to refuse on policy grounds. Those policy tests about, does it impact on vitality and viability? And because of a single concentration of uses, and was considered that was not to be the case. So bearing in mind the Economic Development Officer's comments, we feel the same. We support that view. We do not consider it would result in a concentration of single uses. There are not a lot of takeaways immediately in the vicinity. It does have potential to bring visitors and increase footfall, and of course brings an empty unit into use. So in terms of the principle of the change, we consider that it is acceptable. So coming on to design, visual and heritage impacts, particularly as have been referenced in terms of the views of the board member and the town council. So there's a neighbourhood plan which has relevant policies, and that seeks to retain traditional shop fronts. It is within the conservation area. It is possibly sort of late Georgian, so has detailing traditional and typical of its era. There's no objection to the loss of the changing of the aluminium windows. We were keen to see the timber shop front retained. So originally, as I stated, they want to replace it. Then they suggested they want to replace it with aluminium. Then they suggested replacing it with timber. And we were like, I think it's not in such bad condition from the photos that actually with minor repair, repainting, it cannot be retained as is, subject to the condition for submission of a schedule of work. So So the elements that are worthy of retention are therefore being retained. The bits that are being lost are not historic, are not considered to be important. So in terms of that consideration, it's no longer considered that the proposal would have a negative impact on the conservation area. We would consider that this would address those concerns that had been raised by the ward member and the town council in their comments, and the conservation officer was satisfied. In terms of amenity impacts, it is a takeaway use, so there will be cooking happening on site, and as I've indicated on the plans, it involves the installation of large ovens needed for the cooking of pizzas. There is going to be cold storage plant formed within the internal layout, and with that goes ducting and flues for the oven and condensers. So the flues are proposed to emerge from the flat roof above the ground floor at the rear, so that would, and they would then project up behind the building and extract above the eaves level of the first floor. So nonetheless, sensitive consideration of issues such as noise and odour and fumes are really important, because there are residential properties nearby, including, as I've noted, the one on the north side of the access lane. And I've sort of touched on this already, but a lot of the plant is sort of located in this location with the ovens, and this boundary here is the closest property. So achieving an acceptable relationship is very much key. And in terms of some of the ducting and the extract equipment, you can see it on the flat roof here. So this is the extract, and when I said it's extracting above eaves level, this is the extract point above here, so it's coming above the eaves level here. And the purpose of that is so that it extracts above the level of any windows of any residences, and therefore it is able to disperse at a higher level. And there's some equipment sort of on the top of that flat roof as well. Environmental Health are a consultee on the application, and they had initially commented that their proposal did not contain sufficient information to enable an assessment in terms of amenity impacts. Their concern in particular was related to noise impacts on those nearby residences from the plant proposed. The applicant subsequently commissioned and submitted a noise assessment report by a suitably qualified professional that assessed background noise levels, likely noise generation arising from the cooking and extraction equipment, and it went on then to propose additional mitigation measures to reduce noise levels arising and their perception at nearby dwellings. Now, that mitigation includes measures such as the fitting of silencers, acoustic louvre enclosures, and some of that needs to be done internally, some of it needs to be done externally, depending on whether there's internal, so you have internal air intake, and then you get external extract as well. So there's these silencers and mufflers that are being secured through this report, or proposed through the report, and Environmental Health want that secured by conditions, so that the applicant has to carry out the measures set out in the report. So there are two conditions attached in terms of securing mitigation. We consider, and Environmental Health was satisfied based on those proposals, that the scheme would satisfactorily address the issues of noise, odour and fumes, providing those conditions are put in place. In terms of hours of operation, because this was something touched on by the ward member and the town council, it was also raised by residents, because the application form indicates an intention to open between 11 AM and 3 AM in the morning. Many comments have been received that the late night opening hours are out of character with the general opening hours in the vicinity, and that they would also be to the detriment of anyone residing nearby. In particular, comments received about that, the nature of the applicant's delivery-focused business model, which tends to involve some vehicles leaving the site to deliver pizzas to people in within the town and area. Now, there wasn't an hours of operation restriction proposed by Environmental Health in their comments. However, we are mindful of the fact that any opening after 11 PM at night is already controlled by a separate regime, so it would be controlled through the need for a late night refreshment license. So that's something that is needs to be sought from the council for any opening of a takeaway premises after 11 PM at night. So that still exists and would need to be sought. It considers a range of criteria, so things like prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, protection of children. Those are the 4 areas that it looks at. And the police and environmental health are consultees on that licensing process. Conditions can also be imposed on that license to mitigate any specific concerns. So national planning guidance states that planning should not be controlling matters that are controlled by separate regulatory regimes. So it would seem appropriate, therefore, and the late night refreshment license is the basis by which other premises, the other takeaway premises in the area, have their hours controlled, any sort of later opening they want to do. So it's not really through planning. You know, the Indian restaurant, for example, is one that has a late night refreshment license up to a certain time. So we would consider, therefore, that notwithstanding that there are concerns about the hours that this should open to, that there is a separate process that will control that. And without that license, the premises would not be able to open beyond 11 p.m. anyway. So we consider it's appropriate and consistent to leave the granting of the hours of operation to that separate licensing process. Just in terms of waste management, I've mentioned that there'll be an area formed at the rear for the storage of bins, and a hard standing will be laid for them to be put on. So that provides a secure external area for permanent bin storage. They'll be stationed there until we need it to be taken to a curbside collection point for removal, and that would be considered to be a satisfactory arrangement for the removal and storage of such materials. So overall, with the conditions proposed in terms of the noise and odour, and with the fact that hours of operation can be addressed through the licensing process, we consider the amenity impacts of the scheme are satisfactorily addressed. Just in terms of highway impacts, it's a town centre location, so it is considered a sustainable location, which is well served by public transport. The site has parking for 5 vehicles at the rear, access via the lane down the side. To the front on Victoria Street is on-street parking, so that has some waiting restrictions, but it's nonetheless available. Those restrictions apply between 8 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock Monday to Saturday, unrestricted at other times. We feel that the level of parking proposed is commensurate with the nature of the use. Some comments were received about congestion, and that this would likely result in congestion, but the nature of the use operates primarily outside sort of peak hours. Peak hours would normally have been commuting times, school pickup times. The nature of the operation doesn't peak at those kind of hours, so any traffic generated is highly unlikely to have a significant negative impact on the wider network. So considering the sustainable nature of the location, on-site and on-street parking available in terms of highway grounds, it would be considered acceptable. So just to summarise, it's proposed we consider it a use that's acceptable part of a mix of town centre uses, makes use for an empty premises, will bring some employment, may bring visitors into the town. Following changes to the shopfront to retain character, we consider the change of use acceptable, and there's no other impacts which cannot be satisfactorily addressed by condition or in the case of ours through the licensing process. So we are recommending that permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, you'll see that we have a couple of speakers registered to speak. So Michelle Murphy, to start with, if you could turn on your microphone and just confirm that it's working for us, please.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you. So again, as you've heard earlier in the meeting, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and you'll hear a bell go when there's a minute of that time left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you. Well, we are the adjoining property landlord, a mixed-use barber and separate residential tenant, and feel that this site is wholly inappropriate for this business with an unacceptable adverse impact on the tenants. An extremely narrow alley, 2 metres, separates our property from the bank, and pizza delivery vehicles will pass within 6 inches of the tenants' windows doors. We estimate with peak caravan park orders that they'll pass day and night every 15 minutes. With this in mind, we feel that those recommending the approval fail to see that Domino's is not just a takeaway, it's a significant web and app-based delivery operation with 70% of pizzas delivered within a 7-mile radius. Currently, only residents use the alley. Previously, a few bank staff parked at 9 and left at 5, but this was This will not just create a busy takeaway at the front, it'll also add the equivalent of a busy taxi rank at the back. No traffic impact assessment has been done, there's no pavement, so resident walking safety will be impacted. So unless there's a condition stating that deliveries must only operate from the front and that the rear parking is for non-delivery staff, this site is not fit for purpose for this use. Also, there's no information regarding the intended use of the second floor, which we would ask you to explore. Insufficient front parking means that if car bumpers extend outside the bays or youth leave their bikes hanging over, residents will be able to exit or enter the alley, which is contrary to D14 of the Sedgemoor Plan, to compromise the safety and function of local roads. The design statement states several HGV vehicles, deliveries will replenish stock weekly. From our article sent, Domino's deliveries are at night, take a few hours, and they'll be directly under the tenant's bedroom, causing negative sleep impact. We would request an 8 p.m. cut-off condition for both service deliveries and pizza deliveries to minimise residential noise and disturbance. The plans all show extractors vents, cold store opening incidentally 24/7. On the tenant side of the bank, we would ask that all layouts be reconfigured to place all vents, extractors, bins, etc. on the other side of the building to minimise noise, odour and vermin, etc. The noise report we feel needs further scrutiny. Page 41 is a 50 decibel total noise reading. That's not including obviously all the shop and customer noise, with 30 decibels being the legal limit. It recommends putting an air intake vent silencer internally, but Domino's have put this externally, boxed in, which will cause further noise. The oven extractor fan odours is still opposite the tenant's bedroom window height, opposite with 2 metres away from across the alley. That's the distance, restricting the tenant opening windows due to smells and noise. The current bank windows, and I've just put something into the chat there about the extraction for you to sort of read with other Domino's properties being issues. The current bank windows on the alley need to be blocked rather than just vinyl, because if open, they expose the tenant to increased kitchen noise, store music, odours, etc. The opening times will create a new social hotspot, wasting valuable police resources. There's also high incidence of existing pizza takeaway, 5 within 500 metres and another 8 takeaways at this distance. So this application will undermine the street scene vitality with job losses on other outlets. There's significant retail residential properties, 7 rear, 35 retirement flats overlooking 12 flats at the post office.
Thank you very much. I'll have to call time there, but thank you. We have a second speaker, which is Fergus Sykes. Could you again turn on your microphone, just confirm it's working for us, please?
Hi, Chair. Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Again, you'll hear the bell go when you've got 1 minute of your 3 to go, so please start when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Fergus Sykes and I'm from Pegasus Group. The applicant has worked in a positive and proactive manner with the Council's professional officers throughout the course of the application, and significant changes have been made to the proposals to address key concerns which were raised. The main concerns related to the concentration of takeaways, the noise associated with the proposed use, and the visual impacts of the replacement shopfront. The principle of development, which takes into account the concentration of takeaway uses, has been found to be acceptable by the planning officer as detailed within their report to committee. In order to ensure that there are no harmful impacts in terms of noise and odour, and to respond to concerns raised by the residents and the Council's environmental health officer, changes were made to the arrangement of the extract and ventilation equipment within the building. This resulted in the relocation of an air intake louver away from the neighbouring dwelling and additional noise mitigation measures. Following these changes, the potential noise outbreak will be kept to an acceptable level. As explained by your officer, the applicant originally proposed to open until 3 AM. However, following comments by residents, they reduced the opening hours to 1 AM as suggested by the Town Council. Concerns were raised in relation to the potential visual impact of the replacement of the existing timber element of the shopfront. This was originally proposed to be constructed of aluminium, but subsequently the applicant has agreed to retain the timber shopfront and make repairs as required. The rear parking area, which was previously used in connection with the bank, will continue to be used by the applicant. As explained within the officer's report, the use could revert to a variety of other uses, such as a restaurant or a convenience store, which would generate a similar level of vehicle movements, which would use the existing parking area and lane without the need for planning. It will not be accessed by vans or HGVs, and refuse will be brought from the rear of the unit to be collected from the curbside, as is the arrangement for other commercial premises along Victoria Street. For pizza deliveries, drivers would be out delivering orders during the majority of the time, and therefore it would be very rare for a number of drivers to need to park near the store at the same time. Overall, the site is in an appropriate location for a new hot food takeaway and is compliant with the relevant national and local policies. It would bring a vacant commercial unit back into an active use and provide a number of employment opportunities for young people in the area. For these reasons, it is respectfully requested that you follow your officer's recommendation and approve the application subject to the necessary conditions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, I've already got a number of members have indicated to speak. That's Councillors Bradford, Hendry, Perry and Grimes. So if we start with Councillor Bradford, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that was from the last meeting, actually. I think it was. There you go. Don't mind. I'll start off now. I've got something to say on this one. Is it a good thing, all these places in a little area like Hyde, to be honest with you? I don't know. You sort of rob Peter to pay Paul, I fancy you do. And I just see them starting up everywhere, these places. And there's going to be casualties, whatever we do sometimes. And I'll tell you, it's very, very difficult. All these shops are becoming vacant everywhere. It'd be a lot more sense if the bank was still there. That's what ought to be happening. I know we can't take the clock back, but by God, all these empty places are causing so many issues everywhere. And we haven't started with the big towns yet. We really haven't started with all the vacant places it's going to be about. So I'm a bit open-minded about this. I don't like to be negative about things, but I do think sometimes you can overdo things. You can overdo it, and you know, it's going through tremendous change, the high street everywhere, and I really haven't got the answer, to be honest. And I'm going to listen to what the rest. I'm going to keep an open mind on this one, but you know, it does concern me a bit. It does concern me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to point out first, it's not Hyde, it's actually in Burnham-on-Sea, not far from the seafront as it goes. The reason the kind of reasons that make this not 100% perfect, I've already been spoken about already. There's a narrow lane, mopeds back and forth, there's a chimney in the alleyway. It's all things that seem to have been sorted out already, because just listening to the presentation from the first and second speaker, these things seem to have come together already. However, there's a lot of good points too. The 3 AM time has been cut back to 1 o'clock, that's how it seems. There's also the term sui generis that's been mentioned here. I'm not quite sure that's very fitting, because neither a bank or a pizza takeaway could be referred to as sui generis, but okay. The local Burnham Town Council support this. It helps the local economy. It fills another empty shop, which we like to see because there are so many empty nowadays. The bin storage at the rear did concern me a little bit, because you do get vermin from food shops like this. When you have a takeaway, whether it be a fish and chip shop or whatever, if they don't control the bins properly, if there's anything lying outside, that can attract vermin. So perhaps maybe that should be mentioned, or maybe take it for granted, I'm not really sure. This here as a pizza takeaway is not isolated by any means on Victoria Street. There is, within a stone's throw, 2 Indians, one on the same street and one just round the corner at the end. There's a Chinese within view of it, just down the end of the road, on the triangle bit. There's another fish and chip shop and a Chinese just around the corner, 1 street away. So it's certainly not isolated. It's part of a whole gathering, if you want to term it that way. To sum up, it would be very difficult to find a valid reason to turn this down, because the plus points, shall we call them, vastly outweigh the minus points. So really, it'd be very, very difficult to actually say, well, we're going to turn this down. I don't see you've got a valid reason for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Titchener. Did you want to comment on any of the issues raised and the issue of sui generis? Do I take that as a no?
No, that's mute difficulties.
No worries.
I mean, the sui generis point is just that's a government reclassification. They've reclassified the use classes. Sui generis just means of its own use. So they've basically said we're not putting takeaways into a class anymore. They're just their own thing, to separate them off from other things. So I think that sort of picks up on Councillor Hendry's point there.
Okay.
Can I just point something out there? Sui generis, that's not what it means at all. It means unique, one of a kind. That's what sui generis means. It means one of a kind and unique. And a pizza takeaway is not unique and certainly not one of a kind. Thank you.
Mrs. De Vries, do you want to comment at all on the planning terms?
I don't want to get bogged down into the detail, but I think in terms of the previous use class, obviously extended from A1 to A5. A5 was takeaway, so A5 would have been sort of the one end of the spectrum, and from A5 you could go back down to A4, A3, A2, A1 without need for planning permission, because you couldn't go back up to A5 without planning permission. They've taken it out of the new Class E use, and they've put it in its own use area. And if it hasn't got a defined use class, any use that hasn't got a defined use class is for planning purposes just called sui generis. So it's defined as sui generis because it doesn't fall within one of the accepted new classes.
Thank you. One question, if I could ask Mr. Titchener, in terms of the agent's presentation, he mentioned about the fact that they were changing from the 3 a.m. finish to the 1 a.m. Obviously, within your report, you said that we didn't necessarily need to cover that because it would be covered by other legislation. Bearing in mind, hours have been sort of put on the table by the agent. Would it be reasonable for members to put a condition on saying a maximum late night would be 1 a.m.?
So yeah, so the proposal as at the moment that we put forward did not include a condition. So if members feel they want to control the hours and want to stipulate opening no later than 1 a.m., then it's within members' gift to put a condition on to do that. The applicant will still have to apply for a late night refreshment license if they want to open beyond 11. So it doesn't fetter members' hands at the licensing point to do so. It's just a bit of overlap of regulatory controls in our point of view.
Thank you. So I've got councillors Perry, Grimes, Gibson and Bolt. So we'll start with Councillor Perry.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I tried to unmute myself. I was concerned about the 3 a.m. opening hours with the residents that are close by, and I would be happy to support the 1 a.m. up to a 1 a.m. But can you just inform me the other takeaways? What are their opening hours that are close by? Are they similar to the 3 a.m. close off? Thank you.
Mr. Titchener.
So they're like I said, they're controlled through the licensing process rather than the planning process to get their hours. When I spoke to the licensing officer, there's quite a mix of hours, and licensing hours are sometimes structured in a different way that we might structure ours. So they will sometimes have extra flexibilities so they might get slightly later opening sometimes. If it's a bank holiday weekend, you can stay open for an extra hour, sometimes on a Friday or Saturday. Generally speaking, the hours tended to go to it's sometimes midnight, sometimes 12:30, for example, with that hour flexibility. Sometimes I have to say there wasn't a lot going till 3 a.m. It was definitely earlier. And to be honest, that's not a comprehensive. We didn't go through every takeaway, but we went through a selection of those in the area. It's included the Chinese and the Indian, and I think one of the licensed pubs, or hotel in the vicinity.
Thank you, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think a lot of things on this application's already been sorted out with the planners, and I don't actually see too much of an issue with this. I mean, bearing in mind what's been said about the other takeaways and the other shops within a distance. Also, you've got a pub, you've got a social club, and you've got a cinema, all within 50 yards of this. And I think this is a good use of an empty building by a national company. And so I don't see too much of an issue with this, and I'm going to move the recommendation with the hour conditions put in as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I think 1 p.m. is 1 a.m. rather is far too late for a place to be staying open, especially with the issues of it being built up close to the housing that the person spoke about earlier. I just think this is messed up corporate gentrification of just bringing more junk food to the high street. And I think that the Domino's, beautiful Domino's sign will look really lovely on that old bank, that old building. Yeah, I don't think that you're going to get an increase in footfall. It'll be car fall, it'll be vehicle fall around this area. But then I guess it's the main street through the town, just off there at the top by the cinema. But yeah, this is what happens when I guess you don't support, or small businesses don't get enough support, or for local businesses, that you just get the corporate big chains coming in and just mopping everything up and just making everything look like every other place around, providing low quality food for the local people and people further afield.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. I hear the agent responding to a lot of the concerns and with regards to the objections here. One thing that I'm not sure if I didn't hear it or misheard, with regards to the resupply lorries, which would be coming in twice a week. I didn't hear him say at what time of the day that would be. I know that we restrict that on some of the supermarkets when they're near residential premises. Has that been covered?
Ms. Titchener?
So I mean, we haven't had details of the hours of deliveries from the applicant. I guess if members feel strongly and wanted to impose an hour of operation, that could cover hours of delivery in addition.
I think that would be fair. I'd hate 3 in the morning to be the time that they actually start getting their resupply in.
And Mr. Titchener, could I just confirm, I think from the presentation that the agent was making, that the deliveries will be made to the front of the property, then they're not delivering to the back car park?
No, I think that's correct, yes. I think the back car park is primarily for staff, so because it's not really suitable for larger lorries to be going down there, so it's just for staff to get their cars off the highway.
Okay. If I could just check, the Councillor Grimes, you made a proposition relating to the hours of opening. Do you also, including the condition for 1 AM, would you also want that to include hours of delivery?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think that that would be would suffice. And the one thing I wanted to add was there is very few residential properties in that area. There's a few flats, but it's not a predominantly residential area anyway. I just wanted to add that as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, but you're happy with your proposal to be amended to include the deliveries?
I would be happy with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. I've next got Councillors Hendry, Scott to go after that. So Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just to bring something up about the Indian takeaway stroke restaurants and the Chinese, at busy times, I believe the 2 Indians at least are open till 1 o'clock in the morning. The Chinese I'm not sure about. It could be 12, it could be 1. So this comes back again to this place here applying for, just say for example, a 1 o'clock license. There'd be no valid reason to turn this down. Councillor Grimes was absolutely correct, saying there's a pub just on the corner within 50 yards, straight across the road, the social club, the cinema, everything's there. It's not a very, very quiet side street. It's not like that. There's a lot of activity down there. And I'll go back to say there is no valid reason to actually turn this down. So on that standing, I'm happy to second Councillor Tronny Grimes, the proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The 2 last speakers may have answered some of my questions, but it was regarding the extractor that's going to be put onto the top of the flat roof. And I think the lady that was concerned that it was very close to residential usage. I think she quoted 2 meters, but I just wonder if the planning officer would actually explain that in more detail. And also, is it to be towards the front of the property or to the back of the property? Because I guess the street scene, you could actually see it, and that might have a bit of an impact.
Thank you.
But as it is, I think you know, the reuse of the facility is a good one. Thank you.
Ms. Titcher, if you could, I was going to say, illustrate the plans and just take us through where the extractions are, please.
Yeah. The extract plant. So this is the side elevation of the building here. Is to go on the flat roof, or in part emerge through the flat roof coming out here. So the relationship with the properties nearby is across the alley. So the plant is on top, and that's the nearby one. I think that's why there was a concern from environmental health about the impact and understanding the impact, and the noise report that was provided, and the mitigation measures that were included as a result to dampen down sound associated with those elements there. And in terms of the visual impact that Councillor Scott has mentioned, this is the front elevation of the building here. The higher part of it still won't be seen because it will be obscured by the roof of the two-storey front elevation here. So you won't actually see any of the plant. So there won't actually be a visual impact of that on the street scene, which is important because we are also in the conservation area.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from members.
Yeah, Bob, some of my icons aren't working. It's Mike.
Okay, Councillor Facey.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, as most of you know, that I'm a prominent member of Burnham and Neighbours Town Council, and I'm glad that somebody pointed out to Councillor Bradford it's in Burnham-on-Sea, Chairman. I've got a couple of queries and questions actually from Mr. Tishner. First of all, not an easy one to present, Dean, but I think you did a cracking job, mate. You kicked it out the pitch. Absolutely superb with that one. The principles of licensing, when that comes about in the other part of the district council, are the town council involved with that or not?
I don't know. I have to say, off the top of my head, I don't know the consultation arrangements for the licensing because I'm not that directly involved with it. What my knowledge of it is from having discussed with the licensing officer. I don't know whether our legal officer would be able to answer on the.
I think I might be able to help a little bit anyway. In terms of that, in terms of license applications, both the local authority and the local ward members are consulted. So the town council and the local ward members would be.
Thank you for that clarification, Chairman and Dean. Next on this one is the fact of an empty building. The town council encourage it. We know that we would like to see different things there, but when you've got a high street, the end of a high street, because it's not actually the main part as people that visit the town know, this building's been empty for quite a while. The developers worked obviously with the officers, and we're well pleased to see the one wooden stroke lookalike windows retaining. The door, etc., at the moment is already aluminium, so we've got no problems at all with that. Just going back to the licensing hours, if I may, Chairman, glad to hear from the agent at 1 o'clock. Town council will be really happy with that one. Apart from that, Chairman, nothing else to say. Apart from restrictions of delivery, I've got to be a bit careful to other businesses there, Chairman, because there is a really big upmarket shop opposite, a retail shop opposite, which deals in furniture, and I don't want any problems put to them relating to any deliveries, because they're a first-class business, well respected in the town, Chairman. We've got to be careful on what we're going to do regarding deliveries and damaging other activities in that same road. Thank you for your time, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions from members before we move to the vote?
Can I make a comment, Chair?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. Well, I mean, I would listen to what Councillor Facey said, and I have to say I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's very difficult in these days to try and attract national chains to our high streets. we're actually losing more national chains than we are gaining. And I think, to be fair, I really feel for the people behind. There's quite a few flats behind, and I feel that the extraction fans might be an issue, and also other things might be an issue. And the alleyway is extremely narrow. But in terms of marginal, I would say that these have to be put into marginal context that we desperately need to expand our high street with national chains, and also people come to our town. You know very well, Mr. Chair, that we get 150,000 people coming into this area in the summertime. So if that gets back to that, we will need lots of deliveries. Ironically, there has been a new pizza opened up in the last 2 months in College Street, which is really a shame, and I feel sorry for them. But I would vote for this because of the national chain effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At that point, members, I'm going to move to the vote. We have had a recommendation moved and seconded to grant permission with the additional condition limiting the hours of operation and delivery to be not later than 1 a.m. in the morning, at night. If we start this time, please, with let's start with Councillor Facey.
Yes, Chairman. I've been present throughout, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation. And once again, Chairman, thank him for a superb presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I will just say at this point, in terms of the exact wording of that extra condition, that will obviously, as normal, be agreed with Chairman and Vice Chairman after the meeting, but just to make sure we get the legal wording right. Mrs. Lehman, I think you indicated.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Sorry, Chairman. I was just wanting to clarify the hours of delivery condition is not going to be 1 o'clock. It was just the hours of opening condition at 1 a.m. in the morning, and the delivery was to be agreed between the chairman and the deputy chairman.
I believe the proposal was they were both 1 a.m., but the detail of it was going to be agreed. But I will just check that with the proposer.
Thank you.
Yes,
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, that's my consideration on it as well.
That in effect, it should not be post 1 a.m., but
That's correct.
But the detailed wording to be agreed. Okay. Are you happy with that, Mrs. Lehman?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for the clarification.
Excellent. So we'd had Councillor Facey who'd voted for. We now move to Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seen and heard everything, and as with Councillor Facey, I'm for. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard everything, and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Hello, seen and heard, and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I am for.
And Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Heard and seen all of the debate, and listening to local knowledge, as Mr. Bradford would say, listening to the local councillors, and I am for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, seen the whole debate and heard it all, and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
And Councillor Bolt.
Present for the whole debate and for.
Councillor Bradford.
I've listened to the local knowledge, Mr. Chairman, analysed it, and I am for.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, listen, heard the whole debate, and I am for.
And Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've listened to the whole debate and my vote is against.
Thank you. And Councillor Murphy.
I've listened to the whole debate and I'm for.
Thank you. I've also heard the whole debate and I'm also for. I think is it Mr. Taylor or Mrs. Nicholson? Just to confirm, that's all members who've voted.
I've actually heard most of that, which makes a change. That's 13 in support and 2 against.
Thank you. So that is clearly carried. So permission is granted. Members, it's just coming up to 1:10. I'm going to suggest that we adjourn at that point. We will reconvene at 2:30 and we'll take the last application from this morning after the ones with speakers that we've got this afternoon. So thank you all very much, and we will reconvene, as I say, at 2:30. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay. Technology is wonderful when it works. Welcome to Sedgemoor District Council's Development Committee. It is requested that all participants of this meeting turn their mobile phones to off or silent. Hopefully those present will hear the meeting. However, in the event of a technical failure, the chairman will adjourn the meeting and set a new time to reinstate the meeting. Please note that the meeting is being recorded. All those present will remain muted until the chairman allows them to speak. Only members of the public that have registered to speak can make representation to the committee. The format of the meeting will be as per the agenda published, and a copy of the officer presentations can be found on the committee webpage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Development Committee. I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee. Just a few housekeeping notes before we get on to the agenda itself. And the process that will follow will be that each application will be taken in turn this afternoon. The officers will outline the detail and the background of the application, and then that will be followed by the public speaking time. Members will then debate and ultimately decide on the applications. For members of the committee, if again I could just remind you that if you wish to speak, please do indicate in the chat, and I'll call you in turn. During the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will then vote on this in turn, and they will have to confirm that they've been present throughout the application being considered and will vote for, against, or abstain. The votes will then be counted and we'll announce the result. I'll now ask the officers and councillors who are taking part in the meeting this afternoon to confirm that they can see and hear me, and to also introduce themselves. So if we start this afternoon with Dawn de Vries, please, from our planning team.
Thank you. I'm Dawn de Vries. I'm going to be lead officer for the first few applications, and I can confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Adrian Noon.
Yeah, hello there. I'm Adrian Noon. I'm a principal officer for the East, and I will be here to support the officers presenting the applications in the East.
Thank you. Shanta Parsons.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Shanta Parsons, Senior Officer for the West, and I'll be presenting a number of applications today. I can see and hear everybody.
Thank you. Emma Chorley.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Emma Chorley. I'm one of the senior planning officers here, and I can confirm that I can see and hear everybody.
Thank you. Is Andy Redding with us from our planning policy team? Maybe not at the moment, but maybe join us later. And I don't know whether Mr. Titchener, whether he's with us at the moment. He will be returning later in the meeting because one of his applications was rolled over from this morning.
I am here, Chairman, and I can see and hear everything.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Titchener. If we move then on to our legal section, Dawn Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dawn Lehman. I'm legal advisor to the committee, and I can confirm that I can hear and see everything.
Thank you. From our Democratic Services, Leila Nicholson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Leila Nicholson. I'm the committee manager. I am very intermittent still. The laptop is on its way to being thrown out the window in a minute. But my colleague Steve Taylor is here, so he will make sure that everything's going ahead fine.
Excellent. And Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Chairman, Steve Taylor, committee manager. I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. If we then come to the members of the committee, if we start with Councillor Graham Granter.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. Yes, my name's Councillor Graham Granter, representing the Fairfax ward in Bridgewater, and I can confirm I can hear and see everybody loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor Glassford with us?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. I'm Mike Glassford, representing Fairfax ward. I can see and hear everything.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yep, Councillor Kathy Pearce, Westover Ward, Bridgewater, and I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
And Councillor Gibson?
Yeah, Eastover Ward, and I can see and hear everyone at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Liz Scott from the Axvale Ward, and I can confirm I can see and hear you. Thank you.
And Councillor Hendry?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councillors. Sedgemoor District Councillor Alistair Hendry for Burnham-on-Sea Central. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facey?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Councillor Mike Facey, Burnham-on-Sea North, and I can confirm I can hear and see all.
And Councillor Murphy?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, my name is Mike Murphy. I represent Burnham-on-Sea North. I can see and hear everything.
And Councillor Evans, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Bill Evans, North Petherton Ward. Thank you. I can see and hear everything.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, Councillor Stuart Kingham, representing the West Poldens, and I can hear and see all.
And Councillor Bradford?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, officers. Councillor Alan Bradford, representing North Petherton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can get loud and clear.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt?
Yeah, warm member for Cannington and Wemden. I can see and hear the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Perry?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, Councillor Liz Perry, representing the King's Eye Ward, and I can confirm I can hear and see everything.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes?
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Tony Grimes, Deputy Chairman, representing Barrow Ward. I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee, and I've seen and heard all the members and officers so far. Also, we have with us other members of council who are here, some to just view the proceedings, others to will be speaking later. We also have, I believe, the portfolio holder for development with us. We have members of the public also present, some again who are here just to listen to the proceedings, others who have registered to speak, and will obviously come to those in turn. If we move on to the agenda itself, apologies, there are none because all members are present at the meeting. Urgent business, I do not have any that's been notified to me before the meeting, so it's just the items that are on our agenda today. The next item is public speaking time. For members of the public, for those of you who've registered to speak, we'll take each application in turn. The officers will introduce and give the background and detail, as I mentioned earlier, and we'll then ask you to address the committee. You'll have 3 minutes to do so, and we'll ask you to enable your microphone just to confirm that it's working for us. And once you start speaking, when there is 1 minute of your 3 to go, you should hear a bell go off. Do you want to try that again? Okay, hopefully there'll be a bit more of an impressive bell than that will go off, but we'll make sure that you know that there's 1 minute of your time left to go, and if you can draw your comments to a close within that time, it would be appreciated. Item 5 is declarations of interest. As I mentioned earlier, we did have one application that's rolled forward from this morning, so I'll ask Mrs. Nicholson if you could just re-give the interests that were given for that Bridgewater application, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The interests for Bridgewater Town Council, all members of Bridgewater Town Council took no part in discussions. Councillor Kathy Pearce, Councillor Lee Gibson and Councillor Graham Granter. Councillor Gibson is also the, yeah, that's it. Sorry.
No, yeah, that's right, Layla.
Are you for council for that area as well?
Yeah.
Excellent. I have
Thank
got
you.
it right. Thank you.
Okay, if I could ask members if there are any other interests you have for this afternoon. I see that Councillor Scott has indicated.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Application on page 121 at Stonellerton. I'm the ward member, but I took no part in any discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I need to make a similar declaration on the application on page 121 and the application on page 160. They're both within the county area that I represent, but again, I took no part in the discussions at the parish council meetings. Are there any other declarations that members have?
Yes, sorry, Chairman.
Councillor Bolt.
I've tried getting in a couple of times. I don't know if it's just a delay in it. 91, 101 and 111. I'm the ward member for that area. Haven't taken part in any of the discussions.
Excellent. And I've just seen Councillor Murphy has indicated. And not
Yeah, I
anymore.
was just testing my hand because it didn't work last time. I beg your pardon. I'm very
Yeah,
sorry.
that's all right. It's working this time, Mike, so you're fine.
Sorry about that.
Okay, if there are no further declarations, for members of the public, it's important that if members do have an interest in an application, they declare it and it's recorded. Where we have a personal interest, it basically means that there's a level of interest that would not prejudice the members' view when they come to make a decision. They declare it, it's recorded, and they can stay within the meeting, debate and vote on the application. On a prejudicial declaration, as the name implies, it means that they could potentially be prejudiced by their knowledge of a applicant, objector, or of the application. And on that basis, they declare it, it's recorded, and they will leave the meeting and take no part in the discussion or vote. And the other declarations you've heard this afternoon were relating to non-predetermination, which basically means that members haven't made up their mind before coming to this meeting. So where it's in an area where you represent and you attend the parish council or town council meeting, you step out of that meeting and take no part in that discussion, so that there is no concern that you've already made up your mind before you come to this meeting. And that's where you've heard members decide to say that they have had no debate or involvement in the decision making at that earlier process, so that they can come to this meeting and be part of the decision making process at the district level. That brings us, I think, to the end of the declarations of interest. So we move on to the planning applications themselves. Just for clarity for members and for members of the public, the first three applications you'll notice are all within the same development area of it's the same application site, but there are three barns which are up for discussion. So what will happen is the case officer is going to give one presentation in terms of the background and detail to do with the site, and then we will have detailed presentation from Ms. Parsons on each individual one in turn, and we will vote individually. We also have speakers on all three, so once we have had the detail on the first barn, then we'll have the opportunity for the speakers to speak on that barn. Then we'll make the decision on that, and then we'll move to the second barn. But obviously, the overarching presentation will cover all three barns. It'll only be once you get down to the detail that we'll then take the three separately. So hopefully, if I haven't confused members too much, I'll hand over to Ms. Parsons and ask you to make the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you confirm you can see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Good. I shall start the presentation. So the site is to the south of Cannington, a farmstead known as Chiltern Trivet Farm, Blackmore Lane, Cannington. And it's located to the south, as you can see here, Cannington Village here, and the bypass running along here, the A39. Blackmore Lane runs along east-west, and the application site area is accessed off of a track of Blackmore Lane. There are a number of barns within this farm complex. The host dwelling is actually a Grade 2 listed building, which is located here. There's a traditional barn, which is sited immediately adjacent. And then there are a number of more modern agricultural buildings, all clustered relatively close to each other. The three applications we are looking at today relate to barn number 5, number 3 and number 4, and will be in that order. Again, this just indicates the site and the location with the existing farmhouse here and the collection of barns. This barn actually was the subject of a prior approval for permitted development that was refused in the last few months. Again, this is a 3D image to indicate the access leading into the barn complex. This 3D image shows the barns as they would be converted if approved. the listed building here, traditional building here, which is subject to another application, not at committee today, and then the 3 barns that we're going to look at today, with barn number 5 being the first barn, which, as you can see, is accessed, as I've said, off Blackmore Lane. Now, this barn is formed of several attached steel frame barns, which comprise of 4 distinct sections. The barns themselves are constructed of part block, part render, part metal clad, part corrugated fibre cement roofs and walls, with the tallest barn being with a ridge height of approximately 6.9 metres and the lowest at 3.3 metres. And as you can see, this is the barn in question here, and you can see the internal views of the barn. The next slide shows another section of the barn, which, as you can see, is open-sided. And then another view showing the end elevation, south elevation here, and the west elevation here. In terms of the floor plan, this is the simple plan of the barns as they are attached together. The proposal seeks to convert the building. Oh, sorry, these are the elevations. I'll come back to the elevations again in a minute and compare them to the proposed. The proposal seeks to provide a 4-bed dwelling on 2 levels. There'll be 3 bedrooms on the ground floor level. This can be shown here, with a study and a sitting room and a kitchen dining room and a utility. The external patio.
I could just ask you to pause for a minute.
Sorry, am I going too fast?
Yeah, we're running slightly behind your presentation.
Sorry, apologies.
So that's okay. You might just need to, I think we've caught back up again
We're
now.
on slide 11, which shows
That's
the floor plan. Thank
Yep.
you. This shows the floor plan with the ground floor. 3 bedrooms are on the ground floor, a sitting room in the middle, and kitchen dining room here, a utility at the end, another bedroom, and a study. As you can see, the external patio area is shown to be here with a length of 8.5 metres. Upstairs, there is a balcony formed above the patio area, master bedroom with an ensuite, a morning room, and a storage above the utility room. In terms of the proposed alterations, we've got the existing barns, as you can see, west and the south elevation on the left side of slide 13, and on the right hand side is the proposed detail. In terms of the west elevation, there would be the insertion of the tall window and the lower level window in the tall structure, addition of a taller timber clad link with 2 windows and a door, and the replacement of 2 4-height doors with smaller windows and the addition of 3 roof lights. Looking then at the south elevation, the walls would be rendered, although that diagram doesn't indicate render on there, but it's annotated as render. And there would be the insertion of 2 windows. You can also see here the addition of the upper floor to be added to the structure. And here with the east elevation, the proposal is on this side on slide 14. It involves the rendering of the existing block walls, infilling the large opening at ground floor with timber, infill the centre section with glazing and timber cladding, add raised section clad in timber and the addition of the balcony, which you can see along here. On the lower elevations, the north elevation, as you can see, there would be the insertion of 3 additional windows. Now, in terms of the update to the report, we've now had the ecologist's comments. He states that a preliminary bat and bird assessment was carried out, which recommends additional surveys need to be undertaken, and therefore he objects to the application as it stands without those surveys. And then the conservation officer has commented, and he recommends refusal based on heritage grounds due to the significance of the estate. He states that the application could be developed sensitively with the retention of many of the stone-built structures. However, the proposal has very little sympathy or respect for the historic significance. He confirms or concludes that the proposal includes unsuitable conversions in a setting and curtilage that would affect the listed building, and therefore recommends refusal. Now, in terms of the principle of the conversion of these barns to a dwelling, the site is outside of any settlement boundary, and therefore in the countryside where development is further controlled, and the proposal seeks to convert existing rural buildings to a dwelling in this unsustainable location. Proposals for new development outside of identified settlements are appropriately controlled and developed that will only be supported where they are in accordance with other relevant policies within the local plan. Now, Sedgemoor's planning guidance note on conversion of agricultural rural buildings, which has been adopted by the council, does allow for the conversion of rural buildings to dwellings, provided certain criteria are met. Now, these buildings are located in a countryside location, but they are not particularly close to a village or hamlet. However, they do form part of a group of buildings. The criteria questions whether, if the buildings are not of traditional materials, are they suitable for conversion? And in this case, the buildings are not of traditional, but of modern steel frame structures, corrugated roofs with block and metal sheeting. While the structural engineer's report concludes that the structure appears to be satisfactory, but he refers to that complying with Class Q conversion. However, this proposal is for a full application for the conversion of the barns to a dwelling. It's not considered that the buildings are of permanent and substantial construction, nor in a sound structural condition with potential for conversion to the proposed use, without significant rebuilding, significant alteration, or significant extensions. And this proposal shows that the buildings would be substantially altered, and this is not justified under the provisions of other local plan policies. Therefore, it's considered the principle of the conversion of the barns to a dwelling is not acceptable and is contrary to policies in the local plan. In terms of the impact on the character and the area and the listed building, the barns are located to the northeast of the listed farmhouse and form part of the complex of buildings that are modern design rather than traditional and not considered to be listed buildings. However, due to the substantial rebuilding proposed and erection of new structures, the proposal would not be a conversion of a traditional barn, but would result in a development that would be a poor quality design contrary to D2. And its retention in such a manner would also result in an adverse impact on the setting of the adjoining listed building, as well as the character of the existing site and the wider area. In terms of the impact on the amenity of neighbouring residents, there are pending applications and concurrent applications relating to the conversion of these two barns, which we will look at today. However, we need to look at the scheme as a whole in terms of their relationship to each other. The proposed balcony that would be located here is considered unsatisfactory in terms of overlooking, as it would look straight into the garden of barn 3 and also into the ground floor windows of barn 3, as would the first floor windows in this structure here. Also, there's a ground floor window proposed in the end elevation of barn 5, which would open out to the garden that would be attached to barn 4. Also, these windows would result in mutual overlooking between the two properties. Therefore, it's considered that the proposal would give rise to an unacceptable level of overlooking and loss of privacy, or lack of privacy, I should say. In terms of the impact on ecology, as I've mentioned, we've now had the ecologist's comment, and he agrees with the ecology report that has been submitted with the application that does say further survey works are to be undertaken, and therefore, as the application stands, the recommendation, the application would have an adverse impact on ecology. To conclude, in terms of this barn conversion, the recommendation is to refuse consent based on the 4 reasons for refusal within the report. The first, in terms of the principle of the development not being in accordance with a countryside policy and the barn conversion draft guidance. The second reason, based on the impact that the development could have on protected species. The third reason, based on design and also the impact on the listed building. And I would like to reinforce that reason and add that the resultant adverse impact on the setting and curtilage of the listed building. The wording of that I recommend be delegated to be agreed with the chair and vice chairman if this application is refused. And the fourth reason for refusal, by virtue of the relationship of the proposed dwelling with the other barn conversion schemes, it would result in an unsatisfactory relationship in terms of amenity for both the existing residents or the proposed residents of the barn number 5 as well as future residents of the other barns. Therefore, the recommendation, Chairman, is to refuse consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As members will see, we've got 2 speakers on each of these barns, so we're dealing obviously with barn 5 to start with. Councillor Dyer, if you could enable your microphone and just confirm it's working for us, please.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. As you know, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee on the issue of barn 5, and you'll get the bell will sound when there's a minute to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking in favour of this application. I think it's the best use of the site. We already have farms nearby, Stamford Farm, Ashdown Farm and Wiviel Farm, where development's been done. And if this had been all old buildings, it would be going up for recommendation, I would guess. But because it's partly newer buildings, or mainly newer buildings, people are against it, and I can see that problem. We're in a situation, this isn't going to be the last farm in this area in Sedgemoor that's going to actually end up going out of agriculture. Agriculture is changing massively, and we're going to be stuck with a whole load of farm buildings. This is the best use of the site, because if it's not done to houses, it's likely to become industrial. And the problem with industrial is you'll get Arctic lorries and all the problems of that. As far as distance from Cannington, the walk from the farmyard to the middle of the village, to the butcher and the baker, is less than walking the length of Holford Road. And Holford Road isn't the longest road in Bridgwater by a long way. And so it's got a bus stop within probably 8 minutes walk and 15 minutes walk maximum to the butcher and baker. So it's definitely sustainable. Once you walk onto the lane, you're onto the main road and you have a cycle path and footpath. If we look historically at a site like this, it was a farm of this size would have had probably 6 to 8 families living off it. Blackmore Farm, where I live, had 8 families plus the farmer and his family living off the farm up to 1952. And Ashdown, Chiltern Trivet would be no different. So actually having people living in the countryside is not a problem. When we look at the actual structures of the buildings, these buildings are more sound than, say, some of the buildings at Ashdown Farm were granted. There were single skin brick walls and didn't actually count for, they were virtually falling down. These are all solid structures. And they're modern buildings built since the war, but this is an encapsulation of the history, post-war history of this farm. And so, we can look at the 16th century grade 2 house. It stands back in the garden, stands well back from these, and I think is the best use. I can't see what else we can use it for, and it's a sustainable use for the future. So that's my view to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker we have is Barry James.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Again, start when you're ready and you'll hear the bell when there's a minute to go, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about the proposed developments at Chiltern Trivet. Now, as a background, and as Councillor Dyer stated, the land around the farm is still in productive agricultural use. However, due to changes in farming practices, the buildings themselves have become redundant. So the question then arises, what do we do with them? We don't want to let them become a blot on the landscape, and conversion to residential use is the most likely to ensure a high level of investment on the site and therefore improvement to its appearance. And as has been mentioned, we have to consider the setting of the listed building. Now, the structural engineer's report evidences that they are suitable and capable of conversion. And Chairman, my speech here will cover essentially all three applications. I'm trying to do the whole lot in one hit if I can. Now, from a sustainability perspective, the proposal is sound. The location is convenient for both Cannington and Bridgwater, as Councillor Dyer said. Residents can help support the services and community facilities available at both. Cycling to both is relatively easy, as is walking into Cannington. There's regular bus services on the main road, which is a short walk from the site. So in a nutshell, there are valid non-private vehicle travel options available. Now, members, I'm sure you've noticed over the last year or so, we've seen a huge shift in how we live, and home working now looks like it's here to stay as part of our daily lives, at least as part of our working routine. So the whole concept of sustainability and where is a sustainable location has shifted. Delivery vans are driving all over the place, bringing us food and other goods. And I'd say that the suitability of a location like this, where we can live, but which is still relatively close to settlements, has grown as a result. Now, with the farmhouse being a listed building, there's sufficient separation here to the farm buildings, so they're not directly affected by it, but we have taken that into account. We've sought to make sure the design of the buildings is high quality, so the setting of the house is enhanced. Was that a bell I just heard? Yes, yeah, okay, thank you. All right, thanks. So we've sought to make that approach to the house as pleasant as possible and taken into account that local heritage asset. We've had an architect design these proposals, and it incorporates high quality materials and finishes. The visual contribution in the landscape will be improved by the works. You know, this kind of size site, particularly with the phosphates issue in Somerset, it's going to give a local small or medium-sized building company much needed work to continue to employ builders. So I think I'll wrap it up there, Chairman. As I say, I'm trying to cover all the issues for all the developments at this site, all in one speech. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? I'm not seeing any members. Are there any members indicating that I'm not seeing? If you could speak up.
I'll have a go at it, Mr. Chairman. Nobody else wants to start.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the speakers. Thank you for the planning officer. Now, been farmers, there's no doubt about it. Farming is changing, right? This is a dramatic change in this farm. You can see that, and really, I don't expect there's too many of the planning committee here sat down, understand it, or can visualise exactly what's happening, because we've got 3 barn conversions put in front of us, plus a few barns, etc., etc. And I wonder, well, really, if these barns were 3, 5, and 4 were marked, and the other one, etc., what got to be doing, whether or not we ought to. I know you don't like site visits, but by God, this is one that surely demands a site visit, so we get a real clear insight to what happens, right? Because it's quite a major application, I think, is this with all these barns, and wouldn't it be a lot easier if one come in one at a time? But we've got 3, possibly 4 faces with a Q barn as well, and that has confused the barn conversion policy all over Somerset. I think it is. I've been involved in some of this myself, and hope when I shall be further involved in the next 6 months in these issues. But like Ian said, if some of these barns aren't done for people, then it's got to probably go for industrial use, and the lanes around the areas just don't don't cater for the industrial lorries, the size of it and all the rest of it. And we've got everything getting bigger, and all the country lanes just don't carry it. So that's one little thing against it, really, I suppose. But my own opinion, and I would like to be seconded. It's a committee because the relaxation of rules are changing now. A nice dry day to go out and have a look at Cannington and have a look at this. I reckon to be a good idea, and then there'd be an awful lot more people would understand it fully, because I know where the area is, and I find it a bit confusing. So I'm certain other people on this committee who are from further away than I am wouldn't quite understand it until they got into the complex of buildings and fully understood it. That's all for now, Mr. Chairman. I might come back. All right.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. I've got, I believe, Mrs. De Vries. You wanted to comment?
Thank you. I just wanted to make clear to members in terms of considerations, because it's an agricultural site. Even though there are buildings on site, it's agricultural and it's classed as greenfield. Ironically, that there are a lot of buildings on site, but the buildings are classed as greenfield. There's no right for any particular type of development. So if an application isn't granted to go to residential, that doesn't automatically assume that this would be an appropriate location for a business. If it's outside the settlement boundary, it would be considered unsustainable in principle to start with. In terms of barn conversion policies and our support for barn conversions, Shanta, I don't know if you can go back to the photos of the site of the existing building. There was a couple of slides which basically show the existing structure there. The barn conversion SPD was written to support appropriate sensitive conversion of traditional buildings, so stone, brick, slate tiles, that type of thing. It's got a little bit muddy more recently because of Class Q. Class Q does allow permitted conversion of buildings that are structurally sound, but looking at this building, it's not considered that this building would be compliant with Class Q regulations either as a permitted development route, which may be one of the reasons it's coming as a planning application. But as a planning application, we have to assess it in terms of, does it comply with a high quality standard of development in terms of a residential home that you'd want a family to move into? Is this structure high quality enough to accommodate for those needs? But I think I'll plant those thoughts and let members continue to debate.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Kingham, Glassford and Grimes. So Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, well, we've had the farmer's view. I'm the builder's view. I must say that Shanta Parsons gave a very good presentation on this building, and I'm afraid I must totally agree with her. I think this is quite an inappropriate building to convert into a dwelling. It's unstable, and the amount of work would probably exceed what you would actually gain out of it. And I would totally agree with the recommendation from the officer on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I do know the area quite well. I did actually live in Cannington for 6 years. And I know that it used to have a lovely pub down Blackmore Lane as well. But I actually think, I agree with Councillor Dyer. I think this is perfect for it. It's not outside Cannington area. It's not outside that at all. I mean, a 5-minute walk till you get into the middle of Cannington. It's sustainable, and I believe it's it's better than what it looks now. And anything that can improve on what it is should be passed. And I hate going against the officer's recommendation, but I will support this.
Thank you. I've got a number of speakers. I've got Councillors Grimes, Bolt, Gibson, and then Pearce. So Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Like Councillor Kingham, I can't support this. I don't believe this is suitable for conversion for the reasons given by the officer. I don't consider the position of this comes into it as much as the construction as we see it. To me, it's an overgrown tin shed, and you can call it what you like, but I just don't think it stands up to to what it's been proposed to be. So I can't support this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. I've got to say, I do have a problem with this in the fact that there's a very similar conversion, which I'm actually sat looking at from my house, being allowed. Again, next to a very old farmhouse building, which I think is grade 2. Now, I did have a conversation a short time before this meeting started, and I still can't get over the difference on why this one can't go through when others have been approved because of an appeal which was held elsewhere in the country. I think possibly it is going to cause a few problems. I can't support the officer's recommendation on this one.
Okay, Mrs. De Vries, I think you wanted to comment.
Thank you. I think the case, I briefly had a discussion with Councillor Bolt just before the meeting. The case he was referring to is an application we had for a prior approval for conversion of an outbuilding under Class Q. So under Class Q, we have very little consideration for anything. So we wouldn't have considered the impact on the setting of the listed building because you can't under a Class Q. It's just, is it structurally sound and are there minimum alterations as a result of the proposal? And we have had appeal decisions on Class Q that have gone both ways. So we were relatively strict when Class Qs first came in. We lost a few appeals, and we've subsequently been winning the appeals we've been defending most recently. So, but even, I mean, this application isn't a Class Q. This application is a planning application, so all the policies are relevant and all the impacts on all of the surrounding units and the listed building are all relevant considerations for this case, which wouldn't have been the case for the Class Q. And having a look at the photos of the site, I would be doubtful as to whether this particular building would be appropriate under the Class Q, but I will leave it for members to continue to debate.
I'm not sure if it's been assessed for Class Q. It might have been done for structural, but I don't know if there's a different set of structures on it. But I just think if you give something a title, it's easy to slot behind it. Where we are having to give planning for Class Q right beside a grade 2 listed building in one instance, and then no more than a mile and a half away, we're saying no. It doesn't seem right to me.
Could I just ask a question of Mrs. De Vries in terms of the relative merits? With this sort of, this application has got to be assessed as a planning application with the conditions that we look at it on that. I would assume if it would be totally within the remit of the applicant, should they wish to apply for this to be as a Class Q, they could do that and that would then be assessed as a Class Q?
Yeah. So as a planning application, all the policies are relevant considerations. So whether we consider that this development complies or doesn't comply with the policies is all up for consideration for this application. If they wanted to apply for a Class Q, they would have to demonstrate that the building is structurally sound and that there are minimum alterations required to allow it to function as a dwelling house. So as a Class Q, this photo I think is a very good one. We would probably argue as a result of this photo that it's quite significant rebuilding to enable it to be converted under a Class Q, but that's a different argument for a different application. This one is, we have all the policies in the local plan. This is what we have to assess this development against. The fact that other sites have been determined under permitted development rights, because that's what Class Q is, it is irrespective. What we have to look at is the policy considerations and whether it complies or not.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this seems like a shed conversion, and it seems that to me that, I don't know, there's talk about, you know, agriculture's changed and everything, but maybe it should be changing again. Maybe we've gone down too far in in one on down on what in one area, and then we should bring it back and maybe change agriculture and the use and maybe use these barns again for what they're intended for, rather than I can't see how they can be changed to go along with policy enough to fall into policy. I just look at them and see them as sheds that somebody wants to make quite a bit of money off of them or something. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I'm support the officer's recommendation here. It's on so many grounds. It doesn't meet the criteria on conversion for an agricultural building. There is insufficient ecology reports. There will be an impact on the existing listed building, and it's poor design in terms of it will be overlooking the other buildings that the applications for on the site. And looking at that picture, or those pictures, it's difficult to understand how that can be transformed into the buildings on the grounds on which they're applying. So I would support the officer's recommendation here. In fact, I'll propose it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kingham, I have next.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was going to propose it, but I'll go along with Councillor Pearce, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you. One thing I think we just need to clarify in terms of the proposals, there was a suggestion, I think, from Ms. Parsons about rewording the fourth reason. I think we need, from what I believe, legal just feel that we need to clarify the wording on that that fourth reason. Ms. Parsons, could you just run through that for members,
Yes.
please?
Thank you. I've done it in draft, so I'll read it and see if it makes sense. I'll reread it from scratch. By virtue of the extent of rebuilding proposed and the resultant poor quality design of the scheme and the resultant adverse impact on the setting and curtilage of the listed building, the proposal would be contrary to policies D2, D19 and D26 of Sedgemoor's adopted local plan.
Okay. Can I just check, Ms. Lehman, you're happy that that meets the criteria that you want?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Members need to be clear as to the refusal reason that they are voting on. That is why I've asked for clarification and the wording as such, because the refusal reason will form the wording of the minute. So members need to be clear before they're casting their vote. Thank you.
Okay. And just to confirm with Councillors Pearce and Kingham, you're happy with the wording of that fourth reason?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, Chairman.
Okay, I've got two other councillors have indicated, is Councillor Scott and Bradford. So Councillor Scott.
That's okay, Chairman. I was just going to say I think it's totally overdevelopment of this particular barn, so I wouldn't be happy to support it. So I'm happy with the recommendation. Thank you.
And Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of things here this afternoon. Some of the facts ain't quite right regarding people that aren't farmers, to be honest, but farming has changed. It used to be a stock farm, therefore you want buildings. No longer a stock farm, so these buildings are redundant, full stop. I'm trying to put myself in the owner's position. What would I do if it was mine? Well, I got 1, 2, 3, possibly four buildings, planning application gone up, etc., etc. And I just wonder whether it should be looked at another way, perhaps. Well, to be honest, what you ought to do is knock them down and start and build some houses. That's what ought to happen, really, to be honest. Because what it costs to do some of these barn conversions, and the state of some of those are in, it would cost an awful lot of money, I think it would personally. So I look at it a bit different. That's my approach. So, anyhow.
I think without getting into the merits of that, councillor, it would obviously be up to a number of other planning policies to be met if they were looking to go down that route.
You're going to get a lot more farms like this, councillors, believe you me, right? That are people that is no longer viable, and you're going to have blocks of small little buildings like this. A lot of them ain't going to be fit for barn conversion because they aren't built with the wrong stuff. And as for the Q barn, that's a different thing altogether. They've got to be a certain size to make it all viable and in good condition, so people haven't got to spend too much money on them. So this may be a tester of a lot more that's probably going to come forward. And I think there was a farm at Eddington, very similar to this. I think it was Eddington about 3 years ago, about 7 buildings, and I think the chap knocked them all down and put and sort of made a mini building place, and it was all quite done within order, I suppose it was. I can't remember that. It did go back. I know that quite a time. I won't say no more, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Very complicated. This is very complicated.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other members indicating at the moment. Are there any that who want to speak who haven't caught my eye? Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I did indicate, but I've got through in the end. And I'm afraid to say that this application does not meet our policy requirements. We have to have guidelines to help us through some of these planning applications, and obviously these barn conversions doesn't meet our existing conditions. I don't know, but it looks like a little village coming up into the countryside out there. I think we should be talking about affordable housing out there before long. But unfortunately, on this particular application, I agree with the officer's recommendation. I think they're exactly right as on the existing conditions that we have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing no further comments, so I'm going to move to the vote on this first recommendation, which is relating purely at the moment we're dealing with Barn 5. The recommendation to refuse has been moved and seconded in line with the reasons outlined by Ms. Parsons. So if we start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, Chairman, I can confirm that I've been present throughout the whole of the debate, and I am for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, I do not like going against an officer's recommendation, but this time I have to, and I am going against the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. I confirm I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I am for the officer's recommendation to refuse.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I've seen and heard, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Sorry. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Councillor Stuart Kingham and Councillor Tronny Grimes, and unfortunately for the owner, I have to go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you. And I've seen and heard everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Been present throughout, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard everything, and I too support the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just confirming I've seen and heard everything, and my vote's in favour of the officer recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've been present through the whole debate, and I am for the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm with the officer's recommendation, but also can I say I am disappointed that I had no support for a site visit. What is going on? What was going on with this planning committee? You're afraid to go out and look at things. Look, you know, things will be a little bit different. You can look at it a little bit close up, I think, personally.
I think Councillor Bradford, obviously you made the proposition. It wasn't taken up, but that's obviously the way of the committee.
Hide my disappointment, can I, Mr. Chairman? I'm too honest for that.
That's okay. Councillor Bolt.
Yes, I've been present for the whole debate. I wish that the computer was working, and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was present through the whole debate, and I'm for the recommendation for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. I've also seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm also for the recommendation for refusal. If Mr. Taylor, if you could just confirm that that's all members entitled to vote have voted.
Yes, Chairman. 13 for the officer recommendation and 2 against the officer recommendation.
Thank you very much. That is clearly carried, so permission is refused on barn 5. Ms Parsons, if you could take us on to barn 3, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So the second application, number 31, relates to barn 3. And this is again for the conversion of the barn to one dwelling. And this is the access into the site. The previous barn that we've just looked at, barn 5, is there. So this is barn 3 over here. This structure, as can be seen here, it's this structure here.
Again.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, I'm going too fast. Number
that's
17.
Okay. We've only just got to the 17
sorry.
now.
This is the barn subject to this application, and this one here. Not this one, that's subject to the next one. And then it's this barn here that you can see. As you can see, it's finished in precast concrete structure with a monopitched roof, finished in corrugated fibre cement roofs, and a mix of block walls, timber, corrugated metal, and fibre. And that's the inside of the barn, where, as you can see, it's it's open on one side. And another view of the inside of the barn. Now, in terms of the alterations proposed, it's proposed to convert it to a single-storey dwelling, a 3-bed property with 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, utility, WC, and an open plan sitting room, kitchen, dining room. And going on to number 21, this shows existing on the left side of the screen and proposed on the right. As you can see, with the east elevation, it involves insertion of the door and 3 windows, rendering the block walls and infilling the upper section with timber cladding. And then on the south elevation, we've got the building up of the wall, rendering insertion of 3 windows, adding timber cladding to the upper section. And on the west elevation, we've got the insertion of the doors and windows and the roof lights. And on the north elevation, as you can see, this will include the building up of the wall with the added timber cladding to the upper section. In terms of updating this application, we've had the Conservation Officer's comments, and they are identical, as you would imagine, to the previous application, because this site is also within the collection of buildings, and he objects to the proposal based on the extent of the work involved and the resultant building, and how that would have an adverse impact on the setting and the curtilage of the listed building. We've also had the ecologist's comment, and he confirms that with the survey that was provided, bats are considered to be absent from the building, and with no potential crevice roost features identified, and only 1 inactive wood pigeon nest was recorded. And therefore, he does not object to the proposal, but recommends appropriate conditions to increase biodiversity, net gain, and control of lighting for bats, etc. So in terms of the principle of the proposal, this application really is very similar to the previous application in terms of the extent of works involved to convert the building. The structural engineer's report also states that significant strengthening works would be required prior to an application for Part Q conversion, but this is actually a full application. It's considered it doesn't meet the adopted guidance for rural building conversions due to the extent of the works proposed, and therefore the principle of the proposal is unacceptable. Similarly, in terms of the impact on the character of the area and the listed building, the extent of the works would result in an unacceptable scheme which would have an adverse impact on the character of the area, as well as the setting and the curtilage of the listed building. In terms of ecology, we've just covered ecology with the update of the ecologist's comments. There's no longer an objection in terms of the ecology, and that ecology reason for refusal should be removed from the recommendation. And in terms of impact on amenity, again, because, well, if this was clearly refused, but I mean, if it was allowed on appeal, in terms of the relationship with Barn 3, there would be mutual overlooking. Well, there'll be overlooking of this garden of Barn 3, which is the subject of this application, which would reduce its private amenity space significantly. Also, there are ground floor windows on the south elevation of Barn 3. And this area here is part of the communal parking area. There are bifold or full height doors here to Barn 4, which we haven't looked at Barn 4 yet. But the relationship of the two, it would result in mutual overlooking and loss of privacy. So the recommendation is to refuse consent for 3 reasons, not the 4 reasons on the agenda. First reason is based on the principle of the conversion. The second reason shall be deleted. That relates to impact on ecology. The third reason on the agenda relates to the impact on the character of the area in terms of its design and the resultant adverse impact on the setting and curtilage of the listed building. And the last reason for refusal is based on the amenity impact on the occupants of future occupiers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. If I come to Councillor Dyer first, is there anything you wish to add, Councillor Dyer, in your 3 minutes to committee?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy with what I said. What I've said applies to all 3 applications. I won't speak again, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. James?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. No, same as Councillor Dyer. What I said initially applies to all 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In which case, members, are there any comments or questions that members have on Barn 3? I'm not seeing any indications at the moment. If there are no comments or questions, I would be looking for a recommendation.
Councillor Grimes is...
Councillor Granter.
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Councillor Grimes also indicated in the chat.
Sorry, that's not come up on mine.
I'm here as well.
Okay, let's go with Councillor Grimes and then Councillor Kingham, and I'll see if I can get my chat working.
Yes, Chairman, happy to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Again, I think this barn, again, is totally unsuitable for a conversion. I don't think it's got the character that wouldn't be required to call it a barn conversion. So as it's already been moved and seconded, I'm happy to follow the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members indicating? Because at the moment, I've lost the chat facility. I'm trying to get it going again. But if there are no other members indicating, hopefully,
There's
Mr.
no
Taylor,
one
could you
else
tell
in
me?
the chat.
Thank you. That's helpful because, as I say, I'm flying blind at the moment. Right. Okay. So if we'll move on then to the actual ask members for their votes, please. Again, if you can indicate whether for, against, or abstaining. The recommendation that's been moved is for refusal for the 3 reasons outlined by Ms. Parsons. And we'll start this time with, should we go with Councillor Murphy? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support the officer's recommendation for refusal. And I have seen and heard the whole presentation.
Fabulous. Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and my vote is in favour of refusal for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've heard the whole debate and I'm in favour of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
I support the officer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And you were here for the whole debate?
Oh, definitely.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Present for the whole debate and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, I was present through the whole debate and I'm for.
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, present for the whole debate and I'm for.
Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I confirm I've been present for the whole of the debate and I am for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been present for the full debate. I am against.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've been present for the whole debate and I am for the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I'm here. Been here for the whole debate and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out my chat box is not working, so I did want to speak, but I can't because I can't get anybody's attention. Having said that, I'm for the officer's recommendation, but my chat box has gone down. Thank you.
Okay. It might be worth, Councillor Hendry, if you could have a look at your direct access where you have to put in the little passcode.
Oh, okay.
Mine's done the same thing, and I'm hoping I'm back again, but you're still in the meeting. It's
Okay.
just you can't seem to get anything up on the screen.
Well, I've already voted anyway, so I'll try that now. Okay, thank you for
Excellent.
that. Bye.
Councillor Facey.
Oh yeah, I thought you forgot me for a moment, Chairman.
Could never
Chairman,
forget you, Councillor Facey.
Been present throughout the debate, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And I've also been present throughout, and I'm also in favour of the recommendation for refusal. So, Mr. Taylor, if you could just confirm that's all members have voted.
Probably Mrs. Nicholson, but
I don't mind who, as because I can't see who's live. So, Mrs. Nicholson.
I'm still here.
And
That's
and can you give
13 in support and 2 against.
excellent. And Mrs. Lehman, do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Terrific. So that's clearly carried as well. So permission is refused for barn 3. That then moves us to barn 4 and Miss Parsons. Miss Parsons.
Do apologise. Could you not read? Sorry about that.
Sorry.
So this is the third application that we're looking at today, and this is where it is located within the site. And this barn actually does have some natural stone, as you can see. It comprises a mix of block, natural stone, corrugated metal and timber, and a steel framed open structure. It's proposed to convert the, so this is it. This is the barn that we've just dealt with to the side. But clearly this is the barn subject to this application. And this is the floor plan of the existing structure on slide 26. And it's proposed to provide a 2-storey dwelling with 2 bedrooms at ground floor with a bathroom, kitchen, study, utility and kitchen dining room. And then upstairs another bedroom with ensuite facilities. In terms of the alterations, so we've got the existing on the left side and proposed on the right. The existing east elevation being here. It's proposed to provide some infilling and with block and render, full height triple door and 2 windows. On the north elevation, there would be infilling and the addition of a door and 3 windows, construction of pillars, addition of 3 roof lights. Going down to the south elevation as proposed, new rendered block to replace block walls, addition of 3 windows. And then on the west elevation, infill large opening with render and insert full height window and addition of another window. Again, in terms of an update, we've received the ecologist's comment, and he agrees that in terms of the survey that was submitted with the application, further survey works are required, and therefore he objects until those works have been undertaken. And the Conservation Officer's comments have been received, similar to the previous applications, in that due to the extent of the works involved and the design of the works, the resultant development would have an adverse impact on the character of the area and the listed building. Now, in terms of the principle, we're really back to the principle of developing the barn, a barn in the open countryside, and taking into consideration countryside policies and the adopted rural building conversion guidance. And even though some of this barn does include some natural stone, in terms of what needs to be done in order to convert it, and the re-roofing and filling in and alterations, it's not considered that this meets the conversion of rural building guidance either, and therefore the principle of the proposal is unacceptable. In terms of the impact on the character of the area, the conversion scheme would result in a scheme that would be out of character with the area, and it would have an adverse impact on the listed building. In terms of impact on amenity of residents, as we looked at the other barns earlier, there would be mutual overlooking and loss of privacy between the ground floor windows between the 2 barns here. The garden area to barn 4 is this area here, which would, if this was converted, if it had gone to appeal, if this would result in the windows ground floor here just opening out and directly overlooking the garden. This is a study here, but it's in quite close proximity to a structure here. If this is the garden fence, that wouldn't provide an appropriate outlook. And the relationship between barn 3 and 4, there would be mutual loss of privacy and overlooking. So therefore the recommendation is to refuse consent for the 4 reasons set out in the report. Thank you, Chairman. Also, just to establish, reason number 3 would also incorporate the additional wording relating to the listed building impact. Thank you.
Thank you. As both of the speakers indicated that they were covering everything on their previous speeches, I'm not going to go back to them for this time, so it will be coming straight to members.
Sorry, Chairman. I was hoping I could chip in if that would be possible.
Okay, no, that's fine. You're certainly down for your 3 minutes anyway. So by all means, it was only that last time you said you didn't need to. So
I did, and then as Ms. Parsons was speaking, I thought, I'd like to raise just 2 brief comments.
Just give me 1 minute, and we'll get the clock started. So start when you're ready, then.
Okay, thank you. There has been comment there about the impact upon the setting of the listed building, and I think I would disagree in this case. As the photos show, there is some traditional materials here that we can work with. The proposal accords with the envelope of the existing structure, and as it's so close to the listed building, I would argue that there is a positive here from converting this building upon the setting of the listed building. And now, in terms of the additional ecological works, yes, we're happy to undertake further survey work if members were minded to approve the application and impose a condition prior to other development happening at the site. We would happily undertake that. But as I say, the key point for me, members, is I think in this case, given the structure that we've got and the traditional materials, that potentially there would be a benefit to the setting of the listed building rather than a negative if we convert. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Gibson and then Councillor Kingham. So Councillor Gibson first.
Yeah, hi. Oh, hello everyone. I like this barn. I think it's all right. I think there's more to it here. I'd like to know. I was gonna ask the question about the relation to the listed building, about that, how it would impact. What the officers thought of that, because that was one of my questions. But this, I think, has got more potential, and I think it would be a waste actually to not do something with this. The other two, I mean, you wouldn't have the problems of the onlooking if you're not going to be doing anything with the other barns. They might as well come down or do something more useful with them, like storage or something. But yeah, I don't mind this one. But
Okay.
that's my opinion.
Yep. Ms. Parsons, do you want to comment in terms of the relationship with the host dwelling?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've gone back to slide 1. Hopefully you can see that, which is the aerial, just to highlight the location of the listed building, which is here, and the barn complex. Now, this is the subject of this application. As you can see, it's got the tiled roof, so you can see it differs from the other barns. The view is that that there would still be significant alteration required in order to convert this barn. This is much like the typical applications that we have had in the past, where the barn is partly of traditional form, but because of the extent of alterations proposed, the view is still that it would result in a significant alteration, and in terms of the scheme that's proposed, it would have an adverse impact on the character of the area and the listed building. Can I just touch on the ecologist comment, if that's okay?
Yep.
I mean, the ecologist objects to the application until further surveys have been undertaken, and he confirms that that's in line with the government circular on biodiversity and geological conservation, which states it's essential that the presence or otherwise of protected species and the extent that they may be affected by the proposed development is established before the planning permission is granted. Otherwise, all relevant material considerations may not have been addressed in making the decision. So I'm just really reiterating that if an application were to be approved, then we need to have those surveys before consent is issued. Thank you, Chairman.
So again, just Ms. Parsons, in terms of procedure, if members were to refuse it today, the applicant would need to reapply, but having done those other surveys before a reapplication, and also attempting to deal with any of the issues relating to the conversion to make it more sympathetic.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Gibson. I think this barn has got a lot more character, and looking at the photographs that we've been shown and the proposed details that they wish to convert, I would actually support this application. I think it's of the three, this is probably the best. So 1 out of 3 for me isn't too bad, I don't think, but I think this would be worthy to keep and convert. Thank you.
Again, on a similar vein, Ms. Parsons, in terms of is this application the first application on this? So would it be subject to a free go on a second attempt?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yes,
and
it's the first.
Mrs. De Vries, you've indicated.
Yeah, I think the only thing I want to highlight to members is that obviously this application's being viewed slightly different from the other ones in terms of the relationship impacts, because obviously the previous two haven't been supported by members. They could be supported subject to appeal, or alternatively members have to consider what the impact could be on this unit from the existing buildings if they remain in situ, because they fall outside of the red outline for this application, so we haven't got any control of their removal at the moment, and the site is currently in agricultural use. So if members are happy in terms of the potential future use of this building, given the surrounding uses and the surrounding outbuildings, in terms of our barn conversion policy, I think if you can go back to the previous slide, Shanta, the floor plans. That one. So, I mean, if you could see there, the sort of hatched lines on the existing slide are the original features. So there's sort of almost an L-shaped wall and a single wall and part of a roof. So, you know, yes, there are traditional details on those bits of walls, but that is the limit of the traditional. It's not a barn in its full sense, in terms of it's not fully enclosed. It is quite significant rebuilding works, but if members want to bear that in mind and make whatever recommendation they feel comfortable with, but the existing slide literally shows the L-shaped traditional wall and a singular wall under a roof that's partly having tiles falling off, I think, from one of the photos. But that's the footprint of existing versus proposed in front of members at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite understand why this came without the ecologist report when it was supposed to, you know, that should have come before this even came to the committee. I would support this barn if that was clear, or there was recommendations from the ecologists or any environmental aspects to it, because this is really different. And if you take those other problems out of the way, i.e. the other barns, then this I think is okay. I mean, I can't see why it wouldn't enhance actually the area with the house next to the house, near the house. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Grimes.
What's going on here today? Thank you, Chairman. As has just been said, as this is a first application and there could be a free go on that, I'd like to move the recommendation and recommend that they reapply after the surveys have been done. In which case that will take us through and possibly get rid of some of the issues that we've got. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Granter and then Councillor Bradford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just to second Councillor Grimes's suggestion that we defer this one until, or return this one down until they've had such times to get all the relevant teams all together. Thank you.
So just to confirm there, Councillor Granter, you're seconding the recommendation to refuse, but endorsing the comment about getting the things sorted and coming back with another application.
I am, Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Councillors Bradford and then Councillor Scott, I think, has indicated as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If this barn had been presented on its own, we wouldn't be talking like this. It's the fact we've got everything else around it that's actually making it detrimental to what's going to happen there, really. You know, and I got to agree with Councillor Gibson, actually. There is something about this one, and this could be made attractive, but we're tending to look at the whole bigger picture, and probably as they presented one by one, we have to make a direct judgment one by one. But I'm going to support this one, you know, providing it's a nice red sandstone finish when it's done, and the roof's tiled, etc. And this could be made something different. But perhaps we've got to put the other two barns out of our head, because one's detrimental to the other, is what I can say of it. Very difficult thing. This is very difficult planning today. Very difficult. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I think Councillor Bradford, to some extent, obviously the agent is present at the meeting. They've heard members' views about their view on this particular barn and what might be possible, and that's something they can certainly take away from this meeting once a decision has been made. Councillor Scott is next, and then I think Councillor Grimes and Hendry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I totally agree with what Councillor Bradford has just said, and Lee Gibson. It does look as though it's got potential. It does say in the report that a preliminary BAT assessment has already been done, and although it might not have, it needs another one. We did agree one this morning that had a similar caveat to it. So I feel that I would like to support this.
Okay. Got Councillor Grimes and then Hendry, and then I think Mrs. DeVries. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I was happy with the barn, and that was my reason for saying that because it's a free go, if it was refused, they just need to come back and look at it again after the surveys have been done. It wasn't for the fact that I disagreed with the barn. It was the fact I quite liked the barn, but I think that's the best way out of any complications that we've got, and that was my reason. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Tony Grimes has actually got this bang on. Everything he's just said, I agree with him totally. If it's refused, for obvious reasons, the applicant can always come back, as the councillor pointed out, come back for a free go. So it's kind of a win-win situation, albeit it's been refused. He's still allowed to come back within time with more information. So I absolutely agree with Councillor Tony Grimes on this, and I'm quite happy to support him in his recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. De Vries, and then I think I'm probably moving towards a vote.
Yeah, thank you. It was just really to reaffirm the direction of travel. I think it sounds like members are going in terms of it has got more traditional details than the others. The issues between it conflicting with the surrounding buildings could be easily addressed through a revised submission. And that would then allow the applicant enough time to sort out the ecological issues as well. So it would be cleaner and a better scheme as a resubmission. And I don't think it's something you can get around in unfortunately for this application, but it sounds like members were going that way anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else indicating, unless someone wants to tell me they are indicating. No, in which case we have the recommendation for refusal, but I think hopefully the agent will take away the views of the committee that have been made clear. So if we start with Councillor Grimes this time, in terms of vote, please.
Yes, Chairman, thank you.
Sorry, that's Councillor Granter. I'm starting the other end this time. It's Councillor Grimes.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry,
Chairman,
Chairman.
can I just interrupt you, please?
Yeah,
just looking back through my notes, was there not an amendment to the refusal reason on to relate to the listed building impact? I can't remember which refusal reason that was on this particular bond.
I think Ms Parsons did make a
Yes.
wording. So yeah, we'll just confirm that with Councillors Grimes and Granter that you were happy with the recommendation as outlined by Ms Parsons with the amended reason for refusal.
Yes, most certainly.
Yeah.
Councillor Granter, thank you.
Yes, happy, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr Lehman. So Councillor Grimes.
Yes, I've seen and heard the whole application, and I'm for.
And that's for the refusal.
The refusal.
Proposal that you put.
Recommendation, yes.
Just to be clear. Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've seen and heard all, and I'm for recommendation for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, not wanting to sound to be awkward, promise. What are we, the recommendations, are we actually saying that we don't like it next to this building and we're refusing it on those grounds, but then we're going to accept it back once they got the ecology report to say, well, yes, we, with the ecology there, we all actually like it?
What will happen is they will have to make a resubmission, which will also clarify things like the location of the existing other buildings around it. Are they going to be removed? And so that will clear up the detail of what we're actually making a judgment on. So it would then be a separate application, but you are making a recommendation for refusal on the terms as outlined in the report as amended by Ms Parsons.
I abstain, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bradford.
I'm going to vote against the officer this time, Mr. Chairman. I don't like doing it, but I've got to do what my brain tells me, and that's it. Full stop. Thank you.
That's fine, Councillor Kingham.
Yes, I've been present and heard the whole debate, and I am against. Thank you.
That's against the recommendation.
That's correct, Chairman.
That's fine. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. So, Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been present and heard the whole debate, and my vote is in favour of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've been present for the whole debate, and my vote is to support the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Been present throughout, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the officer's full recommendation, but the applicant should take note not to be too downhearted because they can come back at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been present and seen the whole debate, but I'm going to vote against the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Gibson.
Abstain. I've been here throughout the whole debate.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Yes, I've been present for the whole debate and I am going to abstain too.
Okay. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm against the officer's proposal.
Okay. And Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that I've been here for all of the debate, and I am for the officer's recommendation of refusal.
Thank you. I'm also present throughout the whole debate, and I'm also for the recommendation for refusal. So, Mrs. Nicholson, is that all members voted?
Yes, Chairman, that's bit more complicated today. Okay, so I think it's 8 in support, 4 against and 3 abstentions. And I can agree that, Chairman.
Okay, so that's clearly carried. So permission is refused. But again, as I think members have made clear, hopefully the agent will have heard the debate and will have a fairly good steer in where to go in terms of moving things forward. Okay, members, it's just turned 4. I'm going to look for some. I'm thinking of taking a short comfort break at this point for 5 minutes. Are members happy with that?
Yep.
Okay, we'll take a short comfort break. We'll be back at just before 4:10 to restart this afternoon. So thank you very much. Right, members, it's time to restart again. So if again we can just come around and make sure that members have returned back to the meeting. So if we could start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, present.
Thank you, Councillor Glassford.
Yes, Chairman, present.
Councillor Pearce.
Yes, Chairman, present.
Councillor Gibson.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, present.
Councillor Hendry.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman, see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Facey.
Yeah, with you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy.
I can see and hear everything. I'm present.
Councillor Rebbins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm back. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kingham.
Present.
Councillor Bradford.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Bolt.
Present.
Councillor Perry.
Yes, present. Thank you.
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, present.
Yeah, and I'm the last one of the committee, so I'm here as well. And just to confirm, Mrs. Nicholson, are you with us?
I am, Chairman, at the moment.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll carry on. If members can turn to the next application where we've got speakers, which is page 121 and Stone Allerton. And I believe, Emma Chorley, you're presenting this one? Are you there, Emma?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, can you hear me?
We can. You're a little bit faint, but
Oh. Is that any better?
That's much better. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Bear with me and I'll just try and share my screen.
Thank you.
In the meantime, can Councillor Granter just lower his hand unless he's desperate to talk?
Can everyone see that one?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
So this is the application for the erection of a dwelling and garage land to the rear of Taverner's Cottage in Stone Allerton. Here we can see highlighted the application site, which sits within the main built-up area to the east of the main built-up area of the village of Stone Allerton. Taverner's Cottage is this dwelling here, which sits tight to the roadside, and we're looking at this application site here, which is currently forms part of the or did form part of the garden of that property originally. The location plan here, which just outlines the site in red, So you've got the existing dwelling house here and a detached outbuilding. Their access and parking is here. Oh, my apologies. And then you've got the application site here edged in red. So the current existing site surveyed here, you've got the neighbouring property of Woodpeckers, which sits just outside of the conservation area, and Taverner's Cottage, and the plot of land sits within the conservation area for the village of Stoneallerton. There's currently a raised area of garden and building waste here shown, and levels across the site are given together with the existing boundary treatments. The proposal is for the erection of a detached dwelling to be sited here, and a detached double garage to serve that dwelling. Boundary treatments are existing hedgerows to be retained and reinforced. I'll address that in a bit more detail as part of the landscape issues. And there's a boundary fence here which currently goes around Taverner's Cottage, the rear amenity space associated with that dwelling. Access is to be from Stoneallerton Drove here. There is a stone wall just shown here, that's existing, you'll see in a few moments in the photographs. So there was a small area that will need to be demolished to provide access into the site. So for the dwelling itself, it's a detached dwelling arrangement shown. This is the elevation that will front the road, the rear of the site, and the two side elevations. Got a floor plan here just to show that you've got a 3-bedroom dwelling. All 3 bedrooms are located on the first floor. The first main bedroom to be served by a dressing room and ensuite. And you've got the detached double garage just shown there in front. So the proposed dwelling here, you can see this in relation to the ridge height of the proposed dwelling in relation to the existing development. So you can see that the proposed dwelling will be slightly higher than both neighbouring properties. I'll address this again in further detail, but just to highlight that at this stage. And that's a perspective, so perspective of the street scene, because the dwelling will be set further back into the site than the neighbour Taverner's Cottage. Briefly, to just highlight the history of the site. So the site has had permission for the erection of a dwelling previously, granted originally in 95, again in 1998, and then that was renewed in 2001. All applications have expired now. In 2017, the erection of a dwelling, that application was refused on the basis that it didn't comply with policy. Obviously, since that point, we have got the local plan, which includes policy CO2, which provides support for infill development in the countryside, where certain policy criteria are met. An application came forward under that policy criteria in 2019, and that was subsequently withdrawn because the applicant didn't meet the local connection test. Now, the proposal is very similar, and that's raised in representations that have been made. So that's the reason I just bring that to your attention at this point. So in terms of planning policy and the principle of development, the application, as I said, is located in the countryside. Policy CO2 does provide support for infill residential development where there exists a small village or hamlet that has a clearly defined nucleus of existing dwellings, and the proposal would amount to the infilling of that nucleus. Now, Stoneallerton is obviously quite a substantial village. It doesn't have a settlement boundary, it is in the countryside, but the application site would infill this existing plot between the residential dwellings that exist on this side of Stoneallerton Drove. The scale and the nature of the development does need to be appropriate to the size, accessibility, character, and identity of the existing community, and that's something that we, in terms of the detail, will discuss. But from the point of view of the principle, I'm satisfied that the principle of the location for one dwelling is in accordance with the pattern of development that is existing. So from that point of view, the locational tests are met. Policy D9 does require that for sites in the countryside, the applicant does need to be the future occupier of the unit where it's a full or reserved matters application. This is a full application we have. There is evidence of the occupier being fully involved in the planning and design process from an early stage. Now, in this respect, obviously, as I did mention, and there are representations within on this point. The application externally is very similar to the withdrawn scheme from 2019. After that scheme was withdrawn, the applicants worked with the agent directly and prior to submission of a new application, and has looked at what changes could be made to make sure that that dwelling can meet their own family needs. That's led to a reconfiguration of the internal layout. Externally, there are no changes proposed. During the withdrawn scheme, changes were negotiated as part of that. The application site is within the conservation area, and they worked with the conservation officer to come up with a scheme and design that was considered appropriate at that time. Conservation officers confirmed again in this case that their comments remain, and they're happy that the site is coming forward in an appropriate manner to meet the requirements of the conservation area. But it is for all of those reasons that there were no further external changes kind of made to the design. We're happy that the reconfiguration of the internal layout is sufficient in terms of meeting that policy test, and of course a self-build condition would be applied to the permission. So just to look at the site in a little bit more detail, we're looking here at the first photo from Stonealderton Grove across into the application site. This is the existing stone wall that I mentioned to you previously. There is, as you can see, it's quite a lot of growth land that's existing, and that will obviously need to be removed from the site. You can see the neighbouring woodpeckers there. This is further along Stonealderton Grove, looking at the site there, the existing access to Taverner's Cottage, and again, woodpeckers in the distance. This is taken from the other side, so looking towards Taverner's there, and just giving you another perspective. Similarly, you've got the parking and access arrangements for Taverner's Cottage. It's proposed that obviously an element of this wall will need to be removed and the hedgerow behind in order to facilitate access. Looking back towards the site, this is taking from woodpeckers would be here, and you're looking towards the site, application site and Taverner's in the distance. And from the opposite kind of angle, really outside of Taverner's, looking towards the application site and woodpeckers there just behind. So in terms of the size, scale and design, I mentioned that the site is within the conservation area for Stonealderton. So it does just sit there, just inside, which although it's kind of centres on the historic core of the village, it does wrap around the development site here. The ridge height, as we mentioned, will be higher. It's approximately 2.2 metres higher than that of Taverner's and approximately 1.25 metres higher than that of the neighbouring woodpeckers. That said, the building obviously sits back into the site in line with woodpeckers and further back from Taverner's Cottage. So it's considered that in terms of from the street scene, that the design and the siting of the building, that differentiation in terms of the ridge heights will be less noticeable. The conservation area officer, as I say, has confirmed their support for the scheme, subject to conditions regarding details and materials. And on that basis, overall, the size, scale and design of the proposal is considered acceptable. Concerns have been raised with regards to residential amenity. There's obviously an infill plot. There are neighbouring dwellings on both sides. The arrangement of the windows is such that to the rear of the dwelling, they look out over the private rear amenity space that's to serve the proposed dwelling and the open fields beyond. Any views to the neighbouring property from woodpeckers from this elevation would obviously be oblique and quite limited in terms of the area. Similarly, whilst there are views and there's a degree of overlooking of the private amenity space from here, it's really only this first floor window that would have that intervisibility, and that's not considered to be overly different than what there would be from a rear upper floor window. At ground floor, there's obviously the boundary fence that will provide a degree of privacy. Between woodpeckers, this one here, and the proposed dwelling, there is an existing hedgerow, there's existing ash trees there. It is supported by an arboricultural assessment which confirmed that all landscaping here could be retained. The landscape officers reviewed that, and she's raised concerns about the ash trees because they're self-seeded and of a relatively low quality, and there is a prevalence of ash dieback in the district. So her suggestion is actually that it may be necessary to remove the ash trees and to look rather at a reinforcement of the hedgerow with native species, and that would provide a more effective screen than what's there at the moment. So in my view, overall, I believe that it's an adequately proportioned dwelling that will provide an acceptable level of internal and external amenity space for the future occupants of the dwelling, and that the design and the siting sufficiently mitigates against opportunity for overlooking and loss of privacy. With regards to highways and parking, as I mentioned, there's a new access point to be created to serve the site, and this will be adjoining the existing access that serves Taverners. There is off-site parking within the site for 3 vehicles, and as is shown there, there's space for those vehicles to turn to ensure they can leave in forward gear. Now, there are gates shown on the plan here. Highways have asked that any gates need to be inward opening and set no less than 2.4 metres from the edge of the highway. There's insufficient scope for that to be delivered, and so notwithstanding what's shown on the plans, a condition would be applied that requires this to be open, so no gates to be erected on the site without the prior consent of the local authority, to ensure that that access can be maintained and delivered. So I mentioned briefly landscape earlier. So just to confirm, the application is accompanied by an arboricultural assessment. The landscape officer has no objection to the proposal, but she has made recommendations with regards to landscaping, and it would be a condition that a landscape plan be secured and that the root protection areas of the hedgerow be maintained and protected throughout the course of the development. In terms of ecology, the application site does lie within back consultation zone C. An ecological appraisal was submitted for the 2019 application. That was resubmitted in support of this application. At the request of the ecologist, an update to that report was carried out in March of this year. They've had the opportunity to consider the same and provide further comments, and they've confirmed that they've got no objections, but have recommended further conditions and informatives that are there. And subject to the same, it's considered that it meets with local policy requirements. So to summarise, locationally, the principle of the development is considered acceptable under policy CO2 of Sedgemoor Local Plan. The principle of development is considered to comply with the self-build requirements of policy D9. And the size, scale and design is considered sympathetic to the conservation area and local vernacular. There aren't any unacceptable impacts on residential amenity, and that subject to conditions, landscape and ecology could be adequately dealt with. Highways and parking proposal is acceptable, and therefore it's my recommendation that permission be granted.
Thank you very much. Members, you'll see we have a couple of speakers on this application. Just a quick reminder for the speakers. It's just a reminder that obviously when you're making your comments, if you can make sure that you don't highlight personal information of relating to applicants or objectors. If you do, we may need to interrupt you on your speaking. So again, just to highlight that. Margaret Wallach, I think, are you present, please?
Yes, I'm present.
Oh, terrific. Your microphone's working fine, so start when you're ready and you'll hear the...
So I'll put the video on.
Excellent.
Whether that will... There we are. Okay.
And you'll hear the
my
bell
name
when
is-
there's 1 minute to go, so do start when you're
Okay.
ready.
My name is Margaret Wallach. I'm a local resident, and I'm also representing 2 others. And one is Chris Tonkin and Woodpeckers, because it makes it easier and quicker if there's only 1 of us than 3 of us repeating. The first objection relates to the self-build. Policy D9, evidence of future occupiers being fully involved in the planning and design process in early stage, I don't think is met. There is no evidence that the future occupier had primary input into the final design and layout. Guidance requires a significant input from the homeowner in the design process of the home. Just tinkering with the inside, I don't think actually achieves that requirement. All the applicant has done is on the ground floor to change the hallway by taking out a wall and make it L-shaped, so there's no study, and upstairs to change a bathroom and bedroom around and change a bathroom to a dressing room. I don't think that is material input or significant input. And again, the applicant's agent is the same agent for the previous planning application in 2019 from the developer, although that one was withdrawn. The second really important point is retaining wall. And I think a retaining wall is necessary. The applicant's agent has confirmed to the council that no retaining walls will be built. But you can see from the plans that there are differences in levels. Taverner's Cottage is 1.5 metres at the roadside, lower than Woodpeckers, and at least 0.8 metres lower than Woodpeckers where the house will sit. So a retaining wall of at least 1.5 metres in height on the boundary with Woodpeckers is necessary to accommodate the garage, which is 0.5 metres from the boundary at one particular point. As Taverner's ground is considerably above road level, the area will need to be excavated. So I can't see how that stone wall can stay at any rate, because you can see the ground is higher. And the hedging boundary, the District Council requires that the hedgerow to be retained and reinforced. This will not be possible because of the need of the retaining wall. There'll be no roof at the garage, and the house is very close to the boundary. So the front corner of the house is no more than 1.2 metres from the boundary. And you just won't be able to have a hedge because the landscape officer has stipulated that 1.5 metres must be left for the hedge root system, and that would not be possible where the house and garage are sited. Finally, the impact. It does not comply with policy D2 as it has a detrimental effect on both Woodpeckers and Taverner's Cottage. The front corner of the property, as I said, is only 1.2 metres from the boundary of Woodpeckers and actually 8 metres from Woodpeckers' house. So it'd be overshadowing of Woodpeckers, and the proposed ridge height, which is considerably higher than Taverner Cottage and Woodpeckers, will result in the new house towering over Taverner's Cottage, as it will sit on an elevated part of the land, and the front gable I don't think will offset that, and any new build should be respectful of the adjacent building heights.
Thank you very much. I'll have to call time with it. Thank you very much. If we can move to our next speaker, which is, I believe, Jasmine Blakemore on behalf of Chapel Allerton Parish Council.
Good afternoon.
Excellent.
Hello.
That's working fine. Yeah, we can certainly hear you. So start when you're ready.
My name is Jasmine Blakemore, and I'm a member of Chapel Allerton Parish Council. We are strongly against this application. One being the plot would not accommodate the size of the proposed development and is not sympathetic with CO2 infill and the Allerton Village Design Statement. It is within the conservation area and open countryside. An application was rejected previously on this point. This is a similar application, but it infringes on the privacy of neighbouring properties and would cause problems with drainage and overflow into ditches and gardens as levels are not consistent. The retaining existing wall is of historic value and should be made good. As a council, we must support and respect the 10 valid objections received from Allerton residents and not jeopardise their concerns that include school transport on a narrow road and children waiting for buses. The new applicant has been invited to a Zoom council meeting to discuss his requirements, but he declined, so no meaningful discussion has taken place. It is alleged that this purchaser will only proceed if planning is granted. The Parish Council is wary of this approach and seek clarification of present ownership of the plot. We ask for your support over this application by a refusal at this stage. Mr. Fielder is welcome to attend another council meeting if he intends to resubmit his plans with more suitability and clarity. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Hendry, I think, were you indicating?
Yep. Have you
Thank
got
you.
it there? Can you see me okay? I know I had a problem with the chat, Mr. Chairman, but it's anyway. Okay. You could go back and forth all afternoon here with what's and wherefores and the height of the roof and transport and everything. In actual fact, one house as an infill is not going to make the slightest bit of difference there. It lines up with the other four to one side of it. There is no problem. There is no valid reason to actually stop this application. It's fundamentally correct. Any small niggly points can easily be ironed out. The access is good onto the road. There's no input of traffic from one house, not anything to be concerned about. and it actually fits in as an infill perfectly. There is no reason to actually stop this today. Thank you. I can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I've got Councillors Bolt and Councillor Glassford next. So Councillor Bolt.
Do the same as you. Would it be possible to have a look back at the plan, the actual plan of the house, to see the exactly where it is in relation to the bank? Thank you.
Surely, are you able to get us back? Yeah,
yep,
excellent.
I think it's going
We're getting there. Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
No other question. It was just
No
to see the plan.
observations. So I just needed to, after that, refer to the 1.2 and the 0.8.
Okay. Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I totally agree with my fellow councillor for his proposal for accepting this, and I wish to second that.
I'm not sure. I may be wrong. I'm not sure whether we've had a formal proposal as yet, but
I thought that Councillor Henry did propose it.
I don't know.
I'm quite happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. That's not a problem, but I thought it was a bit early in the debate. Yeah. But if everybody's happy to go along with that, then I do, because I think it's no problem. Thank you.
I'll also say that I have been present throughout the whole debate.
That's fine. Thank you. I wonder if I might ask a question. I think is Mr. Redding with us at the moment? We had some issues raised about whether or not this did qualify as a self-build because of the fact that it was broadly similar to, or it was the same outside as a previous design before this applicant was involved. So I wonder if you could just clarify that for members, please.
Yeah, afternoon, Chairman. Andy Redding, Planning Policy. Yeah, I mean, as has been flagged, like in terms of it being a self-build development, it needs to meet the definition of self-build as set out in the legislation. That's quite clear that self-build is essentially building or completion of by individuals of homes to be occupied by those individuals, and it excludes buildings or a plot which is acquired from a person and is built for specifications offered by that person. So that's the key differentiation. But in terms of purchasing a sort of property off plan, as opposed to having something where you've been involved in the design process, I mean, my understanding, and Emma may be able to come in on this further as well, is we did seek further information from the agent regarding that point in terms of evidence that the applicant had been involved in the design of it. It has to be set in the context of the previous applications and the fact they obviously wouldn't want to open up issues where there have been long-standing things to resolve in terms of heritage and the like. But what was clear from that is that the applicant had directly instructed the architect and had through that process considered whether the design was appropriate to them and had led to alterations in terms of things like bedroom numbers to meet their needs. I was content based on the definition set out in the legislation, but on that basis, it qualifies as meeting that criteria for self-build.
Thank you. And I wonder if I could ask a further question of Ms. Chorley. One of the speakers made reference to differences in ground levels and whether there was requirement of a retaining wall and whether that would impact on the garage location. I just wonder if maybe you could just clarify that for members.
So the application site, we've got a fully surveyed site here. A datum point that they have confirmed is taken from the edge of Taverner's Cottage here, where it's 99.89, and they've measured the site as it is at the moment and calculated the ridge heights of these dwellings and proximity of everything, and they've confirmed that this is accurate and that there is no need or no proposal for any retaining walls to be built. The reference that was made with regards to the distance needed between the dwelling house and between the development and the boundary hedge for it to be reinforced and retained was with regards to the dwelling house. That was following conversation that we had. The landscape officer has obviously had the benefit of reviewing the arboricultural assessment, and as I say, there is a condition proposed that the application needs to be they need to provide a landscape plan. That will need to be subject to her approval, and that would need to be maintained in that way for the 5 years. So we do still have an element of control over boundaries and the landscaping, even though this is a full application at this stage. So she's accepting of the principle of what they're suggesting, save us for her concerns about the ash trees. But as I say, we do still retain that right there in terms of the condition with regards to landscaping.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions from members?
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Kingham.
I've done it twice.
Sorry, not come up, but
that's quite all right. I was just going through the comments from the Chapel Allerton Parish Council regarding heights. Now, I take it the Woodpeckers is a bungalow, because they refer to it being the new property being 1.9 higher. Well, if it was a bungalow, then surely it would be higher. Obviously, Taverner's Cottage is an old Somerset farmhouse cottage type thing, which was probably built a lot lower because they used to build lower cottages so they could build them quicker. So the difference in height, but the fact that the property is set back, I don't think it would visually make a lot of difference. I think that it would even it out. And they also refer to something about drainage, but I'm not sure one property would affect the drainage through Chapel Allerton at all. I'm fully in support of this application. I don't have a problem with it. I think the house sits nicely on the plot and could end up being a benefit to Chapel Allerton. So I'm in favour.
Thank you. Again, I'm not seeing anyone else indicating, but if there is anyone and I can't see them, please do speak now. No, in which case we will hold on. I've got Councillor Bolt. You've come forward. Please go ahead.
No, nothing at all. I haven't moved.
Oh,
I promise.
I've just that's all right. I've just had 2 messages come up from you in the chat. So
yeah. Take it
that's
as
okay.
about 20 minutes ago, an hour ago, maybe.
Okay, sorry about that. So we'll move. In that case, we have a proposal which has been seconded to grant permission. We'll come to members for their vote, and again, just to confirm, you need to confirm you've been present throughout and whether you are for, against, or abstaining. So we'll start this time with Councillor Facey.
Yes, Chairman, been present throughout, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support the officer's recommendation, and I'd like to say I wish the family well should this go through today. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've been present and have seen the whole debate, and I'm in favour of the agreeing the application. Thank you.
Councillor Gibson.
Hello, no, I've not been present, not for the whole debate.
Okay, we'll mark that as absent then. So Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've been present for the whole debate and I'm in favour of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been present through the whole debate. I am in favour of the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Granter.
Yes, Chairman, I've been present through all the debate and I am for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, been heard and seen the whole debate and I'm for. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Yes, I've been present through the whole debate and I am for recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Present throughout the whole debate and for.
Councillor Bradford.
Present through the whole debate, I am for.
Councillor Kingham.
Present through the whole debate and for.
And Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been present throughout the whole debate and my vote's in favour. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've been present through the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. And I've also been present throughout, and I'm also for. Mr. Nicholson, is that all members who are entitled to vote have voted?
Yes, Chairman, that's 14 in support and 1 with lost connection.
Thank you very much. So that is clearly carried, so permission is granted. Members, if you can turn then next in your papers to the application for Cheddar, where we have a supplementary report and an habitat regulation assessment, which as usual, we will take the habitats regulation assessment first before we can move on to debating the actual application itself. So that's, if members can turn to those pages. And Ms. Chorley, I think you're introducing this as well. So the habitats regulations to begin. Yep, we've got the cover page. You may be on mute. We're not hearing anything at the moment.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
We can now. So we haven't heard anything to date.
Okay. I'll start again. So application for the change of use of land to the glamping site for 5 bell tents. We've got the application site just circled here in red to the east of Cheddar. I'll just briefly show you the location and then go through the habitats regulation assessment for you. Computer's not working. That's just a location, slightly more detail. Again, our applicant's dwelling is here, and this is the application site here, next to the West Mendip Way. This is the proposal, so it's for the siting of 5 bell tents in these locations, and an amenity block, mobile shower and toilet unit here, and parking and kind of hard standing area for that. So under Regulation 63 of the Habitat Regulations, there is a requirement for as a competent authority before granting any permission, which is likely to have significant effect on a European site, either alone or in combination with other plans or projects, and is not directly connected with the management of that site. Must make an appropriate assessment of the implications of that site in view of the site's conservation objectives. Now, in this case, it has been highlighted that a habitats regulation assessment was necessary. That's through stage 1 of the process. The site lies within Band A of the back consultation zone for the North Somerset and Mendip Batsac. Stage 2 of that assessment is the habitats regulation assessment, which goes through the application, the proposal, looks at the impacts, and where there are adverse impacts identified, it looks at what potential mitigation could be secured and whether or not that is sufficient to manage any residual impact, and if not, what the residual impact would be. In this case, the report that you've got there confirms that subject to conditions to secure mitigation measures, the proposed development is not likely to have an adverse effect on the integrity of the North Somerset and Mendip Batsac. It does suggest conditions to secure a grassland buffer, a landscape ecological management plan that will need to all be in place prior to first use, a lighting design, to protect bats, and it is suggested that there's an amendment to the wording of that as well to reflect the fact that the site is in the AONB, and actually such condition, such restriction on lighting would exist anyway because of the need to protect the dark skies. Subject to some minor amendment to the wording that's suggested in the HRA mentioned there with regards to the lighting design, but also just to ensure that there's an effective trigger in place. As I say, that's to be prior to first use of the site. It's considered that the conditions are sufficiently worded and meet with the tests that we need to satisfy ourselves, therefore, provided that the above measures are implemented, it is considered that there is unlikely to be any sort of significant effect on the population of horseshoe bats from the North Somerset and Mendip Batsac, and it is therefore recommended that the HRA report, as amended, be endorsed.
Thank you very much. So if we can come to members, are there any questions or comments that members have specifically relating to the habitats regulations assessment? Councillor Kingham.
I've got no questions, Chairman, but I'd like to move the
habitat regulation assessment.
Okay, and that's the recommendation that's on the supplementary report, which, just for clarity for members of the public as well, says it's recommended that the Habitats Regulations Assessment Report and associated provision dated the 23rd of November 2020 and amended 17th of March 2021 attached as Appendix 1 be endorsed by the Development Committee.
That's the one.
Hang on, I haven't finished yet. Give me a mo. As the competent authority in reaching the decision to agree the Habitats Regulation Assessment, the Council considers that the proposed development would not have an adverse impact on the integrity of the European site. That's the end of it this time.
That's correct, Chairman. That's the one.
Thank you very much. I've got, I believe, Councillor Hendry indicating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Emma, please, Emma Charlie. In short, just in short, are we correct in saying that the Jones and Billington survey on the horseshoe bats shows that there's no conflict between the bats habitat and the proposed glamping site, so long as the external lighting does not cause distress to the bats? Is that what we're saying?
Julie?
So the ecological report obviously forms part of the detail that is assessed by the ecologists as part of the HRA, and then is consulted on with Natural England. What they have said, they've bear with me, and I will just, it's in the report part 2. So what they've said is not just the lighting design. So the management plan needs to be in place. The grass buffer needs to be in place. So that kind of offers an additional degree of protection between the woodland and where the glamping pods would actually be located. And then the lighting design as well forms part of the mitigation measures. So it's a kind of 3-pronged approach really, rather than it being just the lighting that's the issue.
Because it stated on there about the use of solar panels and 12-volt power to be used. And is that specifically brought in then because of the bats, or is that just because it's a glamping site with a 12-volt power?
So they want to have low-level solar lighting, is what they have suggested, and it's to be limited to kind of lighting the access and amenity space that is there to serve the pods themselves. And all of the detail would obviously need to be secured and approved by ourselves and obviously the ecologists.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, I've got Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Going on from that, it will also have to be reviewed prior to commencement of any letting here. I understand. Should that be included at this point, or is this in the mitigation? Thank you.
Sorry, prior to any letting?
Well, before the actual site is occupied.
Yes, sorry. Yes, that's correct. All of the conditions that are there, they are prior to first use. So prior to the glamping pods being able to be used, all of these measures need to be in place and have been approved.
Councillor Scott, did you want to come back, or you?
Yeah, no, it's just very important that that should be done, because this is something that was raised at the Mendip Hills NOB meeting, that they are very concerned about the dark night skies and, you know, the lighting. So it obviously needs to be addressed before occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from members? At the moment, I have a proposal that we accept the HRA. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, happy to second that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments on the HRA, so I will come to members for their vote as to whether they are happy to adopt the HRA as outlined and as amended by Ms. Chorley. So we'll start this time with Councillor Granter, please. Is Councillor Granter there? If not, we'll move on to Councillor Glassford. We'll come back to Councillor Granter. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been in attendance for the full discussion, and I go with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've been present for the presentation and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I've been here throughout and I abstain.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
Yes, I've seen and heard the whole presentation on the HRS, and I agree. Thank you.
And Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I've been here and seen and heard everything. I support the HRA and support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Chairman, been present throughout, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Chairman, I've been present throughout the whole presentation and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've been present throughout the officer's presentation and I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've been present throughout and I support the HRA.
Councillor Bradford.
Present throughout, Mr. Chairman. I'm in full support.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Present for the debate and for.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yeah. Yes, I was present through the whole debate. Yes, and I'm for.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Thank you. And Councillor Granter.
I think he may have left the meeting, Chairman. He doesn't look to be on the list.
Okay, so put him as absent. And I've seen and heard the debate on the HRA and am also in support. So I think that's all members, Mr. Nicholson.
That's 13 in support, 1 abstention and 1 absent.
Yep, that's why I make it. Is that the same for you, Mrs. Lehman?
Yes, I agree, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so that then brings us on to the application details itself. And again, back to you, Ms. Chorley.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm, can you see the screen again?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, sorry, security alert. Yeah.
Yep, we can now.
Okay. So yes, just to confirm again, the application for the 5 bell tents at Owley Bradley Cross. So as I mentioned, the application site is this parcel of land here that sits just to the east of the applicant's dwelling and to the east of the Tier 1 settlement of Cheddar. That's it shown slightly closer view. So you can see that there's a small number of residential properties nearby. So this is the applicant's dwelling here and the land associated, or the kind of garden associated with that dwelling. And this would be the other kind of nearest residential dwellings. Location plan there shows the application site edged in red, and the access, the nearest public highway is here. So there's quite a lengthy access track shown there, and the extent of the applicant's land is shown edged in blue, which is over to this side of that public right of way, and extends down to the boundary with the nearest residential property. So the proposal is for the siting of 5 glamping pods, and they're in this position here, access to be achieved through the existing access gate with a mobile amenity block and parking for 5 vehicles, so 1 space per pod. And here we've got a site plan showing the arrangement of the proposed pods. You'll see here that they are shown with a white roof covering. That's been amended during the course of the application to address concerns of the A&B officer with regards to potential light spill from the pods themselves. So they're an off-white canvas and they're to be covered with this green roof covering. And subject to the inclusion of that, the A&B officer removed their objection to the proposal. You can see there's existing woodland shown here and a mobile amenity block which will be timber clad to again soften the visual impact. And there's a willow screen shown again just to provide that kind of visual buffer between the glamping pods themselves and that amenity block. Okay, so in terms of the policy, national planning policy does provide support for tourism in the countryside, provided it respects the character of that countryside and it recognising obviously its contribution towards the rural economy. That's mirrored and further detail added in our local plan and policy D17 and Cheddar Neighbourhood Plan as well. Policy EE2 sets out an intention to support, protect, enhance existing and proposed tourist-based activities. It's worth just being aware of that there is an permitted development right for the temporary use of land for up to 28 days, normally for uses including camping, and that right has been temporarily extended to 56 days until the 31st of December this year. I raise that because the applicants have operated camping on the site during last summer under that permitted development right. The business plan that they have in support of this has been informed partly through the running of that site and kind of lessons learned, I suppose, is how they've explained it. Their intention is to operate a quiet site. They seek to encourage walking and cycling. They are happy to limit the season of the glamping from March to October only. And their target market they describe as being adults, walkers, hikers, climbers primarily, and looking to contribute towards local economy through tourism. The application site is obviously quite well connected to Cheddar, which I'll show you in a later slide in terms of the proximity of the public rights of way and its connectivity to the settlement of Cheddar itself. And also the West Mendip Way, which runs up alongside the site, is a kind of long footpath across the Mendip Hills. So generally, in terms of the principle, the application site does lie within the Mendip Hills AONB. Within the countryside, as a result of its proximity to the network of the public rights of way that do exist, and access to Cheddar Gorge and to the settlement of Cheddar itself, is considered that does meet with national and local planning policy. Just to have a brief look at the site photos now. So we've got the existing access gate that is here. You've got the residential garden that serves Owley, the applicant's home, just beyond there. This photo here is taken looking towards the public right, further up the public right of way, the West Mendip Way, looking into the application site, which is just sat here to the right. This photo is taken further back up that footpath, so kind of taken from the view that you had a moment ago, looking back towards the site. So you can see towards the applicant's property here. And this is where it's proposed that the amenity block would be and the parking, with the pods to be sited within this field parcel. Similar view just below there. Slightly different angle. This is again that boundary between the property and the neighbouring Owley, the applicant's property, sorry, and the application site, and looking up the application site towards that woodland, existing woodland that was shown on the aerial photos that you saw earlier on the site plan. This photo is taken slightly further down. Looking there, you can see the applicant's dwelling, and just to get an idea of the access to the site is up this public right of way, which obviously changes quite considerably after the point of which access is to be gained to the application site into very much more of a more limited, I suppose, where there's this obviously serves these existing buildings as well. And some further photos just to show the access. This is the point at Bradley Cross Lane. Apologies. It is a public right of way, as I say, from this point onwards. And these are just a couple of photos to show the kind of the access and the nature of that access there. So in terms of the size, scale, design and the landscape visual impact, obviously, as I mentioned, the site lies within the countryside and the Mendip Hills AONB. There is therefore policy in terms of D2 and D19 in terms of being high quality, sustainable and inclusive design, and ensuring that the development is going to conserve and enhance the natural beauty. The proposal is for five 5 square metre bell tents to be finished in a non-reflective off-white canvas with the green roof covering that you've seen. Access is as existing, and the hard standing for the parking and the siting of the amenity block are to the west of the site, closest to the applicant's dwelling, and to be formed of a removable grid system which will allow grass to grow through the gravel and again soften the visual impact. An LVIA has been provided in support of the application at the request of the landscape officer and AONB officer. That confirms that the landscape visual impact is to be assessed as minor to neutral, with potential for positive enhancement by the new and restored boundary hedgerows and the use of locally sourced hazel hurdles. Upon the receipt of that, the landscape officer confirmed their agreement to the same, and subject to a landscape plan being secured by way of condition to include the details of that native hedgerow to the site, they are happy and now removed their objection to the proposal. Ecology, obviously we discussed the habitats regulation assessment that has been carried out and the conditions that are required thereafter. In addition, the hedgerow will provide biodiversity enhancement opportunities And whilst the application site doesn't lie within an area that is hydrologically linked to the Somerset Levels and Moors Ramsar site, the foul water is to be disposed of off-site, and therefore the county ecologist has suggested an additional condition regarding this is applied to ensure that it's disposed of outside of the catchment. That's considered appropriate, and subject to those conditions, it's considered that the proposal meets with the requirements of local and national planning policy. In terms of highways and parking, we had a look at the site photos there. So they were taking at various points along this access here. We've got the application site, and you can see the network of public rights of way that will provide access, as I say, across the Mendip Hills and into the Tier 1 settlement of Cheddar. There is 5 spaces proposed within the site, which is considered sufficient to meet the needs. And the applicants have, as I say, have set out an intention to encourage kind of sustainable travel through walking and cycling of the guests whilst they're there. In terms of residential amenity, the application site lies northeast of the applicant's dwelling Owley. Concerns have been raised with regards to potential disturbance from noise from neighbouring residents, and references have been made to the operation of the campsite that operated last year. One complaint was received by Environmental Health. They've been consulted on the application, confirmed they've got no objection. Conditions as to how to manage noise were suggested. The first was with regards to noise levels from any generator. The applicants have confirmed that they don't intend to use any generator on site, and therefore it's considered more appropriate to have a condition that prohibits the use of an electricity generator on the site with the exception of emergencies. In terms of noise from guests, they've confirmed they intend to operate a quiet site with a no noise policy from 11 p.m. That will obviously come down to the management of the site itself, but bear in mind, obviously, the applicant's property is adjacent to the site. It's considered that they're in a good position to be able to do that, and there is over 120 metres from the closest proposed siting of the glamping pod to the nearest residential dwelling, apart from the applicant's property. In addition to that, there obviously does exist statutory nuisance controls in the event that there was disturbance, and it's considered that's sufficient to deal with any issues that may arise. Bearing in mind the proposal is to be limited from March to October only. It's not considered that, and for 5 tents only, it's not considered this would result in an unacceptable impact on residential amenity. And it is proposed that permitted development rights for any additional camping to be operated alongside of the glamping would be removed. So in summary, the principle of the location is considered acceptable. It's considered to comply with local and national planning policy. The HRA has concluded it's acceptable subject to conditions, and overall it's considered that the remainder of the impacts are acceptable subject to the conditions that have been suggested. And it's therefore my recommendation that permission be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you'll see, members, we've got, I think, 3 speakers on this application. So if Shane Roach, if you could turn on your microphone, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you certainly can. So again, to remind you, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and you'll hear the bell in 1 minute time to go. So start when you're ready, please.
Yep. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to air my concerns. I'm the closest resident to the site and the most affected by the noise it generates. My main concern is the plans state that this site will be a quiet site during normal hours with no noise after 11 policy. However, last summer's trial run was nothing like this and can only be described as the most miserable experience my family and I have ever had to tolerate, with multiple times being kept awake until 3 a.m. by people hell-bent on enjoying themselves and listening to loud music, shouting and talking loudly. Even other campers at the site stated the same, and I quote a negative review of one registered and verified camper. Groups of other campers up late playing music and talking till 3 a.m. each night. Sorry. This was further fueled by the owner's own posts on the campsite social media, and I quote, sunshine, barbecues, fire pits, bulls, balloons and beers, great guests, amazing atmosphere. And another quote, campsite buzzing tonight. We didn't have one weekend that wasn't dominated by the noise generated one way or another. The August bank holiday was 3 days of hell, with the latches on the toilet doors, gates opening and shutting that could be clearly heard all hours of the day and night. Group bookings that played music all day and late into the night could be clearly heard in properties over 600 metres away. The list goes on. We don't live in this remote and quiet area of outstanding natural beauty to put up with a buzzing atmosphere, to use their own phrase, and therefore every effort should be made to protect our right to unbroken sleep. I believe policy D25 of the local plan gives us that protection, as it clearly states noise and disturbance as a reason not to support. I understand there's nothing you can do to protect us from the 28 days, but surely no one should be subject to this for 245 days as proposed. As I finish up, I'm sure this is far from the rosy picture the agent is about to paint of campers willingly obliging to guidance, but mine is based on experience of last summer, where it's been demonstrated it's impossible to control the noise of campers, and there's no comfort in the fact that no controls can be added to regain any missed night's sleep. For this reason, I strongly oppose this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker we have is Clive Panshaw from the Cheddar Parish Council. Could you turn on your microphone, just confirm it's working for us, please?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly can. So as you know, start when you're ready and you'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute to go, please.
Thank you, councillors. My name is Clive Panshaw, Cheddar Parish Council. The Parish Council are again concerned over another application in the ANOB, especially so close to Maskell's Wood protected area, as it is 500 metres from a triple SI. This should be strongly emphasised. It is 500 metres from a triple SSI. The track, which is a PROW AX1338, is shown on the map attached to Lauren Eldridge's email dated the 7th of October 20. This PROW is a single track pathway made up of some concrete, some tarmac and gravel. It is not in a good condition and was not built for extra volumes of traffic. With extra 5 cars using this track up and down daily for 8 months between March and October, and also there are no passing places, so this will cause considerable wear and tear. Also, this will cause encroachment onto the sides and alter the width of the public right-of-way, especially in respect of the Portaloo wagon, which is a large vehicle. For the applicants to say their campers will be encouraged to walk and cycle, I walked up Redcliffe Street to Bradley Cross from the village and up the AX1338 to Owley, and it is very steep. So I cannot see many campers walking this, so they will hop into their cars. The health and safety of walkers, which will be increased during this summer months to get to the West Mendip Way, must be given full protection from vehicles, and you must give them your duty of care. Also, please give full attention to the interested parties, as they are overly concerned about noise, which was excessive last year when camping was allowed under permitted development rights. Please therefore support the Parish Council and decline this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. If we move to the next speaker, it's John Wilkes. If you could turn on your microphone.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. My name is John Wilkes. Good afternoon. My name is John Wilkes. I'm the planning consultant for the application. As Emma's explained, the application before you seeks planning permission for the use of a site for glamping. And that would involve the siting of just 5 bell tents on an associated mobile toilet and shower block on the site between the months of March and October. And as you've just heard, there have been a number of objections from local residents as well as the Parish Council. And the concerns raised in respect of noise generation from campers are acknowledged, and the applicant has offered as part of the management plan to operate a quiet site, including a no noise policy after 11 p.m. And it's worth reiterating that the trial run of a campsite last year was for general camping with no restrictions on numbers, and the application which we have now submitted is for just 5 bell tents. So it's a much different scheme. Obviously, the applicants can monitor the position because they do live on the site. The other objections raised, however, are not recognised and do not reflect the findings of a consultant team or the specialist consultees. In particular, concerns focused around highways and access are unfounded, given that the proposal will be limited to just 5 tents, which is likely to generate an average of no more than 2 car movements a day. And both the Public Rights-of-Way Officer and the Highways Department are supportive of the proposals. In terms of planning policy, as Emma's rightly pointed out, both the MPPF and the local plan encourage sustainable rural tourism. The local plan in particular seeks to improve the quality and diversity of accommodation, especially where it enables access to tourist assets through sustainable modes of travel, such as walking. And with specific regard to Cheddar Gorge, the local plan identifies the need for more high quality tourist accommodation to reverse the trend of day trippers staying outside of the district. And that's also reiterated in the neighbourhood plan, which identifies the aim of maximising the economic benefit of tourism through the provision of high quality tourism accommodation. And the proposed development ticks all of these boxes. It provides high quality accommodation on a small exclusive site, and the site is in a highly sustainable location. It is within the A&B and within 1/4 of a mile of Cheddar Gorge. It's also within 1/4 of a mile of a village of Cheddar, and which offers a range of services and facilities, and it's linked to all of these through the West Mendip Way and a series of footpaths. In regard to technical considerations, the application was accompanied by a comprehensive suite of technical supporting work, and it's been presented to you with support of all consultees, including your planning officers. I would therefore urge you to support the application and approve this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from members? I've got Councillor Gibson first.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I raised my hand, my little yellow hand, when before the speakers really, but I was thinking about compost toilets. They want about moving this chemical toilets off. I mean, if it wants to go with the site and wants to make it, I mean, these are bell tents. It's not, I don't know why people use the phrase glamping. It's a bit annoying. They are bell tents, and yeah, compost toilets. They're used. I mean, the shed that's being put up is like a wooden. You can put wooden compost toilets up and use those. They're a lot more environmentally friendly. You can compost the stuff and use it after 2 years where you will, or sell it or whatever, but it's just an idea. That was I raised my hand before the speakers, so thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Hendry, Revens and Glassford. So Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did actually read all this report on this over the weekend and seen the presentation and listened to the speakers quite intently. The way I look at this is this site is 120 metres, I think somebody says, from the nearest house. There is a natural line of trees around it, and obviously willow screening, but that's much smaller. The applicant seems to convince, or states, by the way, that the people last year who made all the noise and the raucous noise are not going to be the same as the ones this year, and he wants to impose a post 11 p.m. curfew on noise. I think the applicant is doing everything possible to try and appease everybody and impose the fact, or show to the fact, that he's trying to appease everybody. He's going to keep the noise down. He's not having the same people last year as came here this year. He does have a good case. And also, given there's a 120 metre gap, all the trees nearly, well, but 2/3 of the way around, and the willow fencing, I think the man has a good case. And at this moment in time, I actually don't see too many problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Revens, Glassford, and then Scott, and then Bradford. So Councillor Revens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2 or 3 points that I just wanted to get clarification on. First of all, with regards to the amenity block we've had described to us, I wonder if we could understand a little bit more about its construction. It was referred to as a mobile block, which I just wanted to understand how that might work, and also what the lighting arrangements on it might be. I'm aware of similar sorts of glamping, for want of a better words, arrangements near me, and the lighting is very obtrusive on the amenity blocks from some distance away. Secondly, Mr. Pancho talked about proximity to the SSSI, and I wonder whether we could hear a little bit more about that and what implications and assessments have been done in regards to that. And also, I believe the agent told us there would be a couple of car movements a day in their assessment. That sounds to me cautious. I think was the expression I would use. With five tents here, I would expect at least 5 movements every day. On what basis would we assess the highways implications of this, please?
Thank you. Ms. Chorley?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. So just to go through the points in turn. So with regards to highways and the public right of way, as the agent pointed out, there has been no objection. The Highways Authority have confirmed that they do not consider it would have a significant adverse impact on the local highway network. The public rights of way officer hasn't raised any objection. So from that point of view, in terms of impact, the technical officers have confirmed that there is no issue there. Concern has been raised in terms of representations with regards to maintenance of the public right of way, but that's a matter that again sits outside of the planning process and will be for the owners to deal with and negotiate separately. In terms of highways impact, as I say, the highways officer and public rights of way officer have confirmed they've got no objection and that there is unlikely to be a significant adverse impact. With regards to the mobile amenity block, it is a mobile block, so it's not to be erected on site and to stay on site. The intention is that it will be brought onto site to serve the glamping site for the period March to October, and then it will be removed from site. So outside of the period of operation of March to October, there will the mobile unit and the glamping pods are to be removed from site to allow the site to recover from the use and to minimise the kind of visual impact in the months where there is kind of less natural screening. So it's for that reason that it's kind of designed and foul water to be dealt with in the proposed way. In terms of lighting, as I mentioned earlier, there is a condition that is prior to the first use of the site, we will need to have a lighting plan, and that is to take account of not only that, but also the fact that it is within the Mendip Hills AONB, and we do need to protect the dark skies for both ecological reasons and landscape reasons. So that will give us the control over ensuring that the kind of assurances given with regards to it being low level lighting only are actually delivered. So hopefully that deals with those points raised.
Councillor Evans, was there anything you wanted to come back on?
Yeah, I also raised the point about the SSSI, and I don't think that was addressed. I'm sorry.
No, my apologies. That's my fault. Yeah, so as part of the HRA and the ecological report, obviously its proximity to a number of areas is all identified. In what they have confirmed is that it's not in such close proximity that it would have an adverse impact that's needed to go through that further assessment process. So that's my understanding of the situation, is that whilst it is there, it is in nearby. I think they describe it as being the Cheddar Wood component 2.7 meters and the Rodney Stoke 3.2 meters. They talk about then the Somerset Levels and Moors Ramsar, which I mentioned as well. And I think that's it. So yeah, the only thing that they identify as being an issue in terms of those ecological impacts is the fact that it's in BAT-A consultation zone, which obviously has then led them to do the further detailed assessment. We've not got anything else identified that isn't covered under the ecological report or that's needed further assessment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've got Councillors Glassford, Scott, Bradford and Hendry. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I actually think, considering that through Sedgemoor area we've got all these caravan parks, static homes and all that, a little development like this is very welcome. I'd like to see far more of them than that. And I cannot see why anyone should object to that at all. I am totally in favour of it and like to move the application.
Thank you. So you're moving the recommendation. Okay.
Yes.
with the amended condition.
With all the amendments on it, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, as sort of promotion of sort of green tourism, I think this is a good idea because, you know, you're close to sort of a major network of footpaths, bikeways and bridleways, etc. So maybe people won't be coming in cars, but maybe not. I just wonder, it doesn't actually say in the conditions that although the application is just for 5 bell tents, that it is restricted to just the 5 bell tents, whereas last year it was an open campsite. Is there anything to stop the applicant actually inviting people to come on 26 days of the year to, you know, have more people there? That's my first question. Also, how many properties would be served on that trackway from Bradley Cross, the sort of the unmade road? I just wondered how many other properties are along that route, because presumably it's a shared access, and I know it's not a planning issue, but I guess shared access could cause a problem, traffic problem that's been raised. And also in the conditions, I think we've lost condition 10. I just wondered if it got knocked off.
Ms. Chorley.
Thank you. So yes, with regards to PD rights for the camping, that is to be removed. So they will be limited to just the 5 tents, glamping pods being there. And the applicant has confirmed they're happy with the removal of those permitted development rights. So they wouldn't be able to have any additional camping on the application site with the exception of the glamping pods that are permitted. In terms of the shared access, this shows, this location plan here kind of shows this is the access that is shared with this number of properties as well. And then this stretch here serves Owley, the applicant's dwelling, and the application site only. So there's this element here that is shared with these property owners. And then beyond that, the track obviously serves this neighbouring dwelling, and then further along where there are additional kind of I think holiday lets and Bradley Cross Farm there. So the element that is shared is this stretch here. And in terms of the conditions, I can confirm that yes, the numbering does show that there is no condition 10. So I will just amend the numbering to reflect that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask, how long does this actual planning application last if we grant consent?
So the application is a full application. It's not limited in any way in terms of time, with the exception of the seasons, where it's limited from March to October each year.
So they've got to come back every year for an application?
No, so they'll be able to operate the site every year, but only during the period of the 1st of March to the 31st of October inclusively.
Right, there's an awful lot of these cropping up all over the countryside, if fancy there is, and I'm just trying to look ahead 3 or 4 years, even 5 years. And what happened in the last 12 months, there's going to be a lot more of this about, and I just wonder sometimes if there is anything wrong and they got planning consent, it's too late, isn't it? You know, farmers and landowners are looking for diversification. A lot of people want peace and quiet. And if you lived around there, would you want these sort of things? So you've got to look at it sometimes. And when they're cropping up, so many of them, I think, you know, we've got to be a little bit careful. I think we have sometimes. At the moment, they got a free hand. Do what they like, seem like it. You know, that is my opinion. That's my opinion. I'm trying to look ahead a bit. It is growing fast and growing fast. And I think at some stage, people will have objections to it. I think they will. But we've heard a couple of objections today. And the people that matter are people that's local. So, you know, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Emma, for that.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Noon, then Councillors Hendry, Gibson and Pearce. So, Mr. Noon.
Yeah, thank you. Just really to pick up on the point that Councillor Bradford raises there about noise. The applicant did operate under the 28, or I think it was 56-day rule last year, which it has been extended. They at that point, they sort of realised what the difficulties were with this particular site in terms of the access and the noise and how they were running it. So as a result of that experience, they know, firstly, that they have a good demand for this sort of campsite in this location, and that meets our policy requirements in terms of a robust business case, which this is supported by. And two, they've seen what happens, or what can happen to make things go wrong. So they're looking now at limiting it down to 5 pitches to control the noise. People would stay in a tent provided by them, not bring their own tents. We get away from the towing vehicles that last year did cause a problem on the narrow lanes. So because of the likelihood of people who aren't bringing their own tents of coming, certainly not, they're not going to come in a caravan, and it's unlikely they would need a trailer as well. So really it is a sort of a well thought out scheme. In terms of the noise, then obviously, that was an unfortunate experience last year. Maybe the applicants were a little new to the game, but what they now have is considerable investment in the site. They are the nearest property. I do accept that the speaker is 120 metres away and did have a unfortunate experience last year. But they're now looking at, as I say, considerable investment in these bell tents. It is I would have thought it is in their interest to run a tight ship here. Bad reviews that are available to everyone now are something to be thought about by business owners. We have no reason to assume that this will be a badly run site. And whilst the neighbour is clearly concerned, I think the changes that have been made from the permitted temporary use that was experimented with last year, I think we have reasonable certainty to assume that this can be run and will be run in an acceptable manner. What is difficult to sort of sustain at this stage is a fear that it won't be run properly. But I do appreciate the gentleman, the speaker's concerns about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of points and a question for Emma Charlie. The first point is, because this is an AONB in the Mendip Hills area, I don't see that as a problem either, because it's well shielded, as we discussed already, with the trees, the willow fence, the bin store, I take it, is wooden. So that looks really good. But here's my question for Emma Charlie. The Jones and Billington survey on a horseshoe bats is very extensive. It goes on for many pages, which I read in some detail. But was that only brought in for the application today, or was there a control for the bats in place last year when the whole site was used last year, or was it only an experiment last year with no control for anything to do with the bats and only been brought in this year?
Ms. Chorley, do you want to take that, or Mr. Noon, whichever he wants to go with?
I'm happy to take
Okay.
it, Adrian. So yes, there are no controls over the 28-day use of land. There's a savers for the use of land can only be for 28 days. There are some limitations in terms of what you can do. For example, it can't be a caravan site. There's other limitations in terms of the type and nature of the use, but running it as a campsite for the 28 days, as I say, extended for 56 days at the moment until the end of this year. Is free of planning controls. That's a permitted development right that exists. So the ecology report and the issues that arise and that we're seeking to address here are purely in relation to the fact that we now have a full application. So that's something that, there are, I suppose it's that balance there in terms of we do have far greater control over the extent of the site, the scale of the site, and securing those mitigation measures and the potential enhancement opportunities as well with regards to the planting of the new hedgerow, etc., that we wouldn't have if it was just operated under a campsite.
Okay, I agree. Adrian Nunes said everything absolutely correct there, in that the last year was probably an unfortunate experience, because when they do it this year, if they get the application this year, these people are going to be spending a lot of money to do this to make because these pods are not they're very expensive things. And if you go to all that trouble and spend all this money, you don't want to have to shut everything down because you get so many bad reviews and then have to bring it back to just a field again. On that basis, I actually agree with the councillor, Alex Glassford, and him putting it forward. I'm quite happy to second the motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've got Councillor Gibson, Councillor Pearce, and Councillor Scott, and then Councillor Evans. So Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the management, really, of the, as it were, the 11 o'clock curfew. I was going to ask about that, but I was also wanted to know, did Councillor Revens' question get answered about the lighting? I know that solar lighting was mentioned earlier, but are these toilets going to be, you know, like at a festival that they're just in the dark at night? Because that would be cool. And compost toilets, that's the way to go on this sort of site. And you know, I'm all for camping and all this sort of thing. I don't know exactly where it is, so I can't really relate to it too well, but yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chorley?
So the management of the site in terms of running a quiet site, who's allowed at site, the kind of rules in terms of how they operate that and enforcing their 11 p.m. noise policy will be down to the management of the site, as it would with any kind of camping or glamping site really. Those rules would be set out and they've made clear as part of their business plan and supporting information that those rules would be made clear to the guests at the time of booking and upon their arrival, and that they're on site and nearby to be able to enforce them as is necessary. In terms of the lighting, it's just to reinforce that there is a condition there that requires a lighting design that would need to be approved prior to first use. So that gives us control over any external lighting of things such as the lighting to and around the amenity block and how that will come forward. The amenity block is mobile, as I mentioned, so it's to be taken off of the site during the winter months. So that's, I think, why they have gone down the route that they have in terms of how the foul water is to be managed. It's steered by that desire to have the site kind of open and return to an open field during the winter months where there won't be that kind of the glamping pods and the amenity block there that would otherwise give an indication as to its use during the summer months, I suppose.
Thank you. Mr. Noon?
Yeah, and I just sort of reiterate the point about the lighting, that obviously all aspects of the lighting would be considered, including sort of shrouds, to make sure the light is directional, focus within the site, and also timers as well, so that they're not left on all night. They're triggered by someone going to the facilities block, and they would be on a relatively short time. But that's what we would expect. We will get input on that from both our ecologists and our landscape advisors. Just on the management of the site, we did hesitate on putting on a condition that would secure, would ask for the agreement of the management condition. If that's something that members are nervous about and feel that just, the added security of an agreed management plan so that we know how they will deal with any nuisance guests, that would not be unreasonable as by condition if members felt that was, gave them the reassurance that the management intentions of the applicant would be carried through, and we could agree the wording of that condition if members felt that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, could I say something on that? Thank you, Adrian.
Yep.
Listening to the gentleman that was on that lives up the road, he sounds like he went through quite a lot of last year that, I know it wasn't managed and it was a bit of free-for-all maybe, but that was his experience. He's got to live there and with his family, so I really do think that, you can say, oh, there's a curfew, but that's quite hard, sometimes difficult to police or manage when you're even if you're living, you might not even be there all the time. Just because you live in a house next door, it doesn't mean that you're going to be there all the time. So yeah, I would like to see something or some sort of ideas coming forward that would manage that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, my question was going to be about the noise, bearing in mind the speaker's comments. And so I would support the idea of a management plan. It's such a quiet, remote area. I imagine noise travels. So I think that would give added security because the notion of glamping within such a remote site is a little incongruous, and people might go there with the wrong intention. So a management plan would hopefully control that.
If I could come back to Councillors Glassford and Hendry, the proposer and seconder, are you happy that could be included as an additional condition to agree a management plan before the operation?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
Chairman. Yes, Chairman.
yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. I hadn't considered that, but since it's been put forward, I listened to it, and yes, it's not such a bad idea. I'd be okay with that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I've got Councillor Scott, Councillor Revens, and I think then Councillor Bolt. Councillor Scott?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was going to actually ask, could we control the noise level? So I guess that will do that. They're talking about stopping at 11 o'clock, but the gentleman who lives nearby said there was sort of rowdy music being played during the day. So I would hope that the officers could take that into account, whether you could control it throughout the day as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Revens?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Much of what I wanted to say would be addressed by a management plan being agreed, so I would welcome that. It also occurred to me, following on from Councillor Bradford's earlier comments, is there any way of having a review period or making this permission temporary in some way by condition? Thank you.
Ms. Chorley? Or Mr. Noon?
Mr.
Noon.
Yeah, go for. They're not applying for a temporary period. There is considerable investment here, which might not be something that they would want to do if they only had a couple of years. So I would hesitate to say that would be reasonable or necessary, given the conditions that we're suggesting, and obviously that extra condition about a management plan.
Okay, and I've got Councillor Bolt.
That wasn't me.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt.
I think I've been